Chapter 251 Teacher's Favor. By the way, due to the different deep space environments, some plant seeds may undergo abnormal changes. On the other side of the jungle, Hal suddenly mentioned something. Space breeding is a very common topic on Earth. As early as the 1960s, Aramco and S-Union conducted a series of space breeding experiments. Among this series of experiments, the more famous one is NASA's Moon Tree project. Hundreds of plant seeds were brought into lunar orbit. After the seeds returned to Earth, almost all of them sprouted. Later, these trees were planted in Aramco and around the world. What is described in the Interstellar Encyclopedia is just the normal state of these plants. Hal picked off a faint blue wind chime casually. For example, this kind of wind chime. The fluorescence properties of ordinary plants are actually very average. But the fluorescent properties of ordinary plants growing here only on this planet. The brightness of the fluorescence at night is far beyond normal. So, Robot, are you saying that those dangerous plants will also mutate? Chong Ruffin asked. Yes. Indigenous people, Hal replied indifferently. When I patrolled this area, I found many mutant plants. They are more threatening and more deadly than ordinary plants. As Hal told the story, the group gradually went deeper into the core of the forest. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a relatively flat area, they saw the mutated plant that Hal was talking about. Death Trap, a tree that should have grown in the swamp, appeared in a place where it shouldn't grow, and it grew in a large area, prosperous and dense. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and branches, and the surroundings were quiet and peaceful. From the outside, there was no danger at all in this area. Call! Su Xia started the mecha's built-in blowing system, and 2 black holes immediately appeared on the left and right metal arms. And the fierce strong wind blew up fallen leaves all over the ground. Broken leaves flew around and were lifted up layer by layer, revealing the bottom. What followed was a rotten smell of humus that could not be blown away by strong winds, mixed with a disgusting stench. What appeared in front of several people were more than a dozen deep pits of different sizes. Standing next to the pit, turning on a strong flashlight, and looking down, I saw uneven pits on both sides of the pit, and at the bottom were strewn with numbing animal bones. So many people died? This is the mutation I just mentioned. Hal said that this is just one of the traits that have been mutated, and there are some more scary things. Generally speaking, the chances of ordinary people walking into this forest and coming out are almost zero. Fortunately, there are no traces of the disaster suffered by the Dragon City team in these deep pits. Will the other rescue teams encounter these things? Sun Lang couldn't help but think. They have no antidote and no one to lead the way. If they are also trapped inside, wouldn't they have to send more people? Save them? Just like Su Xia's initial thoughts. If this matter is not solved quickly, sooner or later he will turn into a gourd boy to save his grandfather. They picked up speed, Hal leading the way, with few pauses along the way. In the jungle of Noda, the concept of time is easily forgotten. Unknowingly, the sun above the head once again slanted to the west and quickly sank below the horizon. The already dark jungle became invisible, and the mecha became the biggest light source. In the surrounding deep darkness, fluorescent blue wind chimes swayed gently, death and beauty coexisting. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Under a big tree, several people discovered the mark left by the Dragon City team. The inverted triangle-shaped dragon scale symbols are engraved with symbols that mean trapped. Someone seriously injured. No one died. Urgent rescue. Temporarily sufficient food and medical supplies, etc. No one died, which is good news. Luckily, they are all still alive. As long as we find them, this will be a perfect rescue, Sun Lang said with a smile. This is not luck, but the commander's strength. Chong Ruffin glanced at him and corrected him. Hearing the luck they had been talking about, Su Xia's heart moved, and she suddenly remembered something. The last time he was in Fish Scale City, he was on a task about the sugar industry, because he destroyed 2 major families. He got an additional task reward 2 lottery draws. He planned to wait for a lucky day before conducting the lottery. It's better to choose a day than to hit it. Today's luck is indeed good. The 3 of them continued to move forward, looking for traces of the Dragon City team. Su Xia, on the other hand, was distracted. She opened the system menu bar, found the task column, and saw the shining golden word, lottery. Click it, and you will get a virtual big carousel. Under the big wheel, there are various possible prizes. For example, special collectibles, famous paintings, antiques, psychic weapons, special bombs, potion materials, potion formulas, skill books, experience books, etc. Some are valuable, while others are of little value. Call. Su Xia stared at the big turntable, took a few deep breaths, adjusted her mood, calmed herself down, and asked Ocean to get up. Then, he stretched out his finger and lightly clicked, "Start lottery." The next moment, the virtual big carousel in front of me started to rotate crazily, and prizes flashed by quickly. Some were golden, and some were dim. After about half a minute, the speed of the turntable began to slow down. The pointer jumped between the boxes with prizes written on them, and the speed became slower and slower. Under Su Xia's slightly nervous gaze, it slowly turned to the box of Star Battleship 5 Yuan voucher. Seeing that description, Su Xia's eyes widened and she almost choked. Fortunately, perhaps feeling Su Xia's emotions, the turntable jumped slightly again. The box pointed by the pointer has the words, "Crown of the Sixth Empire," written on it. The number of remaining draws is reduced by 1, and a solid black crown is added to the prize column. Name, Crown of the Sixth Empire. Type, Special Props. Level, Unleveled item. Description, the Sixth Empire was a huge empire that once spanned countless star fields. It stood for tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it dominated thousands of interstellar civilizations. There were more warships and transport ships traveling to and from the Empire's territory every day than there were water droplets in the ocean. This name symbolizes brilliance and eternity. In the heyday of the Empire, even the mining workers in the poorest sectors of the Empire would involuntarily puff up their chests when thinking about the power and wealth of the Empire. Thousands of years ago, the huge empire collapsed. The imperial crown, scepter and monarch's ball, symbolizing the highest power, are missing. Note, if you sell this crown to some interstellar collectors, you will get unimaginable huge wealth. That mountain of wealth is enough for you to buy a civilized planet and become the king of that planet. Note, please do not expose this crown in public. Just by looking at the description, Su Xia knew that this was a very dangerous thing. Probably no one on this planet knows the crown. But once you enter interstellar space, holding this thing is like holding the jade seal of the previous dynasty in ancient times. If you are found, you will be beheaded. This thing cannot provide Su Xia with combat power. It has only symbolic meaning and seems useless. But the system annotation pointed out a clear path for Su Xia. Find the star collector. At that time, the huge wealth gained may allow him to buy this planet directly. The leader of a country is called a king. So what is the name of the leader of a planet? King of the Ball? Wrong. According to Hal, this planet is located on the edge of the remote Vern star field. It has not been developed yet, and does not belong to any force. Even if you want to buy it, you can't find anyone to sell it. Never mind. Su Xia shook his head. He still couldn't travel into the starry sky, and even the mechanical race gave him a headache. These were things for the future, and it was useless to think about it anymore. This is not a time for fantasy. It is a time for struggle. His eyes returned to the lottery wheel. He took a deep breath again, and clicked, "Start lottery." The turntable spun crazily again, and the prizes flashed by one after another, and finally stopped slowly. This time, I finally got something useful for Su Xia at this stage. The word, "Portable Level 6 Psi Cannon," was clearly written on the box pointed by the pointer. The draw ends, and the number of remaining draws drops to 0. In the prize column, there is an icon that looks like a black tube. Su Xia immediately clicked on it to check the details. Name, Portable Level 6 Psi Cannon. Type, Active Weapon. Level, Level 6. Description, yes. It is another product of Auroch Company. It was widely praised as soon as it was launched. The emergence of this weapon has filled a gap in the Seventh Empire's individual weapons in this regard. It has many advantages such as being lightweight, simple to operate, easy to carry, and excellent in fire control. Its appearance is very similar to the traditional individual rocket launcher. Note, this psychic cannon comes with a box of 24 sh.ls. Please use it and cherish it. Individual weapons. These 4 words are very satisfying. Su Xia can operate alone. He couldn't help but think that on the other side of the Earth, decades ago, in order to pursue large firepower, all countries had to build larger and larger weapons. The most famous one was the Gustav Cannon of Germany III during World War II. The giant cannon weighs 1,000 tons and is more than 4 stories tall. It is a steel giant, vividly explaining what caliber means justice. The operation, command, defense, movement, etc. of this giant cannon require the cooperation of thousands of soldiers. If it were thrown to Su Xia, Even his natural power would not be able to move it at all. Desson built this terrifying weapon originally to deal with the Maginot Line of defense in France next door. But before the cannon could be built, Great France surrendered. Later, in the Battle of Sebastopol against the S-Union, the Gustav cannon played a huge role. One shot penetrated the 10-meter thick concrete layer and the 20-meter thick soil layer of the fortress ammunition depot, causing the ammunition to explode. The library exploded, shocking the world. Captain, ahead is the area with plants like the Song of Death. While Su Xiao was observing the psychic cannon, Hal in front suddenly said, "Maybe you should wear earmuffs." In the wild, earmuffs can affect hearing and reduce auditory perception, but they have to do it. Su Xiao activated the active skill, Eye of Falsehood, and the world in front of her suddenly changed. In front, many grasses that look similar to leeks swayed gently. These grasses are in clusters, and most of them grow at the roots of big trees. Su Xiao blinked and said, "It's similar to what was described in the Interstellar Encyclopedia. I've encountered it before." Sun Lang was surprised. "Commander, you can actually see it? Isn't it pitch black ahead?" "Well, I was born with good eyesight." Su Xiao didn't explain it either. She just thought of a reason and brushed it off. After evolving, the Eye of Falsehood has been of great help to him, possessing abilities even more outrageous than clairvoyance. Once the matter in this forest is over, Su Xiao will immediately go to the joint camp to find Shirshishi, and use the appearance ability of the Eye of Illusion to find out the 3 players. Of course, if by chance, he might meet that old guy Shirshishi in this jungle. I hope it's not too late. Su Xiao thought of the 3 players, and for some reason, she felt a little more uneasy. Meanwhile, Coral City. Su Xiao's clone has returned to the pharmacy and continues to try to refine the 4th level potion. The city was a little less noisy at night. The street lights outside the window were dim, and a few wild cats and stray dogs were chasing each other on the road. It looked like it would be a peaceful day. Ever since the masked stranger disappeared, Coral City has become calmer day by day. Everything is back on track. On both sides of this old street, the business of many shops has improved, and there are fewer soldiers patrolling the street. In the pharmacy, Dad was still sitting behind the counter reading the newspaper as usual, with a cup of steaming coffee beside him. He no longer forced several apprentices to strengthen training. After all, Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were already 4th level pharmacists. They were masters wherever they went. And Su Xiao was also fast. Last time, the sudden devil training seemed to be just a whim of his. In the past few days, my father Su had nothing to do. He rarely took the initiative to give guidance to a few apprentices, teaching them step by step the precautions for refining the 4th level potion. He taught them in detail and patiently answered every question. In the past, he would just throw out a few books and materials written by himself and let the disciples understand on their own. If there is no big problem, don't bother him. Hong Bafu has been lamenting. I have been an apprentice for so long, and only these few days have I enjoyed the treatment of a real apprentice. The talent of the 2 is indeed strong. Just by using those books and materials, combined with their own analysis and a lot of attempts, they can reach the level of 4th level pharmacists. They fiddled with the potions in their hands and occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall, as if they were waiting to get off work, waiting for the door to close at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hour hand of the wall clock rotates little by little. Soon, 9 o'clock arrived, and there was still an hour before closing time. Dad suddenly raised his head and slowly put down the newspaper in his hand. A glimmer of light flashed in his old eyes, looking north of the city, wondering what he was thinking. The Beatitudes, the 2 Beatitudes, and Su Xia. Come here. The father raised his glasses, rarely calling his disciples proactively like this. Come on. Hong Bafu directly threw away the potion in the middle of the process. He was too nimble to look like a fat man, jumped over the 2 glass counters, jumped in front of his father, and then sat down like a good baby. Su Xia and Lan Bafu arrived next and sat in front of their father, waiting for him to speak. The father looked at the 3 of them with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. A happy smile appeared on his old face. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, you have grown up very fast, and you can now go out and be on your own. How could it be possible? It's still very early. Hong Bafu chuckled. Teacher, I haven't even learned your first success, let alone being on your own. I can't stop you at all. Don't be so talkative. Oh. Hong Bafu shrank his neck and looked away, looking at his appearance. His father sighed with emotion and said in an old voice, This road is indeed long. Study hard. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't forget your true heart. Teacher, we understand. Just understand. Dad touched Hong Bafu's head. You are very talented, but you are too playful. You need to get rid of this problem. You know? New. Hong Bafu looked respectful, sounded sincerely, and nodded repeatedly. Dad looked at Lan Bafu again and sighed. Your talent is actually no worse than the two of them. It's just that you can't let go. It will be a step slower. Yes, I understand. Teacher. Lan Bafu's voice trembled slightly, and he didn't know what he thought of. But tears appeared in his eyes. Hong Bafu turned his head and looked at this junior brother strangely, with a puzzled look on his face. Wasn't it just that the teacher said a few words? Why is this guy crying? Chapter 252 Dementia. The atmosphere is not quite right. Dad's tone was as if he was explaining the funeral arrangements. Something was going to happen. Su Xia was keenly aware of it. Dad is going to do something uncertain. Lan Bafu also realized it, so he couldn't help showing a sad look. During this period, Dad gave them devil training and personally taught them potions, all to pave the way for his departure. In this city, there is only one person who can make Dad leave. The elder brother Guan, who was transformed into a monster. But Guan is at the deepest point underground in the Machine Tribe base, and that area is personally guarded by the 5th level boss Mercer. It would be difficult to rescue him. Dad has hidden his strength in this city and has been operating for many years. It is impossible that he is not aware of this situation. He has never done anything in the past. Why did he suddenly take the risk tonight? Did Mercer leave? Just as Su Xia was thinking, a task that had been gray for a long time suddenly lit up in his taskbar. Mission: Abnormal Loss of Control. The current task is entering the 3rd stage. Task description: Underground in the Coral City Mechanical Tribe base. The Mechanical Tribe is trying to create a hybrid monster. Mission summary: half an hour ago, the player Sigideo used multiple maps and the information returned by the exploration team to successfully explore the correct route from Coral City to the joint camp. After dedicating the route to the city Lord Qi Lang, the personal mission was triggered. Coral Expedition Next Battle. The Machine Tribe is about to send troops to attack the joint camp, in order to complete their victory in one battle. Mercer decided to lead the army himself. In this battle, Mercer will release multiple hybrid monsters to observe their combat performance. Task requirement: notify the joint camp in advance to resolve this crisis. Task reward: active skill, Psychic Shield, X1. Advanced Pharmacist Experience Book, X1. Random 4th level Poison Formula X2. Random 3rd level Poison Formula X5. The joint camp was exposed. Su Xia's long-term worries became a reality. Fortunately, the joint camp is also in a large mountainous area in the southwest, far away from the surrounding cities. Even with the mobility of the Machine Tribe, it would take more than 17 hours for a large force to arrive from Coral City. And these 17 hours are life-saving time. It's not too late for Su Xia to rush over and inform. However, this task does not seem to be that simple. Something's wrong. Su Xia's mind was spinning rapidly. This mission was abnormally out of control because of the appearance of experimental subject number 28 underground in the Machine Tribe base. Once Mercer leaves because of the attack on the joint camp and loses his suppression, there is a high probability that Experiment 28, who has been pretending to be asleep, will take action and find an opportunity to break out of the laboratory. The strength, character, wisdom, etc. of that monster cannot be underestimated. With only Yuto left behind, he is probably no match for him. If Yuto can't stop it, and the rest of the laboratory's protective measures can't stop monster number 28, it will turn into the scene that Su Xia saw at the beginning of the mission. The entire Coral City was swallowed up by a sea of insects pouring out of the ground. But the mission requirements only asked Su Xia to notify the joint camp, but did not ask Su Xia to stop number 28. This means the mission system determined that number 28 could not escape. Why? Could it be that the protection of the underground experimental area has been upgraded during this time? Or is it that, in addition to Mercer, there are equally powerful members of the Mechanical Tribe in that area who can suppress the number 28 monster? After being wanted by the 0 Point Tavern, Su Xia can no longer use the underground safe room. She has not found any other suitable places to use the red crystal recently, and has no idea about the situation in the experimental area. Su Xia, come to the 2nd floor with me. Dad's voice interrupted Su Xia's thoughts. To Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, he has said everything that needs to be said, and it is up to them to walk the road ahead. Now, only the youngest apprentice remains. Su Xia looked at her father, saw his old and cloudy eyes, and nodded lightly. Okay. He immediately stood up, followed his father's slightly rickety body, stepped on the faded mahogany ladder, and walked up to the second floor step by step. Downstairs, Hong Bafu looked at the two figures, touched his head, and muttered, "Is there anything I can't say here? Could it be that the teacher thinks that Brother Su is talented and decides to teach him his true skills? Let him inherit the position of Master of Pharmacy. Mental? This guy is usually a little clever." But he didn't react today. On the second floor, Dad's room. Disciples cannot enter this room on weekdays. Standing at the door, I saw at a glance that the room was very messy, with various pharmaceutical materials piled in the corners, bottles and jars on the surrounding shelves, and Nua's large experimental table in the center. Dad walked to the bedside table, opened the drawer, took out a bunch of old keys, handed them to Su Xia and said, "Take them." Su Xia looked startled, knowing that it was the key to the pharmacy's door, basement, storage room and other areas. Taking it means that she has temporarily become the owner of this store. In that drawer, there was also a thick stack of real estate transfer deeds. Dad had already signed it, and was just waiting for Su Xia to sign. Anyone could see that Dad had very little control over this operation. "Teacher, the time has not come yet." Su Xia looked complicated and did not take the key. She whispered to her father, "The situation down there may not be ideal. This is the only chance." Dad shook his head and pressed the bunch of keys into Su Xia's hand. Those old hands were rough and covered with calluses of years, but they were very strong. Feeling the coldness of the keychain in her hand, Su Xia was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but said, "Teacher, actually I am." "I know." Dad looked at him deeply and said softly, "Protect your two senior brothers." Su Xia knew in her heart that her father had made up his mind. His hair has long been gray, and his back is not as straight as when he was young. His face is covered with wrinkles of the years, and his body is thin, like a candle in the wind, who does not know when it will be extinguished. For the elderly, the most precious thing is time. He couldn't wait for the next opportunity. Many people in the outside world don't understand why such a master of alchemy would stay in Coral City, a small city in the barren southwest region. At the beginning, Sanyu and others from the Bei Feng Story Club lamented that fortunately the master was willing to sell potions to them. Otherwise, they would not be able to save the people of the Scimitar organization. Only Su Xia knew that her father stayed here to find an opportunity to rescue the senior brother Guan, who was imprisoned by the mechanical tribe. The first disciple always has the deepest feelings. Dad has no descendants, so maybe he treated Guan as a child at first. But now this child has caused big troubles outside and needs the elders to step in to solve it. "Let's go. It's time to go down." Dad patted Su Xia's shoulder lightly. The action was natural, but Su Xia felt that there was something extra on her shoulder. The heaviness of the mechanical race is like a big mountain, pressing down on everyone, making them unable to breathe. Su Xia clenched the key in her hand. Her eyes were focused. She took a deep breath and made up her mind that she must do something tonight. He couldn't let his father face unknown dangers alone. But if he wanted to stay in the city to support his father, he couldn't notify the joint camp and had to let others go. When she thought of this, Su Xia immediately took action, released a bunch of nanorobots, and issued instructions. Go to 0 Point Tavern, looking for E. After receiving the instructions, these small nanorobots took action, leaving the second floor window, moving quickly in the night and darkness, and heading along the alley to their destination. The Lingyan Tavern is not far from the pharmacy and can be reached in more than 10 minutes. Su Xia put away the keys, with a heavy heart, followed her father, walked down the stairs step by step, and returned to the first floor. The father looked at the other two apprentices with a normal expression, and said in an old voice, "I will go out for a walk and practice seriously in the shop. Don't be lazy. You two guys just like to be lazy." The Hong Bafu didn't realize what was about to happen, and just muttered, "No way." Lan Bafu's eyes turned red, and he looked at Su Xia with anxiety and inquiry in his eyes, hoping to get some tips from Su Xia. Is Dad really leaving? But Su Xia lowered her eyes slightly and said nothing, as if she didn't see Lan Bafu's gaze. She quietly walked to the door and said, "Teacher, pay attention to safety. Well, keep an eye on the shop. I'll be back later." The father nodded, walked out of the store with his hands behind his hands, and looked up to the north of the city. That direction is exactly where the Machine Clan's base is. He took a step and planned to leave, but suddenly stopped and couldn't help but look back at the three apprentices, as if he wanted to remember their faces. Tears came to Lan Bafu's eyes. His eyes were red. He opened his mouth, and wanted to call his father to stay, but found that his voice was hoarse and he couldn't make any sound. He was poisoned. His tongue was numb, and he couldn't open his mouth. Obviously, it was Su Xia who did it. Not only can I not make a sound, I can't even move. My whole body is paralyzed. I can't even rush to hug my dad at this moment. I can only watch him leave. Su Xia sighed softly, walked to Lan Bafu, held his shoulders, and nodded gently to her father. This is a promise. Even if her father really can't come back, Su Xia will do her best to keep her two senior brothers. Good. Dad looked relieved, turned his head, and took steps. This time he really left. It was a very cool night, and there were no people on the street. Under the dim streetlights, the old man tried to straighten his back, as if he wanted to find a bit of the feeling of youth. His shadow was gradually lengthened, gradually moved away, and disappeared into the depths of the deep night. Su Xia sent some nanorobots out and followed her father. Once something happened to his father, he would rush over immediately. In the pharmacy, Su Xia took out an antidote and injected it into Lan Bafu. After a while, the paralysis on Lan Bafu's body began to subside. He endured the discomfort of the medicine, turned his head hard and looked at Su Xia. His eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Brother Su, is the teacher gone? Hong Bafu on the side asked in surprise. Of course the teacher has left, but it's not like he won't come back. What's going on with your expression? Su Xia nodded, her expression the same as usual. Teacher just went for a walk. He just asked me to go upstairs. He told me to go to the rich area to deliver medicine tomorrow. Really? Lan Bafu was stunned for a moment. A little shaken. He asked, Then why did you use poison on me just now? Of course I have to stop you when you look like that. Su Xia shrugged. Otherwise? Aren't you looking for scolding when you rush out? I can't let you ruin the teacher's mood for a walk. This is the same. This guy Lan Bafu is quite thoughtful and more sensitive than ordinary people, so he can sense that something is wrong. But he lacked confidence. Just as my father commented, he is a submissive person and follows what others say. He is too restrained in doing things, so breakthroughs are always slow. Su Xia could fool him into thinking with just a few words. After dealing with this guy, Su Xia began to pay attention to the situation of nanorobots in two directions. At present, the situation on Dad's side is still normal. He is walking relaxedly on the street with his hands behind his back, just like an ordinary little old man, and there is nothing unusual about him. On the other side, the nanorobot was very fast, turning left and right in the box, and came to the door of Su Xia's familiar 0 Point Tavern. Arrived at 0 Point Tavern, through the feedback of the small robot, Su Xia saw the situation in the tavern. The atmosphere is not right. The first floor of the tavern should be very lively, but now it is deserted. There are not many people drinking. There is only one waiter left behind the bar, and it looks like it is about to go bankrupt. What's going on here? Su Xia's heart moved. Could it be because of him? He controlled the nanorobot and walked through the cold corridor to the elevator in the depths. He slowly went down through the gap in the elevator and reached the underground floor. The situation underground is better than above ground and about the same as usual. In the lobby, the tasks on the screen are still jumping, and many members are selecting suitable tasks. On the surrounding seats and sofas, small groups and individuals were scattered here and there, all drinking and communicating in low voices. The atmosphere was as usual. However, Su Xia still felt a bit of a depressing atmosphere. It's still not right. Everyone was a little reserved, not as relaxed as usual, and every member's body was very tense. He is still behind the bar. Compared with before, there was a trace of sadness on his face, and the wine glass was already empty, but he suddenly didn't realize it, staring at the dark red wine bottle, and subconsciously put the empty glass to his mouth. His appearance made Su Xia even more sure that something must have happened in the tavern these days. Well, noticing the empty wine glass, he sighed silently. He opened the bottle and planned to refill it, but suddenly, on the label of the wine bottle in his hand, a few small words changed. He was startled, but quickly controlled his expression and stared at the label carefully. The words on the label quickly turned into, "Go to the wine cellar." He remained silent and slowly put down the bottle. These changing words were naturally composed of nanorobots controlled by Su Xia. Although he didn't know how Su Xia did it, he was very confident that Su Xia was back, because Su Xia had shown the same method on the night he rescued the Scimitar organization. He immediately stood up, took a bunch of keys, and said to the waiter beside him, "I'm going to the wine cellar to check on the bar. Okay. The waiter was respectful, and opened the small wooden door of the bar for E. The expression on E's face did not change as he walked out of the bar, and walked deeper into the corridor. On the way, he bumped into several men in black robes wearing black masks. Nodded slightly to each other, then passed each other, continued forward, turned a few corners, and came to an elevator entrance. He remained silent, swiped his ID card at the elevator sensor, then walked into the elevator and slowly went down. Not long after, the wine cellar arrived. Ding! The elevator door opened, but he still didn't speak. He turned on the light and walked towards the depths of the wine cellar. He walked unhurriedly and walked past the shelves where fine wines were stored for about 2 minutes. He stopped in front of a large wooden barrel where wine was stored. He took a wooden cup, turned the switch on the barrel, took a small glass of wine, put it between his nose and sniffed lightly, and then whispered, "Say a name." He wasn't sure whether it was Su Xia, so he asked. Su Xia immediately controlled the nanorobot to form a name that both of them knew on the wooden cup in his hand. Wang Xian. This name belongs to a young man who has just turned 18. The young man lived underground in the slums in the southern part of Coral City. Somewhere in the underground passage, there was a hut made of iron and plastic. That night in the slums, Su Xia was eager to find Wu Jian's family, and met several family members of the old Beifeng organization members on the way. Wang Xian is one of them. Later, Su Xia asked Yi to transfer Wu Jian's family, and also mentioned the names of several other people. Only the two of them knew these names. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Mask, it's not time to come back yet. Someone from the headquarters is here." Is the situation bad? The words on the cup suddenly changed and turned into a question. "Yes, it's pretty bad," Yi sighed. "Your friends, those members of the Beifeng Story Club, were all tortured by people from the headquarters. Are they injured?" "No, it's more serious than injuries. 2 of them have dementia." Chapter 253, Lost in Dreams. Free. These 2 words are the signature of Lincoln Tavern. The contract clearly states the words, "Follow the employee's personal wishes. If you don't want to work anymore, you can leave at any time. As long as you don't leak the secret information inside the tavern, you can terminate the contract unilaterally." It is precisely because of this attribute of free coming and going, coupled with a mysterious and powerful background, that 0 Point Tavern can stand out among the neutral organizations. If the employee is unwilling, the pub should not forcefully use any torture methods on the employee. The pub unilaterally violated the contract? After hearing Yi's words, Su Xia immediately thought of this possibility. But he said, "No, the headquarters just issued a wanted order for you. As for the people sent by the headquarters, their personal behavior has nothing to do with the tavern. The headquarters can pretend not to know for the time being. Do you understand?" He explained it very clearly. This is a classic operation. In the future, even if the news is revealed, Lingyan Tavern can still explain it by saying that the personal behavior of members does not rise to the level of the organization. Previously, Su Xia stirred up trouble in Coral City as a masked stranger. 0 Point Tavern used this excuse to deal with doubts from the outside world. But Su Xia did not violate the contract. Now, no matter who comes from the headquarters, the act of forcibly interrogating the members of the Beifeng Story Club is considered a violation of the contract. After the news is exposed, he will definitely be punished. But as long as he can find the masked stranger, he will receive great honor. Compared with that, the punishment is nothing. The headquarters obviously knew what he was doing, but only temporarily acquiesced. When she thought of this, Su Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. He continued to ask, "What kind of torture methods? Why do we become dementia?" There is also surveillance in the wine cellar. He has been carrying a surveillance probe on his back, holding a wooden cup, and walking in front of one large wooden barrel after another. It looked like he was tasting the wine in the barrel one by one. He showed no abnormality and replied in a low voice, "It's a method I've only seen in books before, called soul-taking. It's very weird. Weirder than any torture method I've ever seen." Mental shock? Su Xia thought of her vain eyes. After evolution, this skill has 2 more special abilities, one of which is visible, and the other is mental deterrence. As long as this ability is used, the creatures that look at him will feel dizzy, trance, etc. to a certain extent. He denied it and said, "No, it is stronger than mental shock, such as forcibly controlling the other party's consciousness, controlling the other party's behavior, and forcing the other party to reveal their innermost secrets. Control the rest of the creatures? This ability can also be found in experimental subject number 28 underground in the Machine Tribe base. in the possible future picture presented to Su Xia by the Abnormal Loss of Control mission. Experimental subject number 28 controlled an experimenter, letting the other party release him, and then started killing. At that time, Su Xia thought of the Imperious Curse in Harry Potter, but he didn't expect to meet someone with this ability. This method is too rare in reality. On the other side of the earth, it is said that some famous hypnosis experts can do it. But Su Xia feels that most hypnosis experts are liars, and only some suspenseful crime novels will describe them as magical. In the wine cellar, he continued to tell him, this method is very dangerous. Once something goes wrong, it will cause mental damage to the person being interrogated, and the probability of something going wrong is very high. The mental damage he mentioned is a mysterious thing. Until now, modern medicine has been powerless against most mental problems. Which two people have the problem? Su Xia frowned and controlled the nanorobot to solve this problem. The members of the Bayphone Story Club were the few friends in his world, and they were all people with ideals. Su Xia didn't want to see anything happen to any of them. He sighed. It's Amo. And a little girl named Shinyu. The two of them did not cooperate with the interrogation. They resisted fiercely when they were captured, and they suffered a mental shock. They are not recovering yet. Sure enough, there was Emo. No wonder he has a sad look on his face. He can't even protect his apprentice. What's the use of his master? Take me to see. Good. He raised his head, drank the wine in the glass, sighed, and turned around to leave. As he moved, various surveillance cameras on the top and corners of the wine cellar began to move, as if countless eyes were staring at him. Obviously, the shop owner, was having a hard time these days. He was one of the senior members, and he and Shui Lai's master had a high status in the tavern. Those people did not have the right to forcibly interrogate him, and could only monitor him all the time. He opened the elevator, and instead of going up, he continued down to the third underground floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, revealing a long dark red corridor. The lights were dim. Famous paintings hung on both sides of the corridor, and it was dark in the depths. He slowly walked to the end of the corridor, turned a corner, walked to another corridor on the right, came to the second room on this corridor, and knocked lightly on the door. Dong dong. Not long after, the door opened. This room is very large. In addition to a living room, there are 7 or 8 separate compartments inside. Almost all the members of the Bayphone Story Club are here, but there is no laughter as in the past. Most of them have sad faces. Some people are sighing on the sofa. Some are leaning against the wall and drinking silently, and some are lowering their heads and closing their eyes, as if there is a thick layer of clouds pressing down on them, over everyone's head. Bossy, are you here to see Mo? Vice President Zhu Lu raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and his condition was quite poor. He didn't have the energy that a psychic creature should have. Seeing their situation, his expression moved slightly, and he opened his mouth to speak but stopped. But thinking about the pressure at the headquarters, many words seemed to be stuck in his throat. In the end, he just sighed and asked in a low voice, is the situation getting better? Come and see. Zhu Lu shook his head weakly and opened the door of a separate compartment for E. The compartment is not big, and there is a strong smell of medicine when you open the door, perhaps because of fear of light stimulation. The top light is not turned on, and only the warm yellow lamp on the bedside table is turned on. Emo sat on the bed, his legs covered under the quilt. His face was pale. His eyes were empty, and he couldn't see any expression. Amo? Seeing her like this, Yi felt heartbroken. He called softly a few times, but Emo didn't seem to hear him at all. His godless eyes looked ahead quietly, like a puppet that had lost its soul. Ever since she suffered the mental shock of soul-taking, she has become like this. She doesn't eat or drink, and can only rely on life potions to stay alive. She has completely lost her former lively and cunning appearance. He felt sad and helpless about the situation. He no longer had the extravagant hope of raising a disciple to look after him in old age. He just wanted to see Emo get better. It's been a long time, and nothing has changed. He lowered his eyes, as if talking to himself. The same situation happened to Xinyu in the next room. That girl was one of the first members of the Bayphone Story Club that Su Xia met. The first time she did a group task. She, Yuan Hua, and Yang Liang went together. In addition to the two of them, some members of the North Wind Story Club also showed symptoms during the interrogation. It's just that those members' symptoms were not as severe. Some felt a splitting headache. which was barely relieved after resting for a long time. Others were in a trance after being interrogated. Others fell into a deep sleep and slept for dozens of hours before waking up. In short, the skill called soul capturing has its own problems. It is not a normal interrogation skill. It is a bit like the evil magic mentioned in the simulated combat system in the wreckage of the alien spacecraft. Through the feedback of the nanorobot, Su Xia saw what EMO looked like. At the same time, a series of words popped up in front of his eyes. You triggered the mission, the lost man. Accept the task? Seeing this task prompt, Su Xia did not hesitate. Immediately clicked yes, and then waited quietly. A few seconds later, a dark black task appeared in his task bar. Mission, lost man. Task description, when suffering huge mental damage, some psychic creature's own protection mechanisms will be activated to avoid damage and enter the subconscious world deep inside. Task requirement 1, lead Beifeng Story Club member EMO to leave the subconscious world. Task requirement 2, lead Xinyu to leave the subconscious world. Mission reward, defense item. Deep into the nightmare. X1, defense item, awakening eye X1. Task tip 1, you need to make a special 4th level potion called Dream Ecstasy, and use this potion to enter the subconscious world of the task target. The recipe for this potion has been automatically obtained. Please click to view. This is a very strange task. At the beginning of the mission, Su Xia was given a potion formula, which was equivalent to a direct reward to him. He clicked on the inventory, and in the last grid, there was a yellowed scroll. Click on the scroll to get the item description. Name, Lost in Dreams. Type, Auxiliary Medicine. Level 4. Description, from the starry sky. After a small civilization entered the pharmaceutical age, the pharmacist of the civilization developed this medicine. Note, the pharmaceutical age is similar in concept to the steam age, electronic age, cyber age, etc., and is a possibility for the development of civilization. In the starry sky, countless civilizations have been addicted to drugs, using drugs to develop the spiritual world of living things, embarking on the opposite path to exploring the material world. Most of this kind of civilization ended very early, and only a few entered the interstellar age. There was once a planet that entered the pharmaceutical age. More than half of the intelligent creatures took drugs all day long and were in a trance or crazy all day long. The social order collapsed, and the civilization disintegrated. In less than 100 years, it completely collapsed and entered a period of irreversible decline. These items from the stars always come with a little story in their descriptions or notes. Every time she saw this kind of story, Su Xia would look forward to the distant starry sky above her head and wanted to travel to deep space early to see those weird and special civilizations. For the 4th level potion, I can ask those 2 guys to help me refine it. It has been some time since she became a 3rd level pharmacist. Su Xia has been digesting the pharmacist's experience book, but she is still short of becoming a 4th level pharmacist. Among the prizes for this abnormal loss of control part 3 mission, there is a senior pharmacist experience book, which may be an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough. He controlled the nanorobots, arranged them in Yi's hands, and asked him to go see Xinyu. Yi was very cooperative and immediately left the room and went to another cubicle. Xinyu's situation is similar to Yimo's. Her face was pale, and her eyes were dull. No matter how she called her, she got no response. She sat motionless on the bed, like a downed android. Alas! The 2 of them are too stubborn and still refuse to cooperate with the interrogation. This matter must be exposed. Now is not the time. Yi leaned against the door with a sad expression. The headquarters didn't say anything. They just hope that the investigators here can solve the problem quickly. As long as they can find and kill you. Any negative news, well, they will all be suppressed by the heat of the news of your death. Looks like they were disappointed. It's not like they found nothing. They basically investigated everything you did during this period and connected them together. They concluded that you might be hiding in a certain rebel camp. According to their speculation, you seek refuge with Commander Beifeng, and hiding in the Oasis camp is most likely. Yi's voice was very low, trying to reveal the information he knew so that Su Xia could make a judgment. With that said, he slowly exited Xinyu's room. Xiulu walked forward, looking tired, and asked, Bossy, do you have any idea? Yi shook his head. Not yet. Is the mask back? Xiulu lowered his voice, his eyes bloodshot, looking at Yi with a glimmer of hope. But he still shook his head, saying that he didn't know where Su Xia had been during this time. Perhaps, as the legend says, he has changed his name and lived under a different identity. No, Definitely not, Zhu Lu murmured in a low voice. I know the character of the mask. Faced with this kind of thing, he will never compromise. One day he will come back. Maybe. He was non-committal. And after looking around, asked him, Where is Sanyu? Isn't he your boss? Why isn't he here? Zhu Lu's expression darkened. He went to the headquarters to ask for an explanation. He's face changed slightly and asked, When did you go? More than 10 minutes ago. You should have stopped him. He immediately ended the topic, walked out of the room quickly, and walked towards the area where people came from the headquarters. Does he know the temper of those in the headquarters? Sanyu went alone and was weak. So what explanation could he get? The other party probably only responded to him with cold eyes and fists. He quickly walked to the elevator, took out his ID card, opened a secret elevator, and went all the way down to the 4th floor below. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, revealing another deep and cold dark red corridor. Turn left at the end of the corridor, which is the area where people from the headquarters live. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard a bang. A figure hit the wall at the corner of the two corridors. He was in a mess, covered in blood, and struggled to get up. Cough, 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 cough. Upon closer inspection, that person was none other than Sanyu. His face was pale, and he coughed violently while covering his collapsed chest. Every time he coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his bloodshot eyes stared at the depths of another corridor, with reluctance written all over his face. Yi secretly thought something was wrong, so he hurried over and shouted, Stop! This is inside the tavern. You can't attack the tavern members. Of course, this was not said to Sanyu, but to remind people at the headquarters. He supported Sanyu and felt it carefully. Fortunately, the injuries were not serious, just bleeding from the lungs and more than a dozen broken bones. He just needs to be nursed back to health. Why do you want to do it? He lowered his face and looked at another corridor. There were 6 rooms on the left and right of that corridor. The door of one of the rooms opened, and the person who just did it was standing at the door. It was a middle-aged man with cold eyes and a cold expression. He said lightly, This person interferes with our investigation and should be beaten. The middle-aged man did not hide his psychic fluctuations at all, and his aura was so impressive that he turned out to be a 5th-level psychic creature. If he strikes again, he won't be able to bear it. But he did not dodge or take a step back. He directly looked into the middle-aged man's eyes and said in a deep voice, This is not the case in the tavern treaty. You break the rules directly. Chapter 254. Sumi? The corridor is dark, with dim lights on both sides. The wall around the corner was splattered with Sanyu's blood, as was the carpet. The warm blood penetrated deeply into the carpet, and the dark red carpet became more bloody, as if it had been dyed again. The man stood at the door with indifferent eyes. He didn't pay attention to Yi, the store manager of the branch, and said calmly, Rules? You and I are both sensible people, so don't talk about rules. Do the rules of the tavern mean nothing to you? He was obviously angry. The seriously injured Sanyu in front of him reminded him of his still demented apprentice Imo. When he thought of Imo's demented appearance, his heart ached. He supported Sanyu, looked at the man with a sullen face, and said word by word, It was the first time I hurt my apprentice, the second time I hurt Shinyu, and the third time I hurt Sanyu. It can only happen 3 times. I will do it. Report this to headquarters. Huh? Report to the headquarters? The man smiled lightly, his expression still so indifferent, and he didn't take this matter to heart at all. He waved his hand and threw out a black card. The card spun rapidly in the air, like a sharp blade, and stuck straight into the wall of the corridor beside Yi. On that card was written the phone number of the headquarters. This is a very direct mockery. His meaning was obvious, asking Yi to report quickly, and he just stood here waiting. Over at the headquarters, the department that handles branch reporting affairs is named Fan Lu. He looked at Yi and said, That's me. What do you want to report to me? Anger rose in Yi's chest, and he clenched his fists. He didn't expect this man to be so shameless. He had been staying in Coral City for many years, and had never returned to the headquarters. He never thought that the director of that department had actually been replaced. This person's name was clearly not on the documents and messages sent before. The long-term marginalization has derailed him and the headquarters, and many information are not well informed. But he knew that the hunting of masked strangers should be done by the members below. Fan Lu is already in a high position, and is a member of the core layer of the tavern. He does not need the prestige brought by hunting masked weirdos. But he actually ran from the headquarters in person to the branch in this small city in the southwest. Domineering and blessing. Since he doesn't need prestige, does he need the hundreds of millions in bounty? Probably not needed either. With his status, there are many ways to make money. He doesn't even have to make money himself. Someone will think of ways to give him money. He just needs to think of how to refuse. Yi suddenly thought that among the investigation team from the headquarters, there was a young man with similar facial features to Fan Lu. And he might be his descendant. This is to support future generations. The feat of hunting down masked monsters is enough for his descendants to be trained by the tavern in the next few years, and quickly promoted to the core level of the tavern. Just for your descendants? Yi suppressed his anger and looked directly at Fan Lu. Fake public benefit for personal gain. Sooner or later, the reputation of the tavern will be defeated by insects like you. How? Fan Lu smiled and responded. How do you think you and Shui Lai got the position of store manager? At that time, your two brothers were still junior, and had not yet become level 4 creatures. Shui Lai had just become the store manager a few months ago. As a 4th level creature, if it weren't for your master's sake, would the shopkeepers in these two cities get the two of you in turn? As he spoke, he stretched out his finger, pointed at the ground, and sneered. Do you know where this place is? This is Coral City, which is the most important city in the southwest region of the Machine Clan. With your strength and qualifications at the time, why were you sent here? He didn't know how to respond to these words. At 0 Point Tavern, the rules for dispatching branch owners are actually similar to those of the Machine Clan. Every branch owner in a small city must have certain qualifications, and his strength must reach level 4 or above. Otherwise, he will not be able to control his subordinates. This rule is not written down in writing, but everyone knows it. Over the years, there have been few exceptions. The two brothers Yi and Shui Lai were an exception. At that time, both of them were 3rd level creatures, but they both became shopkeepers, and one of the cities was Coral City. At that time, neither of them thought much about it. After all, the southwest region had always been barren and had few resources. It was not a wealthy region in the southeast. The shopkeepers who were sent there were basically weak. Neither of them thought that their master was operating in it. Wherever there are people who are sophisticated, Fan Lu said coldly. Think about it carefully. You have been enjoying life here for so many years. You can't learn nothing at all. After he finished speaking, a flash of blue light suddenly flashed in his cold eyes, which was so blue that it seemed to be staring from the depths of his soul. Yi, who looked at him, couldn't react in time. He grunted and took half a step back as if he had been hit hard. His vision went dark for a moment. He immediately activated his psychic shield and entered a defensive state. But when he saw clearly again, Fan Lu had already walked back to the room and even closed the door, leaving only an empty and dark corridor for Yi. The contempt was self-evident. At that moment, if he had wanted to take action, Yi and Sanyu would have been dead. Boss Yi, are you okay? Sanyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked him hurriedly. It's okay. Bastard. Yi shook his head, suppressed his anger, took a deep look at the room, and said, Let's go back first. The momentary power that gave him a headache and dizziness just now was the soul-capturing skill. However, when interrogating Xingyu and others, Fan Lu focused on intimidation and control. But when dealing with level 4 creatures like Yi, Fan Lu focused on attacking. He used this strange power very skillfully. Yi supported Sanyu and walked slowly to the elevator entrance, swiped his card to open the elevator, and went all the way up. The underground world of the tavern is very quiet, and there is no one else. In normal times, members of the North Wind Story Club would not be eligible to come underground. But these are extraordinary times. When he sent Sanyu back to the room where the Beifeng Story Club was, many members in the room exclaimed, Boss Chang, which bastard beat you like this? President, are you okay? Brother Chang, lie down quickly and drink 2 healing potions first. Sanyu looked really miserable. Normally, he has always been a handsome and patient big brother. He was the strongest in the story gathering and rarely suffered any injuries. In the southwest region, except for 1 or 2 level 4 creatures in each city, Sanyu's level 3.6 psychic power is already a top master. But today, his chest was collapsed. He was covered in blood, and his left hand was broken. He was coughing up blood constantly, taking in too much air and not giving out enough. He looked like he was going to die soon. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago from such an injury. Quick! Take out all the healing potions. Xu Lu, who had always been calm, was a little panicked. He was in a hurry, carrying the medicine box, taking out a lot of healing medicines, and throwing them all into Sanyu regardless of whether they were useful or not. Sanyu lay on the sofa, waved his hands helplessly and said, "It's okay. I won't die yet. What does this small injury mean? Is this a minor injury? The broken ribs are pierced into the lungs." Zhulu took a deep breath, stared at him and said, "Brother Chang, you can't fall down now. Brothers need you." Sanyu nodded. "I know. Don't worry." Zhulu asked, "Did those bastards over at the headquarters do it?" "Yes. Damn it. No action is allowed inside the tavern. They came after the mask for this," Zhulu said through gritted teeth. "Now he almost beat you to death." "What does that mean? If Bossy hadn't discovered it, your injuries would never have survived. It won't be long." "Yeah." Yang Liang next to him was angry and punched the table. "Why? Just because people from his headquarters have privileges? Bossy! This matter must be reported to the headquarters." Yuan Hua was furious, gritted his teeth, and begged Yi, "They have killed me. The headquarters cannot ignore this matter." During this period of time, the entire registered members of the Coral City branch were holding back, and everyone was living at a loss. Su Xia had already noticed it when she came to the tavern just now. The depressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Many members have been interrogated by the headquarters investigation team, and those from the North Wind Story Club have been targeted the most. They were suffocating in their hearts. They almost exploded when something happened to Yamo and Shinyu. But they still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that the investigation team could give an explanation and cure the two of them. Today, Sanyu went to ask for an explanation, but was beaten like this. Everyone couldn't bear it any longer. Their anger surged, and they all looked at Yi. "Bossy! What are you waiting for?" Yuan Hua looked ugly and pointed at the cubicle. "Amo has become like this. How can you still bear it? Bossy! Call the headquarters. They've gone too far. The headquarters can't let them do whatever they want." The headquarters, in the hearts of most members, is still a place that upholds beliefs such as freedom and fairness. Although they had never been to the headquarters, when they encountered this kind of thing, they immediately thought of seeking help there. But he raised his head and sighed, looked at the angry crowd, and asked, "Do you know the identity of the leader of this investigation team? That is, Fan Lu? Isn't he an investigator from the headquarters?" "No. Ordinary investigators are not level 5 creatures." He moved his eyes, glanced at Sanyu who was recovering, and said, "Tell them." Sanyu looked helpless and nodded. "Okay." Later, Sanyu briefly explained what happened when he went to find those people. In fact, the process is simple. Those people regarded him as an ant and did not want to give any explanation at all. When he entered the room, everyone in the room seemed not to see him, and everyone was doing their own thing. After a while, Fan Lu finally answered a few of his questions casually. As for the injuries of Yamo and Shinyu, Fan Lu said it had nothing to do with him. He was just doing his job. Hearing that cold reply, Sanyu was very angry. Obviously, this kind of thing has happened before. Fan Lu knew the harm that soul-catching skill would cause to other people, but he didn't care at all. He never even thought about how to turn those demented people back to consciousness. When Sanyu asked him if there was any way, he just said lightly, "The person is not dead. He just became a fool." After saying that, Fan Lu was about to drive Sanyu out. But Sanyu refused to leave and insisted on asking for an explanation. After that, it was the scene Yi saw. Fan Lu was also a ruthless man who had killed countless people. He had rich fighting experience and was extremely quick with his actions. He severely injured Sanyu almost instantly, but Sanyu was unable to fight back. He picked up Sanyu's broken body and threw him around the corner of the corridor as if he were throwing away garbage. As for why he dared to act like this, Sanyu looked at the brother's eyes and slowly revealed Fan Lu's identity. Even if he calls the headquarters now, what's the use? People just answer the phone. Moreover, the headquarters, knowing Fan Lu's identity and allowing him to personally lead the investigation team, had obviously tacitly allowed him to do some excessive things here. After listening, Yang Liang couldn't help it anymore. He punched the door and cursed. "Damn it! The contract I signed is just like waste paper. I feel uncomfortable staying in this damn place. Let's go! Yes! Let's go to Commander Beifeng. The commander has thousands of people who can beat him. If that bastard dares to chase him, he can beat him to the point where his mother won't recognize him." The crowd was so excited that everyone could no longer hold back and shouted angrily. The unique contract of 0 Point Tavern did not restrict their freedom. They could leave as long as they kept it secret. But now, they are like a group of prisoners, locked in this underground area, unable to see the sun, waiting for long interrogations day after day. Let's go! Let's go now! Do those people dare to stop us? The North Wind Story Club was originally established in the name of North Wind. Every member follows Commander Beifong as their standard of conduct, and each member has a commander doll. Through the nanorobot, Su Xia heard the voices of these guys, and couldn't help but become speechless. How could he have thousands of people under his command? The entire Beifong organization has only more than 400 official members, plus more than 100 external players. The total is only more than 500 people. This small number of people, placed on a large-scale frontal battlefield, would be gone in one round of artillery fire, adding the manpower trained by Blue Light, White Horse, and Blue Bird's personal organizations, plus the soldiers trained by the Oasis camp itself. We can bring out a battle of several thousand people. However, since the defeat of Enlon and the spread of those pictures, the outside world has generally believed that Commander Beifong is the leader of the entire Oasis camp. As everyone knows, the Oasis camp is just a temporary gathering place. In the room, San Yu waved his hand to signal the angry people to be quiet. He endured the severe pain all over his body, sat up from the sofa, and asked Yi, "Bossy, is your master still in charge of things now?" Hearing this, Yi gave a wry smile, shook his head and said, "My master left the tavern very early. He just had a false title and didn't care about anything at all. He hasn't shown up for an unknown period of time, and his phone number can't be reached. Now he maybe watched those young girls on a beach somewhere in the southeastern coastal area." His master had long since stopped caring about the life and death of his disciples. A few years ago, in the ruins before the war, Yi's junior sister was killed by Wang Tung. At that time, he went to find his master, but his master just said that life and death were fateful. Recently, Wang Tung came to Coral City to fight a masked stranger. He originally wanted to cooperate with Su Xia, so he blocked the other mercenary masters and asked Su Xia to kill Wang Tung for him. He had told Su Xia about this when he was underground in the slum, but he did not expect that Su Xia was now wanted by the entire tavern. But Wang Tung was still clamoring in the wilderness. As time passed, his prestige became higher and higher, and the number of mercenaries gathered under him gradually increased, becoming the real mercenary king. At this time, he suddenly felt itchy on his wrist. He raised his wrist and saw Su Xia form two more lines of words. "Let them calm down. Emo and Shin, you can save them. Temporarily deal with the people of the investigation team. As for Fan Lu, he will pay the price." Chapter 255 Dad's Past. Can it be saved? Seeing these two words, Yi felt relaxed. "It would be great if I could save you." Yi clenched his fists. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted his apprentice to return to his former lively and happy self. Emo's current demented appearance made him heartbroken. He only hated himself as a master who was not strong enough or knowledgeable enough, and was really useless. He did not doubt Su Xia's words. In the outside world, many people believe that masked monsters are lawless, do things without taboos, and follow their own desires. They can kill whoever they want and attack any force they want, without considering the consequences. But he knew that Su Xia had his own principles for doing things, and at least he would not deceive his friends on such a critical issue. As for Fan Lu, does Su Xia really have a way to deal with him? Yi thought about the big commotion in Su Xia Fish Scale City last time. Judging from the photos of the scene afterwards, even the 5th level creatures could not cause that much damage. Normal level 5 creatures cannot escape the mammoth pursuit of the mechanical tribe. Looking at the second line of words, Yi could almost think of Su Xia's indifferent tone. He couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart. Could it be that Su Xia's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching a level that he could hardly imagine? Hope so. If he was strong enough, Yi could not wait to kill that bastard Fan Lu himself. "Everyone, please be quiet. I've thought of a way. Let's just endure it for a few more days," Yi said to everyone in the room, following Su Xia's instructions. He first stabilized them and kept them inside the tavern. He knew that letting these people leave might cause unnecessary trouble to Su Xia outside. Hearing this, everyone was startled, and after a moment of silence, they all looked at Yi. Now that the right time, place, and people are not on their side, what can he do? "Bossy, what can you do?" Zhu Lu asked. "We have known each other for many years. Please don't lie to everyone." "Yeah, don't help that damn guy. I know Mr. E is not that kind of person. Yuan Hua also said. They were afraid that Yi would have to compromise due to pressure from the tavern headquarters. After all, Yi still carries the title of branch owner, which is honor and status, as well as responsibility and restraint. As long as he is in this huge organization, he is not free and is restricted everywhere. Sometimes he must make concessions, unless he is willing to break the contract and fall out with the headquarters. In my opinion, let's go! If we unilaterally terminate the contract with the tavern today, I don't believe that the tavern really dares to stop us. A member with strong strength said. The tavern's contract is maintained by its reputation over the years. If they dare to take action, everyone's contract will become useless paper. What will other members think? Who will dare to join the tavern in the future? That's right. Let's go. I've had enough of this crappy place. No. Listen to me. Yi took a deep breath, looked deeply, and said solemnly, now that they are gone, what will happen to AMO and Xingyu? But what can we do if we stay? Bossy! Will those people come to rescue me? Wait a minute, he said in a deep voice. I have been running a tavern for many years, and I still have some connections. There is no need to find my teacher. In the past few days, I will bypass Fan Lu and ask internal core members to put pressure. I'll give you a result. At the same time, he also mentioned a possibility. If the people from the North Wind Story Club really want to leave, the tavern will definitely agree to it in front of the other tavern members. At least, they will agree on the surface. But it's hard to say how they will deal with it secretly. After leaving the tavern, where else can you go? He asked them. Are you really going to defect to Commander Beifeng? That commander is far away in the wilderness. The recent disturbances have stated that all resistance organizations have moved. It may have entered the large mountainous area in the southwest. The large mountainous area in the southwest, with its high mountains and ridges, and towering ancient trees, had been sparsely visited even before the war. Even if a professional explorer walks in, it is easy to get lost, wandering around and unable to get out. In the end, he cannot wait for rescue and dies in the boundless mountain forest, and even his body cannot be found. There are not 100 but 50 cases of various mysterious disappearances every year. After the advent of psychic energy, many beasts evolved and became stronger and more terrifying. The roars of wild beasts can often be heard in the periphery, and there may even be insect nests hidden in them. Normal people will basically end up with no bones left if they enter. It became a desperate situation. Brother Chong knows the old address of the Oasis camp. We can go there first, Yuan Hua said. The commander must have left a liaison officer. What if Fan Lu intercepts you in China? He asked. How dare he do this? What do you think? He asked back. Everyone knew what Fan Lu had done during this period. As long as he could find out the whereabouts of the masked stranger, there was nothing that Fan Lu wouldn't dare to do. Here, I can barely guarantee your safety. He looked at everyone. After leaving here, Fan Lu has no restrictions. The headquarters will tacitly allow him to do anything. Our concealment capabilities are very strong. He may not be able to find us. Yuan Hua still wanted to leave. So he said, everyone came from a tavern, and they were all killers in their early years. In terms of concealment and tracking ability, how bad can Fan Lu be? He told a very cruel reality. But the others had to admit it. If they really terminated the contract unilaterally, they would be in danger from the moment they walk out of the tavern. Once they are caught by Fan Lu and his men, what awaits them is not only the soul-capturing skill, but also something more painful and terrifying. They will be worse off than dead. At this time, Sanyu spoke again and asked on behalf of the others. Bossy, how long do we have to wait? The word 7 appeared on his wrist, and he replied, 7 days. At most 7 days. I will definitely give you an answer. Good. During this period, if you have any ideas, you can come up with it. But you must not leave the tavern. Yes, we haven't reached the last step yet. Chong Yu endured the severe pain in his body and said, Bossy, please go and ask a pharmacist. That master may be able to cure AMO and Xiao Yu. Dad? Yes, it's that master. This is the best solution San Yu can think of at the moment. The master was at least a 5th-level pharmacist with superb skills that was unparalleled in the southwest region. He did not reject people like them who were close to the resistance organization, and often provided them with high-level medicines. As long as the injured person is still breathing, even if only half of his body is left, the master can save him. Okay, I'll go ask the master right away. He solemnly promised. It's still early. It's not even 10 o'clock in the evening. and the pharmacy should not be closed yet. There is also information about this master in the underground file vault of Lingian Tavern. Dad was usually too low-key, and he almost never had conflicts with anyone. His understanding of potions was rarely disclosed, so the description of him in the information was limited. The strength is not weak. The medicine method is extremely strong, and the 4th level creatures are invincible. In the tavern's information, this sentence was written at the beginning, which left a certain impression on EE. The data also recorded the only time Dad took action. It was on a trip to purchase materials. Dad set off from Coral City and went to White Shark City, a large city in the north, to find a supplier of insect materials. Many medicines require the use of insect organs, blood, SH, LS and other tissue materials, which are used very quickly, especially when the Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu are just getting started and starting devil training. At that time, the underground warehouse of the pharmacy was not so rich, and many materials were not enough. So Dad had to go and purchase them himself. While passing through a hilly area, Dad was attacked by a group of powerful mercenary organizations. The leader of the mercenary organization was a 4th level creature with extremely strong strength. He accepted the order from the mechanical tribe and served as a human city lord for a period of time. However, because he was not used to being a human city lord, he felt uncomfortable and began to live a life of robbing families and homes. He got himself a robbery permit and began to license legal robbery in the wilderness. We all know that pharmacists are very rich. After seeing his father's car, the 4th level mercenary leader decided to do something big. However, when he was lurking behind the hills with more than 100 of his men, a burst of white mist suddenly floated between the hills, wisps of blurry mist, surrounding it in all directions. Not long after, the breeze blew and the white mist dissipated, leaving only putrid blood and sizzling bones in that area. That's a poisonous fog. More than 100 wandering mercenaries were all dead. From beginning to end, Dad was sitting in the passenger seat of the car and had no idea how he acted. This terrifying scene happened to be seen by a tavern killer who had completed his mission at that time. He was so horrified that his scalp went numb and he hid far away. After returning, he immediately reported it to the tavern. The information reads: high-level pharmacists can kill people invisible, unless under special circumstances. Do not make enemies with them. The tavern branch in Coral City is not far from Dad's pharmacy. Sometimes, when he goes out for a stroll in the morning, he will meet his father buying breakfast. But he can't see any sense of danger in his father. A short and thin old man, wearing a pair of small round glasses, gray hair, and an old yellow vest, looked like he could be blown over by a gust of wind. With this image, he felt that he could knock it down with one finger, but he really couldn't connect it with the ruthless person recorded in the data. That shot was just seen, he thought. Secretly, how many times were there unseen? In the early years, when the pharmacy was first established, there was nothing. Dad had to go around looking for material suppliers by himself, often traveling between cities and across the vast wilderness. Under normal circumstances, businessmen will hire bodyguards to protect their safety when traveling between cities. Most of the killers at Lingian Tavern have multiple jobs. Many of them also work as bodyguards, protecting people during the day and killing people at night. But Dad is different from other businessmen. He rarely needs bodyguards. An ordinary driver is enough. There will always be blind wandering mercenaries who plan to rob him, but in the end they're gone. He analyzed that the number of people who died at the hands of his father over the years was conservatively estimated to be in 4 figures. One hand can save people with life potion, and the other hand can kill people with poison. He is so powerful and elegant that he can go anywhere in the world. Even Su Xia and the 2 Beatitudes, who were disciples, didn't know about this deed. The information reads: maybe he has become a 6th level pharmacist, standing at the top of the planet's medicine refining journey. As for the tavern, people were sent to contact Dad, but in the end nothing came of it. Dad didn't want to go into the tavern to do anything, even if the tavern is willing to give a large amount of money, land, spiritual resources, and a very high status, and also offers to let Dad know some top secret information about this planet, even related to entering the starry sky. Dad will not. I was moved. My mentality was natural, and I was very calm. At that time, Lingian Tavern hinted to Dad in a subtle way that there was a very bright pharmaceutical civilization in the starry sky, which would allow Dad to go further on this road. They thought that Dad would definitely be tempted, but they still miscalculated. This is the master's mentality. He sighed, thinking about what was recorded in the information. and planned to leave the room, go to the pharmacy to find his father, and ask his father to help save people. But at this time, another line of small words appeared on his wrist. I need the tavern's intelligence network. He looked stern when he saw this line of text. What does the mask want this for? As a neutral organization, 0 Point Tavern's intelligence network is quite strong. It knows not only top-secret information about the human race, but also a large amount of information about the machine race. There are many documents worth thousands of dollars stored in the database. In this era, mastering intelligence and information is equivalent to mastering money and resources. Su Xia did not forget the reason for looking for Yi this time and replied. The Machine Clan sent troops to attack the human race's joint camp. I suspect that more than one city sent troops, and other surrounding cities may also participate. I need you to help me deliver the message and notify the joint camp. What? The machine race sends troops to attack the human race? He frowned so hard that he almost frowned into the character. Sichuan. Haven't all the human resistance organizations recently moved? Especially the joint camp. The latest information indicates that the joint camp was moved under the leadership of an old professor in Longcheng. And the location is absolutely safe. That was an old professor from Longcheng. It is synonymous with being highly respected, knowledgeable, and knowledgeable. For such a big boss, he must be careful when choosing a location. If the location of the camp had not been informed by insiders, it would have been difficult to find the Lingdian Tavern. In order to facilitate the exchange of supplies and information, and out of trust in 0 Point Tavern, a neutral organization, the joint camp agreed that core members of 0 Point Tavern can communicate with each other. He leaned against the door and asked in a low voice, Mask, are you sure? Su Xia replied, Sure. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, I will give 50,000 yuan as a reward for information transmission. Okay. I'll find someone to contact them right now. Time was running out, and there was no room for doubt. So Yi immediately took action. The mechanical clan sends troops. This is a big event. Take action at this time. Wait for the large force to arrive, which will be tomorrow night, and organize it again. And you can launch the attack at midnight tomorrow. The last time, the Scimitar organization was wiped out in the middle of the night. It was also in the middle of the night when the old Beifeng organization was attacked. The mechanical race is well aware of the human race's work and rest habits, and does not give them any time to react. As soon as it strikes, it is a thunderous strike, which moves like wind and fire, is unstoppable, and can crush everything. The joint camp has no chance of winning. Once a war breaks out, the machine race will definitely win. The only thing that can be done now is to trade time for space and retreat immediately. He accessed the intelligence network as a shopkeeper and sent a message to the 0 Point Tavern branch closest to the joint camp. The machine tribe is taking action to warn the human joint camp. Chapter 256. The crisis is coming. The night was high. The clouds were thick, and there was not a trace of moonlight. This cold night seemed extremely long. In the southwest region of the mainland, the secret branches of 0 Point Tavern lit up, like twinkling stars, connected to form an invisible network. And countless confidential information was passed on and circulated on this network. Mechanical race action. Warning human race joint camp. Estimated hands on time. An extremely important piece of news, as if it had wings, quickly flew to the branch of the tavern closest to the joint camp. This tavern branch is located in the mountainous area of the southwest. It has a small number of people. There are only a few people all year round. It has been used as a transfer station, supply station, temporary resting point, etc. for a long time. In normal times, this division might have been inactive for several months. But not long ago, Shursishi came out of Dragon City, united more than 20 small resistance organizations, formed a joint camp, and moved deep into the mountainous area. The tavern branch sent people to contact Shursishi, hoping to obtain the right to transfer materials to the joint camp. After some haggling, Shursishi agreed. He knew that Lingdian Tavern, a neutral organization, catered to both ends. It could make money from both the human race and the machine race, but it would keep it strictly confidential and would not ruin its own brand. Happy to work with. Thus, a contract was signed, and the tavern branch received partial rights to enter and exit the joint camp. Tonight, after receiving the news, the people in this branch took it seriously and took action immediately. It's strange. The joint camp moved here not long ago. The location is secret. How did the machine tribe find out? The person in charge of the tavern branch was full of questions. Is there a traitor among them? The undead are coming. And the Zerg are also acting quietly in secret. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. The human race has more hope than before. How could a traitor appear at this time? It is really confusing. Although it is a neutral organization, the person in charge of this tavern branch is a human being, and his heart is still towards the human race. Even if the human race cannot win for the time being, he hopes to maintain this state of confrontation between the two races for a long time, and does not want to see the day when the human race is completely reduced to the captive slaves of the mechanical race. The joint camp is very important to the Terran resistance in the southwest and cannot be lost. As long as this camp develops smoothly, it will be like a nail driven into the heart of the mechanical tribe in the southwest region. The person in charge of the tavern set off with the news. He was like a nimble ape in the mountains and forests. He was extremely fast. The knight could not slow down his actions. He was very cautious. He was worried that there were traitors in the camp, so he did not send a message directly. He planned to see Shirsishi before talking. When he arrived, he found that the joint camp was peaceful and people were coming and going. Looks like they haven't heard from the rest of the direction. He stood outside the camp and took a quick look and found that no emergency measures had been activated in the camp. Children were playing hide and seek in the night. Adults were busy building more houses. Pharmacies, repair shops, material stores and other shops were still open, with bright lights. As usual, without even a hint of panic. This made the person in charge of the tavern wonder who passed on the news of the attack of the mechanical tribe. Could it be that there are traitors within the machine clan? Have the two sides started a spy war? The machine tribe can infiltrate the human race. After all, they control so many cities of the human race and can easily cultivate a group of traitors. But it is much more difficult for the human race to infiltrate the machine tribe. Is Master Shirsishi here? I have something very important to tell him. The person in charge of the tavern entered the camp, came to the central area, and found the guard of the meeting hall to ask. He had just visited the main departments of the camp. Shirsishi was not there, and about half of the leaders of other small organizations were also not there. The master has left, the guard replied. Leaving temporarily? The person in charge of the tavern asked. No. An expedition team in Dragon City has disappeared in the distant mountains. The master has set off with a group of people to look for it. I don't know when he will come back. The guard answered truthfully. Through communication, the person in charge learned that Shirsishi and others had been gone for several days. That rescue team has lost contact with the joint camp, and its situation is now unknown. This made him feel more worried. Why did something go wrong at such a critical moment? Who is in charge of the joint camp now? He asked. The leaders of several organizations are temporarily in charge. I will take you to see them. Okay. Hurry up. Time is running out. The joint camp was newly established and could no longer operate independently as in the past. Various departments were set up imitating Dragon City. The manpower of each organization was broken up and reorganized, and many things were still being adjusted. After Shirsishi left, the people in charge of the camp were Lu Ba, Hu Yen, and Qin Guang for the time being. They were all former leaders of a resistance organization and had experience in management, and now they have become ministers of important departments in the joint camp. The most senior person is Lu Ba, who was once the leader of an organization called Black Bear, and had communicated with Su Xia in the conference hall of the Oasis camp. At that time, Su Xia pointed out that Li Yun, the leader of the Clouded Leopard organization, was an undead. But Lu Ba, Ms. Lu Yi and others stood by Li Yun, believing that Su Xia was overworked and identified the problem. When the head of the tavern branch saw him, Lu Ba was frowning at an architectural drawing, obviously thinking about the expansion of the camp. Mr. Li, what's the matter? Lu Ba looked at the person in charge of the tavern, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. It was already so late, and people from the tavern usually wouldn't come if they didn't make an appointment in advance. The person in charge of the tavern is named Li Sanguang. He looked solemn, nodded, and handed the news from Coral City to Lu Ba. Seeing the words on the note, Lu Ba's heart sank. His expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Li, is the news reliable? Li Sanguang shook his head. I don't know. I'm only responsible for delivering messages. You should make preparations early. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lu Ba held the message tightly and hurriedly contacted the other camp managers. Perhaps because of his inner anxiety, there was obvious cold sweat on his forehead, and he walked around the room, knowing that the joint camp was at a critical moment. Soon, Hu Yen, Qin Guang, Li Yun and others hurried over. Even though the night was dark, through the lights, one could vaguely see the panic and worry on everyone's faces. As soon as they saw Lu Ba, they asked, "Brother Lu, is the news true? What's going on? How could the machine tribe know our location? Is there any other information? Calm down, everyone. If we all panic, what will happen to the other members of the camp?" The pressure from the mechanical tribe was too great, and it was impossible not to be nervous. Everyone present was once the leader of a small organization. Over the years, the organization they led had been moving around like rats in the wilderness. They were suppressed and beaten by the mechanical tribe. Even the small patrol soldiers of the mechanical tribe did not dare to move. Only legendary organizations like Bei Feng were the only ones who dared to face the machine race several times. Therefore, Commander Bei Feng's reputation would only grow higher and higher. When thinking of Commander Bei Feng, someone suddenly focused on Li Yun. At the beginning, in the meeting hall of the Oasis camp, Commander Bei Feng said that the location of the joint camp was at risk of exposure. But they did not believe it at the time. They had great trust in the masters from Dragon City and believed that the risk of exposure was very small. They even asked the Oasis camp to provide their new location. Under Su Xia's instruction, Xiong Wei withstood the pressure and did not give them the address of the new Oasis camp. Therefore, the meeting between the two parties that day was not too pleasant. "Why are you all looking at me?" Li Yun's heart skipped a beat, feeling that something was wrong with the way everyone looked at him. In fact, after the meeting that day, the people in the joint camp became a little wary of him and Chan Rui. They often feel that someone is watching them secretly. After all, he was Commander Bei Feng, and he had a high status in the hearts of many members of the joint organization. Even though many people did not believe him because of Shirshishi, some people still trusted him. In other words, the big golden retriever dog raised by Ms. Lu Yi is a little more free, and few people are staring at him. But it also made the three of them uncomfortable. Because of this, the three of them had to find Sijideo and join forces with Sijideo to explore the route from Coral City to the joint camp. Without that meeting, they would have wanted to monopolize the reward for betraying the joint camp. "I am also from the joint camp. Everyone, how many years have we known each other?" Li Yun suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said loudly, "We have fought side by side. Do you really think I am that kind of traitor?" At this time, speaking loudly does not sound guilty. Li Yun tried his best to act calm, but he was also thinking in his heart, why did the mechanical clan over there just set off and receive the news here? Could he really have been exposed? "Old Li, don't think too much. We don't mean that," Hu Yin spoke up. This middle-aged man also has high qualifications and has been friends with Li Yun for many years. "Yes, the top priority is to move immediately," Qin Guan said. "While there is still time, take away everything you can." Fortunately, the issue of exposure was considered when selecting the site. Without conclusive evidence, even if they have doubts, they can't say anything. The lights in the room were bright, and everyone looked at the map. The atmosphere was tense, and they began to discuss where to go for refuge. There were several retreat plans at the beginning, but now it seems that they are not stable enough and time is too tight. They trusted the confidentiality of the tavern, so they did not avoid Li Sanguang. After all, the news of the mechanical tribe's attack was brought to them by Li Sanguang. After a while, a liaison officer from the tavern branch suddenly ran into the joint camp. The liaison officer found Li Sanguang and handed him a piece of paper with important information written on it. Li Sanguang opened the note, and there was only one sentence on it. Shirshishi's new disciple Chan Rui, the leader of the Clouded Leopard organization Li Yun, and the golden retriever dog raised by Ms. Lu Yi are all members of the undead. It was they who exposed the location of the joint camp and cannot be trusted. They must be discussed when discussing the retreat route. Avoid them. How could a dog be undead? The moment he saw the news, Li Sanguang's first reaction was similar to that of Lu Ba and others at the last meeting. It felt impossible. The Lingyan Tavern gathered information from all parties, and after investigation, it was found that the undead that have descended now are all human race, and there are no aliens. "Is the news coming from Coral City?" he asked the liaison officer in a low voice. "Yes. It's really weird. Could someone be deliberately disturbing the line of sight? Release smoke bombs? But what is the purpose of doing this?" Li Sanguang pondered for a moment and thought of several possibilities. But after all, he was just a member of the tavern, so it was useless to think too much. He quickly handed the message note to Lu Ba. When he saw the information on the note, Lu Ba looked startled, and then remembered the debate at the Oasis camp meeting that day. He kept silent, put the note away, and put it in his arms. Qin Guang on the side was worried and asked him, "Brother Lu, what's the news this time?" Lu Ba shook his head. It's nothing. It's news that the Machine Clan has sent troops. The person who brought the news wants us to evacuate immediately. It seems that they are very anxious over there. The mechanical tribe is coming in a menacing manner this time. Well, let's all talk about which direction is better to evacuate to. Lu Ba looked at everyone. There were several routes marked on the map in front of him. His expression was the same as before, showing no abnormality. After a while, he suddenly excused himself and wanted to go out for a while. I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. It may be due to an old injury. I'll go back to get medicine while we continue to discuss it. Brother Lu, are you okay? Fine. Lu Ba left in a hurry, winking at Li Sanwang before leaving. Li Sanwang's heart moved, and he immediately followed him out. The camp was still as usual. The tense atmosphere was only in the small room where the meeting was held. The lights were warm under the night. The children were running around, and the adults were talking and laughing. There was no sense of panic or crisis about being attacked. In fact, if they really cannot avoid the attack of the mechanical tribe, the soldiers in the camp are willing to fight. After all, the news has been known in advance, and they will not be attacked in the middle of the night like Beifeng or the Scimitar organization. It is much better to die in a vigorous battle than to die in humiliation by a sneak attack. After walking out of the room, Li Sanwang followed Lu Ba and asked, Brother Lu, is there something wrong? Lu Ba nodded and said solemnly, Mr. Li, I know you are from Lincoln Tavern and I shouldn't say this, but I can only trust you now. I want to ask you to do me a favor. What's the deal? Help me stop a dog. This, Li Sanwang's tone paused, looking at Lu Ba's heavy expression. He thought it was something important, but he couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous. He asked, Brother Lu, do you really think a dog can be undead? Lu Ba replied, I have doubts about this note, but I believe Commander Beifeng. The Beifeng commander who defeated Enlon? Yes. Lu Ba took a deep breath and looked around the camp. At the beginning, in the meeting at the Oasis camp, I did not stand on the commander's side. Later, I reflected on it and wondered if it was my fault. Yes. So I sent people to keep an eye on those 2 people and the dog. Lu Ba looks like a rough man, but he has a delicate mind. Otherwise, he would not be the leader of an organization. After that, he sent people to keep an eye on Chan Rui and others, causing them a lot of pressure. Li Sanwang looked strange and asked, Commander Beifeng also thinks there is something wrong with those 2 people and 1 dog? Yes. Okay. Let me help you. Chapter 257, the last one left. Obviously, Li Sanwang had no intention of helping. He belongs to 0 Point Tavern, and in the name of neutral, he should not interfere in the affairs between the human race and the machine race. Nor should he take the initiative to attack the weird undead. But Lu Ba named Commander Beifeng, and this name held enough weight in the hearts of many people. The tavern liaison officer who just sent the news has not left yet, and is waiting for Li Sanwang in the rest area of the camp. Li Sanwang walked over, looked around, whispered a few words in the liaison officer's ear, and handed a dark silver metal mechanical short stick to the liaison officer. The liaison officer's eyes flickered. He nodded repeatedly, took the mechanical stick, and hid it in his sleeve. No problem. I will definitely do it. Then, he stood up from the rest area and walked to the small room where everyone was discussing. Lu Ba looked at the liaison officer walking over and asked Li Sanwang, Mr. Li, is this friend of yours okay? Don't worry. The tavern will handle the business to your satisfaction. Li Sanwang showed a smile. Brother Lu, let's go. Let's go find the dog. Good. The night is dark and cool. The lights in the camp gradually dimmed, and when it was time to rest, the children who were playing around were called back home by their adults. The surrounding jungle was dark, lonely and deserted, with towering ancient trees and darkness swallowing everything. Ms. Liu Ye's house is on the northern edge of the joint camp, close to the jungle. It is a simple wooden house with many felled trees piled behind the house. The joint camp is newly built, and most of the houses have a simple atmosphere. As long as they can be lived in, it will be okay. Ms. Liu Yi was very concerned about the golden retriever she raised. She built a small wooden house for the golden retriever with her own hands using wooden boards and nails. It was next to her big wooden house, and she spread a lot of soft straw in this small wooden house. A few days ago, Ms. Liu and many powerful camp members followed Master Shirsishi to rescue people. They haven't come back yet, and I don't know what happened to them. Lu Ba sighed, feeling worried. Now Shirsishi's rescue team has lost contact. There is no news from the Dragon City headquarters, and the mechanical tribe is about to call again. Everything is not going well. And it is really difficult. After Ms. Leoya left, the big golden retriever was left in the camp, and was fed and cared for by her neighbors. The golden retriever has been very quiet these days. He just lies in his cabin and doesn't move much. There were too many things going on in the camp, and no one paid much attention to the movements of a dog. The children in the neighborhood really like this dog and often come to play in its kennel. It is not irritable or fussy, behaves very docilely, and lets the children pick at its fur. It's right there. Lu Ba was carrying a sturdy metal dog cage, with a solemn look on his face, pointing to the small wooden kennel. Li Sanwang's expression changed slightly, and he walked in the other direction to block the dog's path. Both of them are third-level psychic creatures with powerful strength. They should not be so cautious when dealing with an ordinary golden retriever. And they did not feel any psychic fluctuations in this dog. As he got closer, Lu Ba found that the dog was sleeping and unaware of his arrival. He winked at Li Sanwang, who nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready. Well, Lu Ba started immediately and quickly, opening the dog cage with one hand and grabbing the red dog collar around the big golden retriever's neck with the other. He did it in one go, and without waiting for the dog to react, he slammed it into the cage. It went smoothly, surprisingly smoothly. It looked like an ordinary dog, with no power to resist. But the expressions of Lu Ba and Li Sanwang became more solemn, and they kept staring at the dog cage. He didn't wake up! Is it really the special state of the undead? Since the undead appeared in this world, major organizations have begun to study this race and have summarized many characteristics of the undead. The most important characteristic is, of course, immortality. Although these undead are very weak, they can be resurrected no matter how they are killed, which gives many people hope of immortality. From this, many opinions have emerged, such as the undead have opened the genetic lock. The undead are composite creatures similar to nanorobots. The undead are the projection of advanced civilization in this world, etc. In addition to immortality, there are several other outstanding characteristics. For example, the characteristic of sluggishness. Many research institutes have discovered that members of the undead are often in a daze, standing motionless, and no matter how they shout or stimulate with electric current, they will not get any response. This weird sluggishness phenomenon was initially thought to be a self-protection mechanism of the undead, but was later overturned and is still being studied. It is speculated that this characteristic may be related to the spiritual world of the undead. But the theory of spirituality is mysterious, and many spiritual problems remain unresolved to this day. Regarding this characteristic, experts and scholars from all walks of life on this planet often argue, whether it is within the human race or the machine race. They all compete with each other. A large amount of information and papers have been published, but no one can convince anyone. Snapped! Lu Ba opened the cage and slapped the big golden retriever dog on the face. But the golden retriever still didn't respond and still slept with his eyes closed. If it were an ordinary dog, it would have been slapped awake long ago. Snapped! Snapped! Lu Ba used a lot of force and slapped him several times. The slaps on the dog's face were so loud that even a strand of dog hair fell off. But still, this dog is in a sluggish state, exactly like those undead. This also shows that, at the meeting in the Oasis camp, Commander Beifong was right. At that time, everyone found it unbelievable. Even Xiong Wei, Lan Guang and others at the Oasis camp thought that a dog could not be undead. However, out of trust in Su Xia, Xiong Wei still behaved cautiously at the meeting and retained the location of the new location of the Oasis camp. Is this dog really an undead? Li Sanwang frowned. Hidden so well. Who would have thought that the undead could look like this? Could it be that he has learned some special skill? He tried hard to recall the tavern documents he had read, and he had many doubts in his mind. Among the three races, only the mechanical race can significantly change their shape. Those members of the mechanical race that are not mass-produced and have special designs can even switch back and forth between more than 10 shapes. Sometimes as humans, sometimes as tigers, and sometimes even can turn into a car. What's even more special is that it can be instantly disintegrated into dozens of mechanical bodies for different tasks. The mechanical body, coupled with the outer fur, can be easily disguised as an animal. Li Sanwang whispered to himself. In addition, Zerg parasites can also parasitize on dogs and blend into the human environment. Compared with the other two races, the human race seems a bit too ordinary and has no characteristics. Click! Lu Ba suddenly took out a knife and chopped it on the dog's leg, causing blood to gush out. He made a large gash, peeled away the skin, toward the internal fascia, and then cut open the flesh and blood, revealing the sticky bones. This is not a machine race, and its internal physiology has not transformed into a bug. It is just an ordinary dog. This kind of tearing pain should wake it up no matter how deep it sleeps. But it still didn't wake up. It's true. It's the sluggish characteristic of the undead. At the same time, outside the game, the Earth, the player who controls the character, Golden Retriever, is playing black games with a few friends in an internet cafe, doing jungle development by himself, and having a great time. He had a cigarette in his mouth. His hair was greasy. The dark circles under his eyes were frighteningly heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't rested for an unknown period of time, but he still looked focused, with his fingertips flying on the keyboard, and several bottles of nutrition in front of him. Fast line. Beside him, his friend was clearing troops in the middle, and he asked casually, "Why are you so idle these days? Are you working as an undercover agent for the human resistance in the game?" Looking at the stars. "Are you undercover?" He bit the cigarette butt, his mouth full of yellow teeth, and replied, "You're still lying down. It's almost done." "Awesome. How much money will the Machine Clan give you?" "I negotiated a position in Coral City beforehand, and I still have 10 million game currency. But now the game currency exchange rate is not good. It has almost dropped to 30:1. So I plan to talk to them again. No matter what. They have to buy me got the money for the house. Don't you need to go online? Those NPCs won't find out? Don't worry. The machine is hanging." His tone was full of confidence, and after speaking, he controlled Galen on the screen to hide in the grass, and then blew out a smoke ring. In the past few days, his master, Ms. Willow Yi, has left, and he doesn't have to pay attention to what's going on in the game, looking up at the stars all the time. He can relax and play other things. It's night now, and almost no one is looking for him. So just lying down in the doghouse and pretending to be asleep is okay. Yes, what experts call sluggish states in games are actually players hanging up online. The players might have gone to the toilet, or might have gone out to eat. In short, they were too lazy to log off, so they just stayed where they were, motionless. In the game, Lubot closed the dog cage with a snap and looked ruthless as he thought about the difficulties facing the joint camp. It is true that the undead cannot be killed, but they are not impossible to deal with. Every time they disappear, they will reappear in the same place, and the location will not change. Su Xiao once imagined catching a player, locking him in a strong cell, and killing him again and again until he dared not go online again and had to give up the account he had worked so hard to create. It doesn't matter if the opponent goes offline when he is caught. Just build a cage on the spot and keep him online. That's it. But he has yet to implement this idea. If he really wants to put it into practice in the future, he plans to use it on CG DAO. In this world, many experts and scholars have put forward similar opinions. Although the undead cannot be killed, they can be trapped forever. Lubot currently plans to lock the big golden retriever in the prison of the joint camp. He looked regretful, but it was a pity that he had to retreat. Otherwise, he would be locked up for the rest of his life. "Mr. Li, you can let your people take action," he said to Li Sanguang. "Good." Li Sanguang nodded and immediately sent a message to his liaison officer. At this time, the liaison officer was in the corner of the meeting room. Everyone in the room was still discussing the retreat route. They were relatively reassured by the confidentiality of the 0 Point Tavern and had no objection to the existence of the liaison officer. They even asked if there was a secret underground security base of the tavern nearby. Buzz. The liaison officer's bracelet suddenly vibrated. His eyes flickered. He pressed the bracelet gently, then took out the metal mechanical short stick hidden in his sleeve, and strode towards the center of the room. When the others saw his actions, they didn't know why, and they all showed strange expressions. "Friends in the tavern, do you have any opinions on the retreat route?" Qing Guan was the first to speak. He stared at the mechanical short stick in the liaison officer's hand, and for some reason, he felt a hint of danger. The appearance of this short stick seems to have been seen somewhere. The liaison officer looked calm and shook his head. "I'm just arresting one person." Qing Guan was surprised. "Who is it?" "He." The liaison officer stretched out his hand, and everyone looked along his finger and saw Li Yun, whose expression changed slightly. Under the light, Li Yun's face turned a little pale, and he grasped the corner of the table with his pale fingers, not knowing what he was thinking. "Friends in the tavern. What do you mean?" Li Yun asked. This was the second time today that everyone's eyes were focused on him again. which made him even more uneasy. Was it really exposed? There is also news about an undercover agent within the Machine Clan. It's not interesting. I'm just helping to catch the traitors of the human race. I'll do the work for a fee. The liaison officer replied with a steady look. You? Li Yun's expression changed completely. He knew very well the working style of the Lingyan Tavern organization. Tonight, the mechanical tribe has begun to take action. The mechanical army is advancing in the wilderness. Someone must have leaked the news. And maybe there is undercover information. He couldn't help but think of the message note that Lu Ba had put away just now. Yes, the content on that note must be related to this. No, it will take more than 10 hours for the Machine Clan's army to arrive. If he is exposed too early, everything will be in vain. Friend, do you have any evidence? Li Yun suppressed his uneasiness and spoke loudly, intending to argue with him and delay time. But the tavern liaison officer replied indifferently. No evidence is needed. We will talk about it after arresting him. You? Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be caught. With his identity, he has many old friends in the camp, as well as former members of the Clouded Leopard organization. As long as he can move freely, he can find ways to get those people to support him and lead to internal confrontation in the camp, thus delaying time. But once caught, he lost all initiative. Li Yun sensed carefully and found that the psychic fluctuations exposed by the liaison officer had just reached the first level and were not very strong. This made him relieved. Fortunately, this person is weaker than him and is no match for him. He immediately persuaded the rest of the room. Everyone, don't you know what kind of person I am? Li Yun? In the past few years, we have been side by side in the wilderness. You talk a bit too much. The liaison officer suddenly spoke and interrupted him coldly. He stared at Li Yun coldly and asked, Do you think I want to use the power of the others to deal with you? Li Yun's expression changed. What do you mean? Boom. The liaison officer suddenly took action and slammed the end of the mechanical short stick onto the speaker's table. The room was suddenly filled with blue light. The top of the short stick rotated automatically, making a clicking sound, and cracks appeared. It slowly opened like a dark silver metal flower, revealing the internal mechanical device. The blue energy source at the center of the device kept flashing and flickering. It suddenly became dark, as if following a certain pattern. Everyone in the room was a psychic creature, and their faces all turned pale at this moment, as if their strength had been drained in an instant. The two people closest to him even fell to the ground on the spot, staring at the mechanical short stick in horror. Stand device? Someone exclaimed, recognizing this thing. Last time, during the Battle of Fish Scale City, it was not only the masked monsters who became famous, but also this kind of stance device. Within the range of influence of this device, psychic creatures are not much stronger than ordinary people. That battle was just a test battle for this device, but the power it showed shocked countless psychic creatures. If it weren't for the masked monster that day, any other 4th level or even 5th level creature would have died miserably in the stand. Times have changed. The liaison officer took out a taser unhurriedly, pointed it at Li Yun, and shot him. Li Yun's face turned pale, and his spiritual energy seemed to have been abolished. He was unable to dodge, and was instantly shocked by the electric shock. He twitched and fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. At this time, Lu Ba and Li Sanweng pushed the door open and happened to see the scene. Lu Ba breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a snack bar, the service efficiency is frighteningly high. He glanced at the faces of everyone in the room and knew that some of them still didn't believe Li Yun's identity, but he had plenty of ways to make them believe it. At the same time, Lu Ba also had many questions in his mind. If the Li Yun in front of him is pretending to be a member of the Undead Clan, then why did he get Li Yun's memory? The last one left is Master Shi's young disciple Chan Rui. Now Shi Sishi's rescue team has lost contact with the camp and has been unable to contact them. Thinking of this, Lu Ba couldn't help but sigh. Master Shi has been famous all his life. How could he be blinded by his own disciples when he gets old? Chapter 258. Another identity card leading to Dragon City. Times have changed, and another thing that can suppress psychic creatures has emerged. In the room, blue light flashed, and the mechanical flower bloomed, slowly rotating, the light flickering on and off, causing the spiritual energy in everyone present to become chaotic and almost useless. That feeling of weakness and discomfort makes them feel that they are inferior to ordinary people. Is this the legendary stand device? Lu Ba looked solemn. Isn't it still in the testing stage? Why does the tavern have it? It's not just for the two families in Fish Scale City to test. Li Sanwang smiled. A huge organization like Lingyan Tavern can naturally get more good things than those two local snake families. The mechanical device in his hand is more powerful than those obtained by those two companies. But it is also more unstable, and is still being tested. It doesn't work sometimes. But it worked pretty well today. Even if this thing fails, he still has other ways to catch Li Yun. Li Yun fell to the ground, his face as white as paper, knowing that he could not escape. Wait a minute. Why are you arresting me? He didn't want to be exposed yet, and planned to make a final struggle. I have contributed to the camp, and I have shed blood for the human race. We have fought side by side. Don't you ask why? And don't even have a single piece of evidence? Give it? Yes. There is indeed no direct evidence. This guy is so well disguised. Even better than the big golden retriever. In order to perfectly integrate into Li Yun's identity, his routine in the real world is the same as in the game. When resting at night in the camp, he also rests in the real world, letting the characters in the game lie on the bed and hang up. When it gets dark, he wakes up, and he also controls the characters in the game to wake up. Between the 3 meals in the game and this body, friends ate together, talked and laughed, and there was almost no loophole. In order to get the bounty for betraying the joint camp, he devoted himself to this game. It's like wearing a personality mask. Sometimes, he dreams that he has become Li Yun, leading his brothers and friends to fight against the machine tribe in the wilderness. During this time, he felt like he was about to have a schizophrenia, as if Li Yun was really about to wake up in his mind. In comparison, the golden retriever seems very irresponsible. Of the 3 players, he was the worst disguised. He often lies in the doghouse and hangs up, motionless, even in broad daylight, directly hiding the screen of the game, looking at the stars, and then playing other games. Only when he was experiencing the VR room, he would move a few more times and thrust into Ms. Liu Ya's arms. Everyone in the room also noticed the big iron cage in Lu Ba's hand. Brother Lu, is there really any evidence? Hu Yan couldn't help but speak. He naturally understood the situation before him. But he still didn't believe that a dog could be an undead. Even if you don't mention the dog, he and Li Yun have been friends for many years, and once lay in the same trench. He is familiar with Li Yun's past and habits. He feels that Li Yun during this period is no different from before, and cannot be another person. Boom! Lu Ba put the big iron cage in his hand on the long table with a clear voice. The big golden retriever was still sleeping in the dog cage, but there was blood on its legs, and the golden dog hair was dyed red and condensed into strands. Everyone in the room was not stupid, and they immediately understood what Lu Ba meant. Is it the sluggish characteristic of the undead? Hu Yan was surprised and his eyes widened. Could someone have given him sleeping pills? Qin Guang subconsciously thought of this. No. I injected it with several injections of general sobriety medicine, but it still didn't respond. Lu Ba patted the dog cage. After the meeting at the Oasis camp, I sent people to keep an eye on the 3 of them. This dog often lies motionless in the kennel, and the children in the neighborhood pluck its hair, but it doesn't make any movement. What do you think? But this is it. Everyone else in the room stared blankly at the dog cage, their surprise and shock almost written on their faces. Li Yun fell to the ground, rolled his eyes, and found that the eyes of the people around him were not on him. So he moved cautiously, trying to find an opportunity to escape. This is a great opportunity. The electric shock effect of the taser has ended. Although he feels uncomfortable now, movement is not a problem. But suddenly, 2 more taser electrodes struck him, hitting him in the blink of an eye. The powerful high voltage instantly caused his muscles to spasm, twitching, and shrinking into a ball. Humph! Want to run? Li Sanguang's eyes were deep, and he casually threw the taser in his hand to the liaison officer. The tavern service makes people feel at ease. As long as he is here, neither man nor dog can escape. They are destined to fall here today. With such a fuss, the eyes of the people around him returned to Li Yun. Even people like Hu Yan, who had always refused to believe it, began to have doubts in their hearts. Back then, at the meeting in the Oasis camp, Commander Beifeng pointed out 3 undead. Among them, the most incredible thing is the dog. Unexpectedly, this dog was now the first to be exposed. So, Li Yun was also pointed out by Commander Beifeng. Hu Yan had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at his friend who had fought side by side for many years, opened his mouth, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. After a while, he asked, Is the real Lao Li dead? Old Hu? It's me! Li Yun shouted, still refusing to admit it. 2 years ago, We intercepted the mechanical clan supplies in the suburbs of Coral City. 3 years ago, we rescued a group of imprisoned brothers together. I was seriously injured at that time, and it was you who carried me back. Don't you recognize me? Speaking of these familiar pasts, Hu Yen was silent for a while, but his eyesight became even more sad. Seeing this, Lu Ba walked over, looked down at Li Yun, and asked on behalf of Hu Yen, "Where did you go when you disappeared?" This was a doubt in his mind. Li Yun had a similar experience with Commander Bei Feng. Not long ago, when Li Yun led his Clouded Leopard organization to move, he was discovered by the Wilderness Patrol team of the Machine Tribe and experienced a fierce battle. The mechanical soldiers are so strong that they are all close to immortality. Li Yun stayed behind and let the rest of the organization go first. But he failed to escape and was captured by the Machine Tribe. The mechanical tribe put a psychic suppressor on him and captured him in a laboratory in a suburb, preparing to use him for experiments. But Li Yun was lucky and strong enough. During his days in captivity, he successfully found an opportunity to break the psychic suppressor, escape from the laboratory, evade the pursuing soldiers, and escape all the way back to his organization's base. That experience made him famous and gave other resistance groups in the wilderness a shot in the arm. Although his reputation is still not as good as that of Bei Feng, he has left an impression on many resistance fighters. I was really captured by the Machine Tribe. Li Yun vowed and acted very sincerely. The psychic suppressor was old and could not completely suppress my psychic powers, so I found an opportunity to escape. Yeah. Lu Ba's expression remained unchanged, and he stared at Li Yun. He suspected that something happened to Li Yun during that period of disappearance, because that period of time was also the time when the undead came. The Machine Clan must have records, Li Yun said loudly. The Lingyan Tavern has always been well informed. As long as we check carefully, we will definitely be able to find out the information about my arrest and escape from the Machine Clan. He looked at Li Sanwang and said firmly that he had really been wronged. But Li Sanwang slowly shook his head. You want me to send someone to collect the information and then delay the time? Li Yun's heart trembled, and his thoughts were seen through. He just wants to delay it for as long as he can, until the Machine Clan army arrives. But Lu Ba no longer gave him this chance. He reached out and grabbed his collar. He was tall and held him like a chicken, and led him towards the underground prison in the camp. Let's go down and talk slowly. Li Yun struggled for a while and shouted with a pale face. Let me go! Brother Lu! Boss Lu! Don't you recognize me? He shouted until his voice became hoarse, especially after Lu Ba grabbed him and went out. He tried his best to yell around, hoping to attract the attention of his friends and former subordinates. Shouting like this really attracted the attention of many people. People around him cast surprised looks. They didn't know why Lu Ba wanted to catch Li Yun. Could it be that there was some internal problem in the camp? Behind them, in the small meeting room, everyone watched them go away in silence. If Li Yun really has a problem, then all the evacuation plans discussed before will no longer work. Hurry up and discuss a new plan. If necessary, you can contact the Oasis camp. We are alone and need help from other camps. The mechanical tribe is about to attack. There is a traitor within, and there is no news about Shirsishi. All kinds of events are coming together like mountains, weighing them down. Dark clouds were already hanging over the camp. At this time, they all thought of Commander Bei Feng. If it was him, he must have a solution. Right? Time was running out. So everyone began to replan the route and sent people to contact the remaining camps. At the same time, Lu Ba took Li Yun and the dog cage to the underground prison in the camp. Along the way, Li Yun was struggling. Should I log off immediately? He thought. As long as he goes offline and disappears in place, he can get rid of control. But it also directly proves his own undead status. In the current situation, Lu Ba seems to have decided that he is the undead. And it doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. As long as he is locked up in jail and guarded 24 hours a day, he will show his chicken feet sooner or later. The mechanical tribe will attack in 1 day, and everyone in the camp will retreat, Li Yun thought. No one will guard me. But I have signed a contract with CG Dao. What he wants is not an empty camp. How else can I delay? If everyone in the camp evacuates, the 3 of them will fall short, which will be considered a breach of contract. And CG Dao will even have to pay liquidated damages. This is not what he wants to see. While he was thinking anxiously, Xiong Wei had thrown him and the dog cage into a cell. Boom! The door closed, closing off their hope of access to the outside. Although the joint camp had only been relocated not long ago, and many of the houses were very simple, The cells were made very sturdy, surrounded by a thick layer of reinforced concrete and soil. If no one helps from the outside, these two guys will have no choice but to find a way to stage the Shawshank Redemption. At this time, the golden retriever was still hanging up, lying motionless in the cage, unaware that so many things had happened. Seeing him hang up, Li Yun was furious. If it hadn't been for this bitch, he wouldn't have been exposed today. In the real world, he has made several calls to the player controlling the golden retriever, but no one has answered. The player was getting excited, jumping over the tower to kill people. His fingertips were flying, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. It wasn't until he was shot that his body relaxed. He lit a cigarette and looked at his phone. Why are there so many calls? He felt confused and called back. As soon as the call was connected, a shouting curse came from the other side. Are you hacking dead? Silly asterisk. Orphan. Brainless, asterisk asterisk. I have never seen you like this before. This loud curse directly blinded him. But after all, he had been fighting in Zon for many years. How could he be scolded in vain? He immediately threw away the cigarette and started to retaliate. The two parties were talking over the phone, spitting at each other, and scolding each other for 5 minutes before they managed to calm down. Later, the player controlling the golden retriever learned what happened in the game. His face turned pale. He hurriedly closed LOL, clicked on the game screen of looking up at the stars, and started to control it again. Union Camp. Prison. In the dog cage. The big golden retriever suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up, and hit the cage with a bang. Looking at the dark prison environment and Lu Ba standing outside, he realized that something was wrong. After hiding for so long without incident, why was it suddenly exposed today? Woof woof. He barked twice, stuck out his tongue, and wagged his tail, trying to continue pretending to be a dog and dispel the doubts of Lu Ba and others. He and Li Yun had the same idea. They must drag these people out of the joint camp. Once these people withdraw, not only will the three of them not get the money, they may also lose money. Outside the prison, Lu Ba's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, Stop pretending. I know there is an undead soul in this dog's body. It was Li Yun who informed you at another world. Right. The golden retriever was shocked when he heard this. This damn game. Why does every NPC have such a high IQ? It's almost no different from a real person. Lu Ba stared at him for a moment, then looked away, looked at Li Yun again, and said, I just want to know what happened back then. Why do you have Li Yun's memory? I am who I am. Boss Lu, why are you still doubting me? Li Yun shouted that he was wronged, but refused to admit it or tell the specific situation. In fact, everything is due to luck. On the day the server opened, he chose to randomly come to the novice map, intending to try his luck and maybe get a good start. Unexpectedly, he actually met him. After entering the game, he was given a hidden mission option. Do you want to become an NPC in the human resistance camp? If you choose no, he will start as a player on a nearby map, starting from level 0 like other ordinary players. If you choose yes, he will become an NPC captured by the machine race. He will have dual templates of both player and NPC, and can directly obtain psychic powers. Li Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this option. The NPCs all have the same name as him. He felt that this must be a big opportunity, and if grasped well, it would be a road to wealth. So he chose the yes option. He was using a VR experience at the time, and his vision went dark. After a while, it lit up again, and he found himself trapped on a circular platform in the center of a laboratory, wearing a psychic suppressor around his neck, surrounded by all kinds of incomprehensible things. Test equipment, with more than 10 wires and tubes of different colors inserted into it. Other players had to work hard to find tasks, but he got a task directly, called Commander Li Yun's Last Wish. Through the mission description, he obtained all the experiences and memories of Commander Li Yun, and also saw the cause of Commander Li Yun's death. After being arrested, Commander Li Yun was unwilling to die in humiliation like the experimental subjects. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, he bit the poison sac hidden behind his teeth and committed suicide by taking the poison. This task is divided into several rounds. The first step is to let him escape. The final reward of the mission is an identity card leading to Dragon City. Obviously, this mission is to let him grow up slowly, and finally go to Dragon City to unite the human forces in Dragon City. Chapter 259: A Dog's Last Wish. The Commander's Last Wish. If Su Xiao were to learn about Li Yun's fate, she would definitely be extremely surprised. Li Yun's initial experience in the game was exactly the same as Su Xiao's. And he even had the same name as NPC Li Yun, making him seem like a chosen one. In the novel, he is the perfect protagonist template. He didn't lie about the reason why he was able to escape from the laboratory. The psionic suppressor that blocked his psionic power had aged, giving him a chance to escape. He escaped back to the station, received the mission reward, and continued to be the leader of the Clouded Leopard organization. Moreover, his organization has not been completely wiped out, and there are still 100 to 200 people under his command. He did not face an insect crisis and had enough time to develop slowly. At first, Li Yun was very excited. He thought he could make a lot of money with this identity. But soon, he found that his organization, called Clouded Leopard, seemed a bit poor. Not to mention being poor, hiding around in the wilderness all day long, like a bunch of ground rats, unable to see the light, is really frustrating. Li Yun has also been to temporary gathering places like Oasis Camp and learned about the development of other organizations. But they are all pessimistic. There are also small organizations that are even poorer than him. There are enough food and freshwater resources in the wilderness, so food and clothing are not a problem. But how to make big money? The human resistance has many sources of economic and material resources, such as donations, looting of mechanical materials, excavation of abandoned city resources after the war, etc. Fighting means making money. If he can successfully intercept a batch of military supplies from the mechanical tribe, it will be enough for a small organization like him to develop for several months. There are also a lot of secret donations, most of which come from surrounding human cities. Although those cities are controlled by the mechanical tribe, many people in the cities are still unwilling to surrender and secretly provide them with living materials, money, information, and even weapons to fund their long-term struggle for the victory of all mankind. Many people spent their entire lives to support them. In the warehouse of the Clouded Leopard organization, there are indeed a lot of things accumulated. It is not too poor to say that you are poor. But Li Yun is very troubled. You can't turn these materials into money. Even as the leader of an organization, he cannot do whatever he wants. In the warehouse, every piece of material is marked, and there is a dedicated person responsible for recording and classifying it. These records are detailed down to every bullet, and individuals cannot use them without notification. Li Yun thought of many ways, and finally sadly discovered that he really couldn't make money through this identity. If he wants to make a lot of money, he must lead all mankind to overthrow the machine race, reorganize the order after the war, and sit in a high position. Then he can make money however he wants. But is that possible? The machine race is so strong that there is no hope at all. He thought about it, and finally found that there seemed to be only one way to go. Surrender. During the time when the server was first launched, he had been paying attention to the news in several surrounding cities, especially Coral City. He saw that Zhao Si, who betrayed the Beifeng organization, not only was not liquidated, but instead rose to a high position step by step and lived a comfortable life that ordinary people could not imagine. I'm so envious. That's the life of a fairy. At that time, Li Yun was quite envious of Zhao Si. He felt that Zhao Si was a sure winner in life, with money, women, and status all in hand. As long as you betray your brother, you can get all this. Is there an easier way to get rich than this? Anyway, he was not familiar with these guys in the game. And Li Yun, the leader of those NPCs, had already committed suicide by taking poison. Of course, this actually has something to do with the promotion of Coral City. At that time, Zhao Si had been the target of the Machine Clan's propaganda, just to let the other resistance organizations know how comfortable life would be after laying down their weapons. Li Yun was confused by this propaganda, but he never found a good excuse to leave the organization and contact the mechanical tribe. Later, people from Longcheng came to unite the small organizations in the wilderness and expressed their intention to transfer. During this period, when meeting with other organizational leaders in a temporary settlement, Li Yun was surprised to see a large golden retriever with the player nickname, Mercury Gravity, on its head. The big golden retriever was so well dressed that the surrounding NPCs didn't recognize him at all. He was swaying in the arms of a middle-aged beautiful woman. His ears drooped, his eyes squinted, enjoying himself so much that his saliva almost flowed out. He added friends through the system and curiously asked in the private chat system, "Why are you acting like a dog?" The Mercury Gravity was also surprised and asked him, "How did you become an NPC?" In this way, the two started chatting and learned about each other's opportunities. They both said that this game is really amazing. Mercury Gravity, who controls the Golden Retriever, also chose Random Map Start when he first entered the game and descended into the wilderness. a novice map called Polar Night. The reason why it is called this is because it is the residence of a resistance organization. The name of the organization is GE, and the person in charge of the organization is Ms. Lioya. After the server was launched, many players were wandering around the camp, talking to NPCs one by one, trying to trigger some novice tasks. Mercury Gravity did this at first, but he soon discovered that there were too many players, and he could only ignore them if he stayed in the camp. So later he rushed out of the camp directly, without competing for tasks with ordinary players, and tried to stay outside the camp looking for luck. There are quite a few like him. After talking to some resident NPCs, I only got 2 small tasks of killing mutated hares, which was really boring. So I looked for other things to try to talk to, such as wildflowers and grass on the roadside, and ants in the corner, nests, corpses in tombs in the back mountains, etc. At that time, Mercury's gravity responded to Li Hyun like this. Under normal circumstances, this is just a waste of time. He should kill the rabbit after receiving this small task. Otherwise the level will slowly fall behind other mainstream players. But Mercury's gravity was lucky, and he got a hidden mission. A dog's last wish. The tomb pile on the back hill of the Polar Night Station is filled with tombstones, and the atmosphere is gloomy. Old trees and dead vines are entangled, and a handful of golden dog hairs were discovered by the gravity of Mercury. The tuft of golden dog hair is in front of a tombstone. He looked carefully, and saw the name of Ms. Lioya's husband engraved on the tombstone. As a result, the task was triggered, and the task details were seen. It turned out that a few years ago, Ms. Lioya's husband was exposed during a rescue operation, and was beheaded by City Lord and Lon in public. He couldn't even get his body back. It is still hanging on a crooked-necked tree on the outskirts of Fajia City. The grave here is empty, and the big golden retriever dog is the last thought left for her by her husband. In the war years, separation and reunification, separation and death were all too common. Many people know that every separation may be the last time. The big golden retriever was no longer young and had become spiritual. He felt that his life was short and felt sad. So he left the station, not wanting his mistress to be sad because of his death. At the same time, it also wanted to go to the outskirts of Fajia City to see the body of its male master. But it didn't go far, because it was old and frail, and its strength was exhausted, and it fell weakly in the wilderness. Following the mission's instructions, Mercury Gravity left the station. After walking nearly a mile, he saw the body of the golden retriever. After hastily burying the body of the golden retriever, he acquired a seemingly useless skill changing into a dog, and he could only transform into the shape of this big golden retriever. The task requires him to appear in front of Ms. Lu Yi in the form of a big golden retriever at least 3 times a day, and each time cannot be less than 10 minutes. The reward is quite high, which is a 15% upgrade speed bonus. At first, he felt a little awkward, but soon, after getting close to Ms. Lioya several times, he felt that being a dog doesn't seem to be unacceptable. Being a dog is more comfortable than being a human, Mercury Gravity said to Li Hyun at that time. In fact, at that time, Mercury Gravity was also thinking about what benefits he could gain from this identity. After the two communicated, they agreed that surrender was a good choice. Later, Shursishi came out of Dragon City. The two met the third NPC player who had infiltrated the NPC, and was also the real leader of this incident. Changrui, Shursishi's junior disciple. What happened next was simple. The 3 of them planned slowly, and they might have succeeded. But they met Su Xia, an alien in the Oasis camp, and Su Xia saw through her identity at a glance. They once wondered, could Su Xia also be a player disguised as an NPC? How else could you see through them? But they also thought, how can one player be recognized by so many people? If they had been facing an insect crisis, they might have been hydrated on the same day. Fighting a bug wave? Impossible. Run if you can. Save your life first. What does the survival of the Oasis camp have to do with them? In fact, they didn't know that at that time. There were dangers around the camp. Su Xia had been targeted by insects, and was regarded as a psychic tonic. Even if she wanted to run away, she would not be able to run away, and would be intercepted by the insects on the way. After being seen through by Su Xia, Changrui's identity as a disciple played a key role. The identity of the master Shursishi was a heavyweight that no one could ignore. He was almost a well-known presence in the joint camp. However, today was finally exposed. Well, in the prison, Li Yun sighed and said to Lu Ba outside, "Brother Lu, how many years have we known each other?" "It's almost 10 years. Right. When we first met, we were just young people in a small organization. You don't need to delay anymore. Lu Ba looked at him indifferently. The transfer of the camp has already begun. There is no point in delaying time. Tell me, who are you? I'm really me. Li Yun made a sad gesture and lamented again and again. His acting skills were superb, and he brought a good brother who was not understood to life. It doesn't matter if the joint camp retreats, as long as he can be released. Retreat with the camp, and record the route. The machine tribe's army can still attack. Now he just hopes to clear himself and cut off the relationship with this big golden retriever. After all, there is really no evidence from Lu Ba. But Lu Ba remained unmoved and his expression did not change at all. Brother Lu, can't our friendship for so many years be worth a few words from that Bei Feng? Li Yun said, feeling a little regretful. He didn't regret betraying the camp, but regretted not doing the system tasks assigned to this NPC body. After escaping from the laboratory, in addition to the Commander Li Yun's Last Wish mission, Li Yun also received many small missions, such as the Last Wish mission of ordinary members, the mission of eradicating monsters in the wilderness, the mission of stopping wandering mercenaries, etc. The mission rewards are quite generous. Several of the missions even have powerful skill bonuses. As long as he slowly completes those tasks, he will become stronger little by little, and may even gradually gain a reputation like Commander Bei Feng. But he had made up his mind early on that he wanted to make a big fortune by selling out the joint camp. In addition, many tasks were very dangerous, and he might die in battle. NPCs only have one life. If they die, they will really die. So I never did it. If he had completed those tasks, received rewards, slowly upgraded, and was now strong enough, he might not be imprisoned here. Woof woof. The big golden retriever barked twice, wagging his tail, with an innocent look on his face and pure eyes, still making his last attempt. Different from his appearance in the game. In the real world, he is going crazy. He and Li Yun sent a message to Chang Rui, asking him to come back quickly with the old man Shishi. As long as Shishi comes back and regains control of the camp, they will be saved. Hurry up. If you don't come back, our money will be gone. Come on. Are you hacking dead too? Are you still alive? Dead or not? Please give me a reply. All the NPCs in this camp have begun to withdraw. We are locked up. Picture.jpg. The two of them were so impatient that beads of sweat began to form on their heads. They watched the money and status they were about to receive slowly drain away. They were so uncomfortable that they wanted to find a place to crash to death. The other side. Chang Rui was also dumbfounded after receiving the news. I've been pretending for so many days. How come I was suddenly exposed on the last day? The two people were urging him to think of a way to bring Shishi back. But what can he do? Chang Rui looked up at the tree canopy that covered the sky. The endless terrifying jungle was still surrounding him. He couldn't help but cry without tears. He didn't even know where he was. In the past few days, he followed Shishi all the way deep into the forest. More than 10 people in the team had been injured. The morale of the entire team was getting lower and lower. If this continued, let alone finding the Dragon City team, they themselves would need rescue. Now, even if you want to return to the joint camp, you won't be able to go back anytime soon. The night is already deep. The light of more than a dozen fragile flashlights barely illuminated the depths of the jungle, which was cold and dark even deeper. The trees in the distance are shadowy. The ground is covered with fallen leaves. And there are traps somewhere. And there are dangers everywhere. How long will this aimless progress continue? They had made many marks on the way here. Now that the supplies were almost half used, it was time to return along the marks. In fact, as early as this afternoon during the break, Ms. Liuya mentioned the return on behalf of the remaining members of the joint camp. But Shishi insisted on moving forward. We should find him soon. The old guy said this as if he didn't notice the state of the entire team at all. As time passes, the temperature in the jungle gets colder and colder. Every step taken by everyone seemed extremely heavy, and their legs seemed to be filled with lead. It was extremely hard to step on the soft humus. No one even spoke. Only the sound of leaves being crushed. Silence. Long silence. They moved forward in such coldness and silence. And their condition became worse and worse. On the other side, there is an open space. Su Xia and the other two took a short rest. Sun Lang lit a bonfire, grilled canned dried meat, and cooked a stew with dried meat and vegetables. He then took out 2 cans of low-alcohol wine found in the alien spacecraft. Come on! We've been searching hard all day. Let's take a few sips first. The firelight was swaying. Crackling sparks were flying. And it was quite warm to sit around. After taking a sip of hot soup, the fatigue of the whole day was driven away. After eating and drinking, the three people and a machine continued to move forward. Not long after, they found another marking symbol left by the Dragon City team. Su Xiao looked at the mark and said the same thing as Shirshishi. We should find him soon. Chapter 260 Take You Home. The night was as thick as ink. Dark clouds covered the moon. The cold wind howled, and the mountains were crisscrossed, like giant dragons crawling on the earth. The coldness after nightfall is all-pervasive, like cold needles pricking the skin and bones. Click! The heavy mechanical legs stepped into the humus, crushing the fallen leaves on the ground, leaving a deep footprint, with some fine bones vaguely visible in the footprints. This land is fertile. But of course, this fertility is built on countless deaths. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Sun Lang and Chong Ruffing drank 2 refreshing potions, saying that they did not need to rest tonight, and would work hard to find the members of the Dragon City team. During this period, the 3 of them encountered several more corpses of members of the Lingian Tavern, and looted some valuable items. They agreed to divide them up slowly when they went back. While searching for one of the corpses, Hal suddenly said, When you go back, give me some money too. How much does your robot cost? Sun Lang asked him with a smile. After this incident is over, I want to walk around this planet. I need property to travel. Hal replied. It is not convenient to sell the things in the spacecraft. Okay. He's still an exploratory robot. In the vast sea of forests, time always passes quickly, and hours slip away quietly through the fingers like fine sand. In the distant Coral City, the entire city is still sleeping quietly. The street lights on both sides of the road were dim, and patrol soldiers walked by listlessly. Occasionally, a few people yawned, counting the time when they would be able to rotate. In the dark alley, the signboard of Lingian Tavern is not very bright. Underground, with ease comfort, the members of the Bayphone Story Club temporarily gave up the idea of leaving. Su Xia doesn't need to pay attention here for the time being. Throughout the night, he focused most of his energy on his father. After the father left the pharmacy, he looked like a little old man taking a walk after a full meal. He walked slowly towards the south of the city under the night, with his hands behind his back and his back stooped, and walked into a very old factory building. The old man did not act recklessly. In order to rescue his eldest disciple, he had made a lot of preparations in Coral City over the years. The inside of the factory was extremely dark. The surrounding glass had been smashed and valuables had been moved away. Layers of spider webs had formed in the corners, and the surrounding area was covered with weeds half as tall as a person. After Dad walked in, he entered a room marked General Manager's Office, and closed the door gently. Snapped. He pressed the switch at the entrance to the room, as if he wanted to turn on the overhead light. However, after the switch was pressed, nothing happened and the room was still dark. The father turned around again and pressed his rough palm against the back of the door. A red light suddenly flashed where the palm surface touched the back of the door. The whole office trembled. Cracks appeared on the floor and the surrounding walls, and began to slow down, descending slowly, like a super large elevator. In the past few years, my father has never told any of his disciples. He actually has a secret base underground in an abandoned warehouse in the south of the city. Like a superhero in a comic book. Buzz. The room slowly descended and continued to tremble. The sound of mechanical parts clenching could be heard all around, and long cold lights lit up on the cold walls around it. After descending to the deepest point, the tremor stopped, and a huge and dark underground world appeared. On the top of the base, the lights lit up from front to back, presenting the shocking underground base before Su Xia's eyes. There are hundreds of screens, endless screens as far as the eye can see, and real-time monitoring content is played on each screen. Among them, there are actually monitoring images of the inside of the Machine Tribe base. Is there an undercover agent within the Machine Clan? This idea suddenly appeared in Su Xia's mind. Dad walked forward. His thin body looked like a small ant in front of the huge screen composed of countless screens. But his expression was indifferent, and his calm and unhurried look made him look like a god in control of everything. He stood in front of the console, called up a small screen, and enlarged it. The experimental subject marked with 19 was clearly on the screen. Seeing the eldest disciple Guan, who had been transformed into a monster, a flash of fluctuation flashed in his father's cloudy eyes. But he did not act immediately. He just watched quietly. In this way, the time slowly came to 5 o'clock in the morning. According to calculations, Mercer had already left Coral City for more than 7 hours, and was now on his way in the wilderness. Even if he learned that there were changes in Coral City, he would not be able to rush back as soon as possible. What do you want Dad to do? through the perspective of the nanorobot. Su Xia observed silently. In front of the console, Dad looked at the time and finally took action. He called up a surveillance screen showing a human researcher wearing a white lab coat, and then pressed a blue button. On the screen, the researcher was extracting a biological sample from a bug, but his hand holding the experimental equipment suddenly trembled, as if he had received some kind of instruction. Then, he raised his head and looked at another researcher next to him, as if to confirm something. Then, he gently put down the experimental equipment in his hand and walked towards the area where the 27 mature experimental subjects were imprisoned. In the underground base, mechanical creatures and human researchers walked around. The experimental areas were complex and intertwined. A stream of data flashed on the light blue screen. This researcher's solo actions hardly attracted any attention. Ding! He swiped his ID card and successfully entered the area where experimental subject number 19, Guan, was detained. Through the surveillance screen, it can be clearly seen that the position on his ID card is Project Leader. It seems that his status in the underground base is not low. In this experimental area, the several human researchers responsible for paying attention to the life data of Experiment 19 said nothing. They just nodded slightly to him, tacitly understanding it, as if everything had been notified in advance. Let's start. One of the researchers controlled the instrument and injected a sleeping agent into number 19's body to ensure that the transfer could proceed smoothly. Another researcher controlled the robotic arm, and several robotic arms slowly came forward, grabbed his limbs and torso respectively, and slowly took him out of the mechanical container where he was imprisoned, and placed him in a transfer container. The whole process was smooth and unexpectedly smooth, as if it had been rehearsed in advance. Soon, the unconscious number 19 was put into the transfer device car. Around here, researchers in several other areas seemed not to have seen it, and they didn't even ask. At this time, a patrolling mechanical creature passed by, with a blue light flashing on its face, and came over and asked, "What are you doing? Where are you sending experimental subject number 19? Do a test." The researcher with the identity card of the person in charge stepped forward to deal with it. His tone was stable, and he did not show any abnormality. He pointed at number 19 and said to the mechanical creature, "I suspect that he may still have residual consciousness, and problems may occur at critical moments. So I am preparing to conduct new tests on him." How to test? In the Coral City prison, there are several members of the resistance organization who I met before the 19th. I plan to ask him to identify them. The person in charge said unhurriedly. The prison is already going through the process. The system can be found. Why don't you just bring those prisoners here? This experimental area is very secret. Lord Mercer has warned that no one else should know about it. Okay. Please pay attention to safety during transfer. A blue light flashed in the eyes of this mechanical creature. When it heard the word Mercer, it scanned the identity card of the person in charge again. Without asking any more questions, it turned around and left to patrol other areas. After he left, the few lower status researchers in the area looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Several people took the transfer device and slowly left the underground experimental area and walked towards the elevator. Along the way, people greeted them from time to time. Why did you leave before it was time to get off work? And you took that big monster with you? Someone asked with a smile. I'm going to take a test and come back after I'm done. They acted very relaxed, smiling and responding to everyone's greetings. But in fact, they were extremely nervous, and everyone's body was tense. To reach the elevator, you have to pass 2 or 3 tests. What is this for? The inspector came over and asked, looking very concerned. But he winked at the person in charge, nodded slightly, and made a small gesture to the other testing personnel. Everyone knew it well, pretended not to notice anything, and opened the passages to let them pass. The person in charge replied, Get it out for other tests. Okay. Please pay attention to safety during transfer. What should have been a very strict inspection was simply passed by without wasting too much time. Several people escorted the transfer device and arrived at the elevator entrance without any danger. Ding! The person in charge swiped his ID card. The elevator door opened, and several other people hurriedly put the transfer device into the elevator. Then, the elevator slowly went up, and the displayed floors were getting closer and closer to the ground. Everyone in the elevator was highly nervous, and their foreheads were sweating. No one spoke, and it was so quiet that you could hear their own breathing. Soon, the elevator door opened again, and the ground floor opened to them. There are more mechanical creatures here. At a glance, there are mechanical creatures of various shapes, and the number is suffocating. Call. The person in charge slowly exhaled, trying to relax himself, and directed everyone to push the transfer device out of the elevator and walk towards the side door without any hurry. Outside the base's side entrance, the prison's transfer van was waiting for them. On the way, they encountered 2 more inspections, but they passed without any danger. After walking out of the side door, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. They put the transfer device into the prison transfer car and then walked in. With a soft bang sound, the carriage door closed, the engine buzzed, and the wheels turned. The car carried everyone through the base gate inspection and drove into the city under the night. Until this moment, the group of people completely relaxed. They took off their lab coats one after another. Everyone's face was a little pale, and their hair was soaked with sweat. But they all had smiles on their faces. Success! Have your family arrangements been made? Don't worry. We have made arrangements a long time ago. After finishing this job, we will be able to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. I don't have a family. I can feed myself, and my whole family will not be hungry. Ha ha. This is a shocking event. And once it is revealed, the entire Coral City will be shaken. Someone actually stole an experimental subject from the most secretive Machine Clan base without anyone noticing? Not many people would believe this kind of thing. But they did it. They have been preparing for this day for many years. Dad has been preparing for many years. From the moment Guin was arrested, he started planning this day. In Coral City's Machine Tribe base, it is difficult for the original experimenters to be bribed, because they have been branded as the Machine Tribe and do not dare to betray easily. So, Dad started to choose the people he liked from all over the world. Most of these people are young experts and scholars who are not satisfied with the mechanical race and have a challenging spirit. After being selected, Dad will contact them and give them sufficient rewards, either money or medicines that can improve their physical condition, and even medicines that many people desire most, to extend their lifespan. Master Dad's potion. I'm really looking forward to it, the person in charge said with a smile. Dad is quite famous in the pharmacist profession. He is famous not only in the southwest region, but also in the entire continent. Many people don't understand why he wants to stay in this small city of Coral City. There was once a rich man who was over 90 years old. His health was very poor. He took in too much air but didn't let out too much. He saw that half of his feet had stepped into the gate of H.L. As a result, his father used medicine to save him. And he even continued to live in the world for a long time. 100 years old. Let him live his 100th birthday with satisfaction before dying. In the eyes of many people, Dad is a living god. The few people in the carriage were not satisfied with the mechanical clan. After receiving the invitation from their father, they immediately agreed. They are all experts and scholars related to biology. They come to Coral City or other cities in the southwest region from all over the world for reasons such as inspection, research, academic work, etc., and then publish relevant research papers in the southwest region to support their own research in this region. The academic circle created a momentum to attract the attention of the mechanical people. It won't be long before they are spotted by the mechanical tribe. Afterwards, they will naturally enter the underground experimental area of the Machine Tribe base. And after several years of performance, they will gradually enter the core level. Not only them, but those who were responsible for inspection, patrol, and interrogation just now were all arranged by Dad. So this road was so smooth. The arrangements of these years are like a large and dense net, all of which have been closed today. The result of the network is naturally Guin. Ha ha. It's really fun, the person in charge said with a smile. I have been huddled underground like a turtle for the past few years, helping the grandson of the Machine Tribe with research. I have long been unhappy with them, and have been waiting for news from the Master. Me too, another person said. It's a pity that the Master didn't let us make a big fuss. Otherwise, I really want to set off several bombs in that base. Speaking of which, the Master is really kind to his apprentice, and he is extremely benevolent and righteous. It's a pity that it's hard to save him now that he's in this state. Looking at the sleeping monster in the transport device, several people couldn't help but sigh. They are all experts in this field, and naturally understand that this transformation is irreversible. Currently, there is no way to transform Guin from a monster back to the handsome young man he was before. At the moment, the best result is for Guin to regain his former memory and live as a monster. However, even recovering memories is difficult. The minds of these hybrids seem to have been contaminated, and they cannot remember their previous appearance. Most of them are chaotic and violent, with no hope of recovery in sight. I don't know for sure. With the Master's methods, It may be possible to recover. The person in charge patted the transfer device. A smile appeared on his face, and said to the sleeping Experiment 19 inside, "Little Guin, I'm taking you home." Chapter 261 Finally Meeting. The poor Longchamp team took you home. In the transparent glass cover, Guin's monster-like cheeks trembled slightly, as if he heard the conversations of the people outside. Underground in an abandoned factory in the south of the city, the father stood in front of a huge screen with his hands behind his hands. He looked at his eldest apprentice, his old eyes softening. Anyway, he was finally rescued. This is good news. Su Xia, who had been observing, also breathed a sigh of relief. He searched carefully on the hundreds or thousands of surveillance screens, looking for traces of Yutuo. As soon as Mercer left, Yutuo became the real controller of the Coral City base. Logically speaking, he should stay underground. Why didn't he see anyone just now? Su Xia was confused and searched slowly. After a while, she finally saw Yutuo's figure on a surveillance screen in the corner. This guy is tinkering with his mechanical clone in a small laboratory. It was still the clone from last time, but on the screen next to him, there were several different combination designs, and the final shape of the clone became a round mechanical ball. Mosel has left, and Yutuo is obsessed with clone transformation. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Dad. However, for experimental subject number 28, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the surveillance screen, Su Xia saw the huge translucent culture container. Experimental subject number 28 was soaked in the solution, with tubes inserted into his body, and he never woke up. Such a great opportunity. Why not take advantage of it? At this time, a series of prompts appeared in front of Su Xia. Experiment number 28, cunning. Cunning. High IQ. Powerful. Growing. Due to the delay in waking up, Mercer believed that experimental subject number 28 lacked the energy to wake up, and ordered his experimenters to continue injecting energy into experimental subject number 28. Experimental subject number 28 is absorbing energy, and will soon become a level 5 creature. This, Mercer is seeking death. Seeing the description in the prompt, Su Xia thought about the future scene that the mission, abnormal loss of control, showed him, and couldn't help but feel frightened. A level 5 monster with the super strong body of a Zerg and the high intelligence of a human being. It is clever and cunning, and has ridiculously strong skills, including mind control. Once he fully grows up, can Mercer stop him? No wonder this guy refused to run today. He wanted to continue absorbing energy. I have to find time to remind Yutuo. Su Xia knew very well that among all the mechanical city lords, Yutuo was famous for being cautious and cautious. Otherwise the mechanical clan would not have let him guard Coral City. Regarding the research on hybrids, Yutuo and Mercer also had disputes. Yutuo's view is very straightforward. Endowing this kind of monster with high intelligence will sooner or later lead to uncontrollable changes. But Mercer was too arrogant and too confident. He thought everything was under control, and did not listen to advice at all. Sometimes, Su Xia even hoped that Yutuo could become stronger and beat that guy Mercer. But he also knew the actual situation. The last time, Yutuo refused to obey Moser, and was beaten severely, in front of many of his subordinates. Even the main body of the machine was destroyed. When this mission of abnormal out of control develops to the end, I won't be allowed to face that level 5 monster in person. Right. The sense of urgency in Su Xia's heart is getting heavier and heavier. Now she is restricted in everything she does, because she is not strong enough. Weakness is the original sin. After the Dragon City team was rescued, and the joint camp successfully retreated, he returned to the Oasis camp for seclusion, and would not come out until he broke through level 5. He sighed, and returned his energy to the mountains in the southwest. After several days of continuous searching, a group of 3 people got closer and closer to the Dragon City team. This forest is vast and boundless. Dawn has not yet arrived. The surroundings are cold and dark. The trees are shadowy, but there are traces left by the Dragon City team on many trees. It can be clearly felt that the trapped Dragon City team is also a little anxious. From the newly discovered traces, it can be judged that 5 people in the team of nearly 100 people have been seriously injured, and more than half of the members are in minor injuries or other negative conditions. The only good news is that no one has died yet. As long as they're all alive, I feel like we're about to find them. Sun Lang gently rubbed a piece of rough bark. There was a dragon scale mark carved on the bark, next to several roots at the bottom. Many wood chips were scattered in a messy manner. The wood chips were all still fresh, and not covered with dead leaves or anything else. They had been carved not long ago. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and many used medical items were scattered randomly among the trees nearby. Bloody bandages, needles, medicine boxes, etc. One person is seriously injured and dying. Chong Ruffing discovered a sign that was not very optimistic. The Dragon City team was almost at the end of its rope. If no one came to rescue them, there would be attrition problems that they had to face. The three-person machine continued forward, picking up speed. At 6:30, I found some compressed food packages along the way. At 7 o'clock, more than a dozen discarded exoskeleton armors were found under a big tree. These armors were still in good condition, but their energy was used up, and they were a burden to carry around. So they had to be discarded. At 7:30, Su Xia made a gesture to stop everyone. It should be very close. Let me try sending a signal bomb. Good. The two nodded, stopped, and stayed beside the mecha while paying attention to their surroundings. Su Xia controlled the mecha and clicked on the ammunition reserve. The raised mechanical area on the shoulder of the mecha slowly deformed, and a signal bomb entered the launch chamber. But he did not launch immediately. Instead, he controlled the mecha to take off and smash through the intricate tree crowns at the top. Once in the air, the field of vision broadens instantly. Looking from a distance, the mountains are densely forested, with mountains and mountains, lush green, and giant trees connected together, like a green ocean. It is impossible to see through the world below the sea level. Su Xia thought for a while, returned the signal bomb, chose a more powerful high-explosive bomb, and controlled the mecha to continue to rise. Then he clicked to fire. Call out! A fiery red ammunition drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then exploded violently. There was a roar, a loud noise in the forest. The trees swayed, the whole world seemed to tremble, and a small mushroom-shaped explosion cloud appeared in the sky. Below, Sun Lang trembled when he heard the explosion. He was unprepared. His face turned green with fright, and he almost fell to the ground. Is this a flare? Whose signal bomb is so powerful? Chong Ruffing touched his chin and commented. With such a strong power, the sound can be heard several kilometers away. If the people from the Dragon City team are not far away from us, they should be able to know. This was not over yet. Su Xia circled in the air and released more than 10 different bombs. The sound shook the heaven and the earth, and its power was astonishing. It was like thunder on a sunny day, and the leaves in the jungle were shaken to the ground. In the distance, under some big trees, the exploration team from Dragon City was resting. When they set off, they were all high-spirited and energetic. When they thought about the wreckage of the alien spacecraft, they were so excited that they wanted to teleport directly to it. But now, these people have long lost the spirit they had when they first set out. After being trapped for so many days, they were wandering around in the jungle like a group of headless flies. More and more injured members were injured. The whole team was gloomy and gloomy. Everyone was in a low mood. No one knew when they would be able to get out. Some people were leaning under the tree, looking sluggish and wrapped in bandages, while others were lying unconscious on makeshift stretchers. As the only level 5 creature in the team, the old dean from Tianqing Academy is the last one to get out. The premise is that he abandons the large army and leaves alone. Someone had long advised him to leave, but the old dean still refused and wanted to stay and spin the crisis with everyone. Oh! The potion is almost running out. There is still food. The fruits on the dead vines can be eaten, as long as they don't get stained by the mucus on the vines. Those colorful palm-shaped fruits can also be eaten. Ronaldo's illness is getting more and more serious. He has a high fever and can't wake up. He just started talking nonsense. What should we do? Fatigue, confusion, pain, unknown fear, etc. are like parasites hiding in the dark, with greedy eyes, following closely behind this team, trying to drag them down. Now, the biggest hope is the rescue teams from Dragon City and the joint camp. Everyone understood that the Dragon City headquarters could not contact them and would definitely send people out to rescue them. The same was true for the joint camp. But they are all worried. What if the rescue team is also trapped? This forest is full of weird and strange plants. It is like a paradise where devils live. There are dangers everywhere, and you may die if you are not careful. What they have to face, the rescue team will also face. It's been so many days, and there's still no other news. It's difficult. It's difficult. Many people were dejected, depressed, and even a little desperate. Are there not many disappearances in history and textbooks? Even many master-level adventurers have disappeared. There are no survivors or dead bodies in the vast mountains and wilderness, which has become a series of unsolved mysteries. Will their group also become such a mystery? The world's unsolved mysteries, the mysterious disappearance of the Dragon City team. When I think of such a title, some people sigh repeatedly and look miserable. They really don't want to become a negative case for future generations. At this moment, someone suddenly pricked up his ears, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Hey! Did you hear that? Did you hear that too? Yes! There is some noise. I heard it too. It's not far from us. The rescue team from our headquarters must be here. Everyone looked surprised and stood up one after another. After waiting for so many days, they finally got good news. After all, they all came from Longcheng. So their first reaction was that they were from Longcheng headquarters. The old dean had the fastest reaction. He immediately activated his exoskeleton armor, carrying a flare, and moved nimbly like an old ape, quickly climbing up the trunk of the giant tree behind him and all the way up to the canopy. He stood on the canopy of the tree, raised his right hand high, and opened the flare in his hand. Call out! A flash of red light rushed into the sky, extremely dazzling in the early morning mountains and forests. In the distant sky, Su Xiao was observing carefully, and immediately noticed the red light, and immediately controlled the mecha to fly over. In the distance, the old dean stood on a thicker branch in the crown of the tree. Looking from a distance, he found a small black spot in the distance, and he felt happy. The black spot slowly grew larger in his eyes, and turned into the shape of a mecha. No! Dragon City headquarters doesn't seem to have this kind of mecha. The whole body is black, well proportioned, and the sturdy mechanical body has a somewhat streamlined elegance. It does not belong to any general-purpose mecha known to the old dean. In his memory, there was nothing similar to this among Longcheng's private mechas. It looks familiar. As a fifth-level creature, he has a very good memory, and he quickly thought of a photo he had seen. That photo was very famous some time ago. It spread all over the world and caused a lot of uproar. The photo shows a victory group photo of more than 500 people from Beifeng organization, including this mecha. Commander Beifeng? The old dean was startled, but he didn't expect that this person was here. Did Dragon City headquarters also send a rescue message to the Oasis camp? Yes. They haven't contacted each other for so many days. The headquarters must be anxious and will try any possible rescue plan. Speaking of which, the current relationship between Dragon City headquarters and Oasis camp is actually not very good. After all, there was almost a conflict over the joint camp at first. And now there is the incident of the alien spacecraft wreckage. The old dean remembered that Professor Shirsishi gave him a detailed description of Commander Beifeng. This is a selfish, short-sighted, narrow-minded person who only values immediate interests. It was because of his obstruction that the joint camp and the Oasis camp failed to merge. This person has complete control over the Oasis camp and is unwilling to delegate power, fearing that Dragon City will interfere with his rights to the Oasis camp. Xiong Wei, the manager of the Oasis camp on the surface, is just a puppet, working for this person, both in front and behind the horse. The rest of the organizational leaders in the Oasis camp were all deceived by this person. In the news document sent back by Shirsishi, the wording was quite serious. He basically criticized Su Xia from inside to outside, and he was just short of saying that he was a rebel. The fact that he is willing to come to this dangerous place to rescue us shows that he is not that kind of selfish person. The old dean muttered. The report Shirsishi gave me at the beginning may have hidden secrets. However, what kind of person he is, we still need to contact him. Only then can we know. As a scholar, treating people or things with a dialectical attitude is his most basic quality. Looking at Su Xia getting closer and closer, the old dean's mood became a little complicated. Just as Zhang Fang feared before setting off this time, they had planned to find an excuse to forcefully occupy the wreckage of the spacecraft in the Oasis camp, and then study it slowly. They had no intention of letting people from the Oasis camp interfere with the alien wreckage. After all, what does a small organization like Camp Oasis know? Allowing people from the camp to intervene will only cause damage to the wreckage of the spacecraft and hinder their research. In fact, until now, Dragon City headquarters is still sending messages to Zhang Fang from time to time, asking Zhang Fang to watch the wreckage of the spacecraft and not allow any members of the Oasis camp to enter. Sandwiched between Dragon City and the Oasis camp, Zhang Fang felt quite uncomfortable, feeling like there were no human beings on either side. He wanted to tell the Dragon City headquarters that Commander Beifeng had become the captain, but he was worried that the headquarters would be unfavorable to Su Xia. So he was so entangled that he couldn't even sleep well in the past few days. Hey, where did the commander go? Why is there no news about the team sent by Dragon City? Zhang Fang couldn't sit still, and didn't feel good about eating anymore. In the big forest, Su Xia controlled the mecha to slow down slowly. The two sides are close. He saw the old man standing on the canopy of the tree, and a string of data popped up in front of him. After confirming his identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. After so many days of searching, I finally got a result. On the treetop, the old dean was the first to speak. Commander Beifong? Dean of Tianqing Academy? Chapter 262, Being famous is not as good as meeting each other. And business is exaggerated. In the early morning, the rising sun is warm, and casts a bright golden color on the blue waves of the mountains. On the tree crown, the identity was confirmed. And it was the person both parties thought. Buzz! Su Xia controlled the mecha, reduced its power, and slowly descended. Layers of tree trunks and branches appeared in her field of vision, and finally landed on the soft ground. The heavy mechanical body sank into the dead branches and leaves, and its balance was slightly affected. It was only with the help of the power from its back that it could barely stand firm. Humanoid mechas are actually not the best choice because they have too many restrictions. In order to meet the requirements of the human form, a lot of compromises had to be made at the beginning of the mecha design. Not to mention other things. Just the amount of ammunition loaded was not as good as other mechanical armors. However, this appearance is indeed handsome and in line with public aesthetics. So many TV, movies, comics and other artistic works like to use humanoid mechas. The old dean also left the canopy, climbed down the trunk, and nodded slightly to the rest of the team. It's the rescuer! The group's hearts immediately became excited. After being trapped for so long, many people thought there was no hope. Unexpectedly, they finally waited for rescue. Great! I knew we could go out! Someone said excitedly. And the fatigue and anxiety during this period were all forgotten. Dean! Is this from our Dragon City? This mecha looks a bit familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. It must be from our Dragon City, but I don't know which brother is driving it. I also think the set of mecha looks familiar. Everyone stood up one after another, their faces filled with joy. Even a few of the more seriously injured people stood up reluctantly, with smiles appearing on their pale faces. Hearing the words of the surrounding team members, the old dean felt a little complicated and remained speechless, not knowing what to say. He also hoped that he was from Longcheng, but it backfired. Now that they have accepted Commander Beifeng's life-saving offer, how should they deal with the wreckage of the alien spacecraft in the Oasis camp? Can you still grab it openly? Of course it can't be done. Click! The power of the mecha was reduced to a minimum, and various mechanical modules changed. The torso module, arm module, leg module, etc. all cracked a gap. All the gaps were connected like a human figure, with thick alloy covers along the gaps. It opens to both sides to reveal the operator inside. Su Xia jumped out of it, with a smile on her face, and landed firmly on the ground. Anyway, this is the first official meeting between the two parties. Just smile and that's it. Which department does this brother belong to? Some people came around enthusiastically, with bright smiles on their faces. It's really awesome to be able to pilot this kind of mecha at such a young age. The academic people sighed. Brother, are you a talent from my academy? Nonsense. I think they are talents who came out of my institute. The inspection team that left Dragon City this time was basically divided into two factions. 1/3 of the people are academics, and nearly 2/3 of the people are from the mysterious 051 Research Institute of KU Research Institute. It is said that this 051 Research Institute specializes in studying extraterrestrial civilizations, and it has obtained many items related to extraterrestrial civilizations in its early years. Someone revealed that there are even alien corpses in the most secret underground cold storage of the 051 Research Institute. Dragon City is divided into 3 factions, and the Academy and Research Institute are 2 of them. The City Lords faction has been busy lately. First of all, they have to deal with the undead that appear one after another. And then, they have to deal with various rumors in the city. They can't get away from it. So only a few people came to represent them. The rumors in the city are exactly what Sun Lang told Su Xia before. It is rumored that some people from the 2 factions, the Academy and the Research Institute, may want to take action against the city master to break the 3-legged situation. Some people say that the city lord wants to take action against those 2 factions. It is not known who is secretly spreading rumors. Anyway, now the entire Dragon City, the atmosphere is very subtle. Everyone knew something was going to happen, but they didn't know when the 3 parties would take action. In order to avoid the disputes and chaos among these 3 major forces, some people within Dragon City began to quietly transfer their relatives and friends. sending them out of Dragon City to the temporary gathering places of the resistance organizations in the wilderness, and then come back after the chaos was over. Thank you all for your hard work. Su Xia smiled. This was the first time he intuitively felt the dispute between the three factions. In this open space, the academic people were all on the old dean's side, occupying the area on the left, while the people from the institute were on the right, headed by a dark-skinned middle-aged man. In the middle area, there are only a few representatives of the City Lord faction. The three parties seem to be harmonious, but there is a clear boundary. Even in this situation, they do not completely trust each other. My name is Wang Lu. What do you call this, brother? The dark-skinned middle-aged man from the Research Institute stepped forward with a smile on his face and extended his hand to Su Xia. Just call me Beifeng. Su Xia also stretched out her hand and shook it, feeling that the man's palm was rough, combined with his dark skin and strong physique. He is probably an activist in the institute, traveling around the world doing research all year round. Northwind? When they heard this name, everyone around them was startled. This is not an unfamiliar name. During this period of time, this name has been very familiar to them, and they hear it almost every day. Defeating a mechanical city lord and wiping out an entire mechanical team. This kind of achievement has not happened for many years. After all, the human race has been recharging its energy and rarely conflicts with the mechanical race head-on. Ever since the news came out, people in the streets and alleys of Dragon City have been discussing it. Even children of a few years old know that there is a resistance leader named Beifeng who defeated the Lord and Lon of the Wasted Armor City. It's him! He's younger than in the photo. Someone whispered. No wonder that mecha looks so familiar to me. It's also in the photo. It was Commander Beifeng who came to rescue them, which no one expected. But isn't he the mastermind behind the Oasis camp? When I thought of this, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. A little embarrassment appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone has heard about what happened to academic Professor Shirsishi in the Oasis camp, and the news has long been circulated internally. Everyone knows that Xiong Wei on the surface is just a spokesperson. The only person who can really decide the direction of the Oasis camp is Commander Beifeng. A group of them came here all night long with the intention of snatching the wreckage of someone else's alien spaceship. But now they were rescued. What should they do? Su Xia smiled easily, as if she didn't notice the subtle atmosphere, and said to them, I found many traces left by you on the road. It seems that someone was seriously injured? He took the initiative to open up the topic and resolve the awkward atmosphere a lot. Yes, Ronaldinho and the others have been unconscious for more than 2 days. The old dean immediately took over the topic and led Su Xia to a big tree. Under this big tree, there were 5 simple homemade stretchers, on which lay 5 unconscious people. 2 of them were in particularly bad condition. Their faces were pale, extremely weak, and dying. Without effective treatment, they may not survive more than 2 days. They have inhaled a variety of poisonous gases. These 2 people still have wounds on their bodies, and the wounds have been infected. Su Xia made a judgment. Fortunately, they are psychic creatures. Ordinary people cannot last so long. Can it be saved? Everyone was worried. After all, they were their companions, no matter which faction they were divided into. They did not want to see these people die. Su Xia nodded. Yes. Hearing his affirmative answer, everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, they all wanted to know how to save him. After all, they had never seen the plants in this forest, and had no understanding of the characteristics of various poisonous mists. If not, they would not be so miserable. Next, Su Xia took out 2 medicine boxes from her pocket, opened the box, and took out more than 10 slender medicines of different colors. Everyone gathered around and watched carefully. The old dean of the college and the middle-aged man from the Research Institute, Wang Lu, looked at it particularly carefully. But there was no formula posted on the potions, and they couldn't tell the ingredients no matter how hard they looked. Su Xia's eyes were focused, and she patiently injected the antidote into several people, while also giving them a few injections of healing potions. Her technique was very professional. Brother Beifeng can also refine potions? Wang Lu asked. Understand a little bit. Su Xia nodded and put away the empty medicine syringes without leaving any behind. Seeing this, the old dean and Wang Luo's eyes flickered, and they both felt a little regretful. They also wanted to take the syringe back and analyze the composition of the remaining medicine inside. They knew very well that if Su Xia could get all the way here, she must have some means to target the strange plants in this forest. Thank you, Brother Beifeng. It's hard to repay your life-saving grace, Wang Luo said sincerely. You're welcome. You should. With that said, Su Xia returned to her mecha, took out 2 thick books, and handed them to the 2 of them. He seemed to have read through the 2 people's thoughts, and said with a smile, "I know you have many questions in your mind, and you should be able to find the answers in this book. This is..." The old dean and Wang Luo stepped forward. When they saw the words on the cover of the book, they were shocked and their breathing became rapid. Interstellar Encyclopedia. This title is enough to show how extraordinary this book is. During the period when they were trapped by the strange plants in this forest, they had already made guesses, but they thought it was too incredible. Now the appearance of this book finally proves their guesses. Brother Beifong has opened the wreckage of the alien spacecraft. Wang Luo took the book and asked hurriedly, "Is there a lot to gain?" "Slightly rewarding," Su Xia answered with a smile. Wang Luo sighed and said, "It's really shameful. We came from Dragon City and planned to destroy the ruins. No need to say more." Su Xia stopped him with a smile. "That is the hope of the human race to defeat the mechanical race. It should belong to all humans. I have never thought of possessing it. It should be developed together. Brother Beifong is so generous that I am ashamed of myself." Wang Luo sighed repeatedly and felt guilty. He had lived for more than 40 years. But he still had a selfish intention, which was completely inferior to the young Commander Beifong in front of him. No wonder. In the world outside Dragon City, this commander's voice is so loud. After a short exchange, everyone else understood. The weird forest that trapped them turned out to be really made of alien plants. It was impressive that they could persist for so long. If it were an ordinary team, it would probably have become a pile of corpses, lying in the dark jungle and slowly decaying, becoming nutrients for the growth of more alien plants. Unexpectedly, we have directly come into contact with so many things from extraterrestrial civilizations. Some people in the team couldn't help but sigh. This forest is a treasure. I wanted to set it on fire before. After understanding their situation, many team members' inner desire for research was awakened again. Their eyes shone, as if they were looking at some peerless beauty, and they carefully looked at the plants and trees around them. There are so many people in this world. How many of them have such an opportunity to have direct contact with starry sky civilization? Thinking of this, many members sighed in shame. Oh, if Commander Beifong hadn't saved us, we might have really died in this treasure this time. That's right. Everyone looked at Su Xia and saluted solemnly to express their gratitude. Those who can join this team are naturally knowledgeable people with high status in Dragon City. And no one is stubborn. They understand that the knowledge in Dragon City is indeed extraordinary. But there is always something out there, so they should be in awe and gratitude. Su Xia smiled at each other and acted very easygoing. Later, Su Xia asked about the 051 Research Institute. He was very interested in the rumored remains of alien creatures, and wanted to know where those remains were found. In areas where there are remains, there may be wreckage of the spacecraft. But Wang Luo just smiled bitterly and replied, "There are no alien remains. They are all rumored from outside. There are indeed some strange corpses, but after analysis, they are just primitive Zerg. There are a few corpses that resemble humanoids, with big heads and bodies. Small, dusty. Someone took pictures and spread them. And then, there were those rumors." "I see. However, we did collect some of the wreckage of the spacecraft, but they are all damaged and have little research value." Wang Luo didn't hide anything and told the truth. Su Xia understood that when the spacecraft disintegrated in the air, there could not have been only large wreckage. There must have been countless small debris scattered around the world. Soon, the team was back on the road. Su Xia said, "There are 2 friends from the Lingyan Tavern waiting for us not far away. Let's go over and have a round with them first." The Dragon City team was lucky enough to not enter the real center of the forest. There is another spacecraft wreckage underground in the central area, guarded by another hell. Once a conflict breaks out, none of these people may survive. After gaining a certain understanding, everyone who set out again was not so afraid of these plants, and even began to collect samples while walking. The old dean and Wang Luo were reading the Interstellar Encyclopedia while walking, and communicated with Su Xia to understand the current situation in various places. The more they communicated, the more shocked they were. Commander Beifong is simply even better than the rumors say. It was said that Commander Beifong did not have high academic qualifications. He had interrupted his studies because of the war. He was a common man who only cared about war and lust for power. The news from Shursishi also emphasized that he was short-sighted and had no overall perspective. But now in person, only then did the 2 discover that this young man had extraordinary conversation, elegant manners, and gentleness. His knowledge and vision were far beyond ordinary people. and he had a comprehensive analysis of the current situation of various races. Even the secretive Zerg tribe. Su Xia has a lot of insights. You must know that information about the Zerg, even in Dragon City, is a core secret and few people know it. If it weren't for the heavy armor, they would almost think that a gentle and elegant scholar was talking to them. Famous is not as good as meeting. The old dean sighed with emotion. Su Xia's age could be considered his grandson, but he was willing to sincerely interact with each other as equals and sit down and have a good chat. Su Xia also smiled and said, Indeed, being famous is not as good as meeting. He always thought that Shishi was an enhanced version of Zhang Feng, and the old dean was an enhanced version of Shishi. After all, the college is of the same origin. According to Zhang Feng, he has heard of many old dean's deeds of convincing people with virtue, and his excellent moral character of fist education and unreasonableness. After this brief conversation, he discovered that the old dean was much better than the old man Shishi. Chapter 263 Where in life don't we meet each other? After World War I, the queen of the Zerg tribe did not die. Yes, when my research institute went out to look for special materials, I accidentally saw his figure in a wilderness. Just a quick glance. Speaking of the Zerg, Wang Luo was very interested and started chatting actively. Although their 051 Research Institute studies aliens, over the years, they have not found aliens, but they have found a lot of primitive bugs that look like aliens. In the Research Institute, there are some secret information videos, and you can see the vague figure of the queen. Some people say that she is not a Zerg, but a human. Some people also say that she is a visitor from outer space. Others believe that she has the ability to shapeshift and deliberately makes herself look human. The Zerg is a race that advocates strength, Wang Luo said. If it is really a human being, and has absolute power, and can release an aura similar to the Zerg, maybe it can really rule the Zerg. Could it be a monster created by the machine race? A young college professor suddenly asked. He mentioned that the machine tribe has a large number of laboratories all over the world to explore various evolutionary paths. Many members of the resistance were captured and later escaped and told many details. Human beings in cities are also kept in captivity. There are a large number of disappearances every year. Once they are spotted and caught as experimental subjects, the results are basically tragic. They turn into ugly and hateful monsters, and they almost never live long. Mercer from the machine tribe has gone a long way on this path, but he only had more than 20 experimental subjects that could barely be called successful. And the others all died. And they died miserably. Wang Luo shook his head and said, It's unlikely. Your college should also have information. The time when the Zerg Queen appeared was almost the same as the time when the machine race grew stronger. At that time, the machine race was busy fighting with our human race and had no time to study. These, the old dean on the side thought of something, but sighed softly and said nothing more. There are too many theories about the origin of that queen. Su Xia saw the complicated look on the old dean's face and understood what he wanted to say. In the early days, there was a theory that the queen might have been transformed by humans themselves. After psionic energy was promoted as a clean energy source, it didn't take long before it showed that it could allow living things to evolve, which made many people at the time ecstatic. It is said that at that time, some people were doing some secret experiments that were inhumane. Many wealthy people secretly funded those crazy scientists for special abilities, immortality, etc. It was a crazy time buried in smoke. From the arrival of psychic powers to the rise of the machine race. During the period in which the human race dominated, due to the war, many data have been unable to be verified. But what is certain is that during those years, in the shadows invisible to ordinary people, in those dark underground laboratories, a large number of innocent lives became experimental subjects, and countless bloody, terrifying, crazy, twisted, and lost lives were born. Intelligent technological achievements. Is there the current Zerg Queen among them? Last time in that wilderness, Su Xia chatted a lot with the octopus monster Haidar, but they didn't talk about the origin of this mysterious queen. Haidar deliberately avoided it, and just said that the queen's knowledge came from a Zerg that fell from space. Skeletons. Sure enough, Zerg also exists in the universe. The old dean put on his glasses and read through the Interstellar Encyclopedia in detail and saw introductions to various special Zerg. Wang Luo was also reading. Although the cover of Star Encyclopedia had the words children's books printed on it, they still read it with gusto. Academics are just a matter of succession, and you can learn as you grow old. Some people plan to take care of themselves when they are in their 50s and count the days to retire. while some people are still exploring tirelessly until the end of their lives when they are 70 or 80 years old. A lifetime lasts only 180 years. Everyone has their own way of living. It is impossible to compare the height of each way of living. They just have different attitudes towards life. The man-eating tree. The name is so easy to understand. This time it almost became the food of these plants. Hey, the fruit yield of this withered vine is actually so high. If it can be improved, the human race may not need to worry about food problems in the coming years. Beside Juan Luo and the old dean, a large number of young people belonging to the research institute and college also gathered around, standing on tiptoes, stretching their necks, and trying to browse the contents of the book. When Su Xia came out this time, she brought a total of 4 Interstellar encyclopedias, 2 of which were given to Sun Lang and Chang Rufeng. And now these 2 are the only ones left. When they get to the Oasis camp, these guys can each have a copy. But they couldn't wait any longer. Each one of them seemed to have been open to a new world, hungry for knowledge from the stars. Su Xia could predict that when they arrived at the Oasis camp, these guys would probably stay in the wreckage screening room without sleep, watching Hal play. 120 hours to quickly understand the interstellar world. For them. Be careful. Su Xia suddenly took action, shouted loudly, and grabbed a young scholar. This guy kept standing on tiptoes to check the book in the old dean's hand without paying attention to his feet, and almost fell into a trap. This. His face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he thanked Su Xia repeatedly. On the next road, everyone returned to being cautious, collecting plant samples while reading books, and tasting some edible alien plant fruits. The group's speed was not slow, and they soon joined Sun Lang and Chang Rufeng. Su Xia was in the middle and began to introduce both parties. This is Sun Lang, and this is Chang Rufeng. They are from Lingyan Tavern. They received news from Dragon City a few days ago. The 2 greeted him cheerfully, shaking hands with the old professor and the others one by one, talking and laughing with great joy. Everyone in the Dragon City team thought they were happy for this meeting. But Su Xia knew clearly that these 2 guys were happy that no one died. They could get the full bonus promised by Long Chung, which was a full 20 million. And there was also a 5th level psychic equipment. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Sun Lang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when he thought about the money. After the 2 parties got to know each other, the old professor, Wang Luo, and others gathered around Hal and watched him non-stop. After all, this is a mechanical life form from an alien planet. This is the first time they have seen it after living for most of their lives. The fragments of the spacecraft collected before do not contain the presence of Hal. However, as the subject of observation, Hal was speechless. Due to the presence of Su Xia, it was difficult for him to have an attack and let these guys beat him. What kind of material is this? A young professor knocked on Hal's big eyes. Can this material really withstand the extremely low temperatures in the universe? Where is his power supply? Why can it last for more than 20 years? Perhaps we can improve our energy technology through him. Everyone seemed to be looking at some rare treasure, sometimes tapping it a few times, sometimes recording data. In the end, Hal couldn't stand it anymore inside. Alas! Ignorant natives! They were also born on this planet. Why is there such a big gap between the performance of these indigenous people and the captain? It's a good thing it wasn't these people who became captains, Hal thought. Just like that, the group set off again, with a complete map and Hal as a guide. He no longer needed to be so cautious. He went much faster and did not go outside the forest, but kept approaching the core area. The prize cabin prompted by the mission, Deep Space Reward, is in the core area and is guarded by another Hal. The first prize is a complete set of 6th level mecha. Nowadays, Su Xia's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although he has not yet broken through the 5th level, the required spiritual potions have been gathered in the last 2 insect nest battles, and he is in urgent need of a stronger mecha. Boss Shu in the camp can only make level 4 mechas, and he doesn't have that skill at higher levels. The set of mechas in the prize compartment of the wreckage came from the huge 7th Empire in the starry sky. They were well optimized, and were much better than the technology of this planet. With better optimization, level 6 mechas and level 5 creatures can be controlled. But if the 6th level mecha breaks down, who should I call to repair it? Su Xia touched her chin and suddenly thought of this question. The technology of the human race Onlua Company is very good. The stand device was developed by Onlua Company not long ago. Unfortunately, they have joined the machine race. But it was rumored that the night before taking refuge, a young core member jumped on a plane and escaped alone from the city where Onlua Company was located, and later entered Dragon City. Come to think of it, Dragon City's technology in this area must be stronger than that of Oasis Camp. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone entered the core area. The vegetation here is even denser, and there is almost no place to stay. All we can do is pull open the low vegetation in front and force our way in little by little. While moving forward, Su Xia kept chatting with the old dean and the others, asking some news about Dragon City intentionally or unintentionally. At Su Xia's suggestion, Sun Lang also asked some questions. Not long ago, I passed by a resistance camp in the wilderness. I happened to be out of food. I went in to buy some supplies and found some people from Dragon City inside. Sun Lang smiled and mentioned this matter casually. He continued, I talked with them and found out that they had just recently moved out of Dragon City. They said that there was something big going on when they left Dragon City, so they came out to avoid the limelight and waited for a while before going back. Are the Machine Tribe going to attack Dragon City? This matter? Alas, hearing Sun Lang's words, the expressions on the old dean's and Wang Luo's faces were a bit complicated, and they didn't know how to speak. Sun Lang's seemingly unintentional question touched upon the core struggle of Dragon City. Su Xia was thoughtful and listened quietly to decide without saying anything. After a while, the old dean sighed and said, This is not a secret. Recently, there have been some rumors within Dragon City. Yes, many people moved out because of these rumors. Wang Luo nodded lightly. We are also investigating who is spreading those rumors. Although we have caught a few people, we have not found the source yet. What rumor is it? Sun Lang asked in surprise. It's just that our two families have some changes and want to remove the City Lord's lineage. By now, these rumors had already spread outside Dragon City and were spread among various forces. The two of them had nothing to hide. In this lineage of the college, the old dean has the highest status. As for the institute, as the director of the 051 Institute, Wang Luo's status is not low, and he is among the top few in the entire institute. But both shook their heads and denied those rumors. The old dean said, Now that the human race is in decline and the enemy is facing us, how could we do such a thing? Yes, on the contrary, we have been working hard to maintain stability within Dragon City over the years. Wang Luo said at the same time, Although there are occasional conflicts among some of the young people below, they are all under control. They have never thought of splitting up Longcheng. Once we do it, won't we become sinners for the ages? When talking about this matter, both of them were very serious. At the same time, other members of the team also spoke up, saying that it was impossible to do such a thing. We are from the same human race, and if we really did something like that, wouldn't it make our loved ones angry and our enemies happy? That's right, a young researcher said loudly. Those who spread rumors have ulterior motives. We never thought of taking action against the Lord of the city. Alas, it has not been easy for the City Lord these years. Judging from their appearance, what they said should be true. Is it really just an irrelevant rumor? Su Xia thought silently and didn't completely believe it. After all, this involved the core struggle of the three factions, and these people might not tell the truth. To find out the truth, he still had to go to Dragon City in person, even if it wasn't to see his old father, but simply from the standpoint of the human race. Sooner or later, he would have to unite with the people of Dragon City. Perhaps there is another fourth force secretly spreading rumors. Wang Luo pondered for a moment and then said, During this period, Dragon City is in chaos, and many people who shouldn't have come. Well, when we get to the Oasis camp and get in touch with the headquarters, I'll ask them to keep a closer eye on it. The old dean said. Both of them have some guesses, but there is too little evidence now. The few people caught are just small fish and shrimps, and there is no useful information. Then, the topic was dropped. Both the old dean and Wang Luo invited Su Xia to Dragon City with a very sincere tone, saying that they would give Su Xia the highest courtesy. Su Xia smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying that she would definitely go. But there were many things to do now. In fact, even if he really wants to go, he won't go with a big fanfare. He wanted to see the most realistic appearance of Dragon City. Now, he has that special identity card and can enter Dragon City without anyone's invitation. Time passed slowly, and the group of people walked and talked, and arrived at 11 o'clock in the morning. We're almost there. Su Xia glanced at the mission map. The jungle in this area is so dense that it is almost impossible to see any sunlight. The vines are wrapped around each other. The grass reaches waist high, and it is pitch black all around. At this moment, Hal suddenly spoke. The other me is nearby, and I received news from him. Su Xia said. Tell him that we are not enemies. Okay. Hal did his duty and began to communicate with his other self, indicating that the new captain was here. At the same time, he also said that the captain must be patient as there are many annoying people around him. Not long after, there was some light noise in the jungle ahead. Kacha kacha. Another Hal appeared in Su Xia's field of vision. He is almost exactly the same as Hal, except that he looks more shabby in appearance, with triangular bipedal tracks rolling, and a sniper rifle welded to his left hand. If someone discovers the wreckage in the central area, what awaits him will probably be a headshot. Hal's tracks ran over dead branches and leaves, and he came closer, his big eyes flashing, and he brought unexpected news to everyone. I trapped a group of people. Maybe your friends. He stretched out his rusty mechanical right arm, and several light blue rays of light appeared from between his fingers, intertwining into a projection screen in front of him. Seeing the person in the picture, the members of the academy were stunned. Lao sure? Professor sure? Teacher sure? Several different titles appeared from the mouths of different academic members, but they all pointed to the same person, Sure Sishi. Su Xia raised her eyebrows, and a smile appeared on her lips. The old guy Sure Sishi and the player named Chan Rui were actually trapped by Hal. No matter where we meet in life, meeting us means we are destined. Chapter 264. Leave your name in the history books. The jungle is dark and opaque, full of dangers, and there is silence all around. Here is a swamp. The water is black and sticky, and twisted and dry black dead trees stick out of the water, like souls that have been burned in the struggle. It is eerie. From time to time, there were strange fluctuations in the water surface, as if there were some terrifying creatures waiting for opportunities under the water. Gula gula. A few bubbles suddenly appeared in the sticky black mud at the edge of the swamp, and a thick black body like a bucket snake passed. From a distance, it looked like a huge black tire. Only when you look closer can you find that it is a terrifying giant python. Inside the swamp, there seemed to be something lurking quietly, motionless, like a black dead tree. In the center of the swamp, there are several oval islands. The island is covered with strange black trees, with twisted black branches and no leaves. On the rough and cracked trunks, vague human faces can be vaguely seen, which is horrifying. This large swamp is like a natural moat, surrounding several small islands, making it difficult for outside creatures to approach. However, today, a group of people successfully crossed the swamp and came to a small island. It was Sure Sishi and his party. Of course, once you're here, don't even think about leaving. According to the first agreement, Hal, as the intelligent system of the spacecraft, must protect the safety of every member on the ship. When necessary, he can use all means, even if the means are cruel and bloody. I created this swamp with my own hands. It used to be just a deep pit. Hal told the screen that the wreckage of the spacecraft crashed and created a huge hole in this area. Over the years, Hal has diverted rainwater, sown seeds, and caught many dangerous animals, creating a special and weird little ecosystem here. All he did was for the several crew members sleeping in this wreckage. The entrance to the wreckage of the spacecraft is on one of the small islands in the center. Normal people would take a detour when they see the swamp. As long as you get close, you can feel the danger and death area coming towards you. Unless you are an adventurer who is born with a death mentality, no one will choose to go deep. However, Sure Sishi and the others chose to go deeper. They had considered the swampy areas of the jungle before setting off. So they carried a portable inflatable boat, went deep into the swampy area regardless of the danger, and successfully reached one of the small islands. Fortunately, the island was not the island where the spaceship's entrance was, so they were still alive. It's just that their inflatable boat was blown up by Hal's shot. Just when Hal was about to destroy them all, Su Xia and others came here, and Hal next to Su Xia got in touch with him. The two halls exchanged data without distinguishing between each other, and instantly understood what had happened in the past few days. I really want to kill them all. This is the safest way. Otherwise, as long as one escapes and reports back, there will be a steady stream of explorers coming, Hal said calmly. Since they are our own people, then let them go. Obviously, these two halls have killed a lot of people over the years. Su Xia could feel that the Hal in the Oasis camp was gentler, while the two halls were more murderous. Although they were once one, their different experiences and self-learning over the past 20 years have led them to embark on different evolutionary paths. On the screen, many people in Sure Sishi's team appeared very nervous, holding weapons in their hands and constantly looking at the surrounding environment. Just now, Hal's shot directly cut off their escape route and trapped them on the island. Now, they can only cut down the trees on the island and make crude canoes to leave. However, the predators in the darkness may still be prowling. How could these people be in the mood to make canoes? I don't know where my friend is. Can you come out and talk? Ms. Lilia in the picture looked wary. Looking around, having opened the psychic shield, standing on the outermost edge, protecting her companions, who did not have shield skills. Center. This shield is indeed effective against ordinary bullets, and can withstand them for a while. But for the concussive bullets Hal possesses, it's just a matter of one shot. Are you friends from Lincoln Tavern? Another person shouted. We are also here to rescue. We are fellow travelers. I think there may be some misunderstanding. We are from Dragon City. Can we show up to discuss things? A disciple of Shirsishi announced his identity. His whole body tensed, and his eyes kept scanning the jungle around the swamp. Before setting off, they knew that Longcheng had also contacted Lincoln Tavern. In this jungle, there may be only three forces, themselves, Lincoln Tavern, and Dragon City headquarters. The people from Dragon City headquarters will definitely not hide in secret and shoot at them. So the hunter who blew up their airship will definitely probability comes from the tavern. Everyone, be careful. That guy must not have left yet. He wants to trap us here. Damn it. Don't those killers at 0 Point Tavern follow the rules? They haven't fully understood their situation yet. They are all worried and panic at the moment. But they also have the idea of escape. The other party didn't move after taking a shot, which meant that they were also afraid of them and couldn't find a better hunting opportunity. Everyone in the team thought they were confronting each other and reaching a stalemate. However, in fact, if Hal wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Hal buried a large number of floating bombs underground on the island, as well as under the surrounding water. He also used various methods to throw floating bombs towards the island area. There are more than a dozen repair robots controlled by Hal ambushing around, each armed with sniper rifles, psychic bombs, assault rifles, etc. There are traps everywhere, and it can be said that it is a situation of death and no life. Here, everyone had a lot of questions when they saw what was happening on the screen. Why did Mr. Shur take his team to the island? On the academic side, a young scholar who had taken Shirsishi's class was full of doubts at this time, because there was no need to go up to the island. As a rescue team, Shirsishi and the others should avoid this swamp. If you want to confirm whether the people in Dragon City are trapped on the central island, you only need to shout a few times or fire a few signal flares towards the island. Why do you have to log in? The danger of this swamp can be clearly felt by everyone even through the screen. Yes, Professor Shur would not make such a stupid mistake. Another academic member said the same thing. Could it be that members of his team insist on going up? But Professor Shur can also stop him. With Professor Shur's temper, no one in the team should be able to influence his opinion. Right. Anyone who has taken Shirsishi's course in the college or knows the old man will have a certain understanding of his temper. In fact, they are not the only ones who have this doubt. In the picture, everyone on the rescue team also had doubts. When these people were still outside the swamp and had not gone deep, Ms. Lilia frowned and stopped them, saying that they should not enter the swamp. As the representative of the joint camp, her words carry a certain weight, and the other members of the joint camp also stand on her side. But Shirsishi was authoritative and determined to go deeper, and his disciples also expressed support, not wanting to see the already tired team split into two. Ms. Luyi could only sigh and follow Shirsishi to explore the swamp. And the result was the situation in the picture. Looking at their appearance, this journey must have been very uncomfortable. Even if they were fully prepared, many people were injured. A scholar lamented. On the screen, many people were wrapped in bandages, and 2 people even lost the ability to move and were carried on the backs of the other members. Hal said indifferently, "That old man doesn't seem to be here to save people. I discovered their traces yesterday." "What do you mean?" Sunling asked. "He seems to be looking for something, specifically choosing dangerous and inaccessible areas to explore," Hal said lightly. "If my guess is correct, this old man should have guessed that the plants in this forest all come from deep space, understands that there is a spacecraft wreckage in this area, and he wants to be the first to find it." Everyone in Longcheng was stunned. They had always thought that Shirsishi was here to save them. Is rescue just secondary, and finding things is the real thing? Wang Luo pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, "Discovering a new alien spacecraft wreckage is indeed a greater achievement than saving people. In the future, textbooks will definitely write, Professor Shirsishi discovered the wreckage of the spacecraft. But not necessarily, Professor Shirsishi saved people, because the two have different historical significance. This era is cruel, and incidents of death and rescue happen every day. However, there are not many wreckage of alien spacecraft. Finding one may change the course of history and allow human technology to take another path. This old guy Shirsishi values fame, wealth, power, and honor very seriously. And he definitely wants to leave his name in history. He is also somewhat capable, and is indeed close to finding the wreckage of the spacecraft. But the counterattack force of the debris was beyond his expectation. It can be seen that the rest of the people on the screen are looking around nervously, still wondering if the killer from the tavern is secretly attacking. Only Shirsishi was thoughtful, his eyes constantly moving on the other islands. Probably only he knew that it was not the tavern killer who took action, but the counterattack force of the spacecraft. The entrance to the wreckage of the spacecraft is on the small island to their right, Hal said coldly. This old guy is very calculating and doesn't care about the life or death of his apprentice and the rest of the people. Professor Shir shouldn't be such a person. Right. A scholar who had taken Shirsishi's course couldn't help but speak up and wanted to argue for his former teacher, even though he was a little shaken in his heart. After all, judging from Shirsishi's temper, the rescue team must have thought he was the leader. Oh, didn't you notice? Hal said coldly. This old guy has level 4.7 psychic power, which is the highest in the entire team. I don't believe he doesn't have psychic shields, but he stands in the center of the team, letting his disciples interact with the rest of the surrounding team. When a person turns on the shield to protect him, he is conserving spiritual energy. He must have more than one piece of life-saving equipment on him. If necessary, he can use other members as flesh and blood shields to rush out. The young scholar just now also fell silent, not knowing what else to say. The situation is clear now. As bystanders, they could clearly see everything happening on the island in the center of the swamp. Shirsishi didn't care about the lives of the others, as long as he could discover the entrance to the alien wreckage, break out of Hal's encirclement, and bring the news back to Dragon City. His name would definitely appear in future history books. It was indeed difficult for his rescue team along the way. Yesterday, many people proposed to return, but they were all suppressed by Shirsishi. The old man insisted on continuing to explore. He is indeed smart, but he underestimated my ability, Hal said indifferently. How can an indigenous person like him resist the power from the stars? Robot, can you really destroy them all? Sunling asked. How about I show you? No, it's better not to. Sunling smiled and said no more. After some analysis, the situation was basically clear, and then only the meeting between the two parties remained. Su Xia planned to enter the wreckage from the entrance in the center of the island and get the 6th level mecha as a mission reward. The rest of the Dragon City team also couldn't wait to enter the interior of the spacecraft to take a look. But Hal directly stated that he hated the old man Shirsishi. Everyone could go in by then, but not the old man. Of course, he needs to seek Su Xia's opinion. Su Xia smiled. You handle it yourself. Your opinion is my opinion. Good. Hal put away the screen. His voice was cold, and he led everyone forward. This is already the central area of this alien plant forest, and it is full of dangers. If you make a wrong step, you may step into a trap. Hal asked everyone to follow his footsteps and stop running around. He has made many disguises here. An ordinary tree may hide a death mechanism. After you walked for half an hour, neither too fast nor too slow. The group finally saw the swamp in the center, which was the final destination of the trip. Be careful. There are many dead trees on the edge of the swamp disguised as crocodiles. There are piranhas and blood-sucking insects in the swamp, as well as several other carnivores. Hal slowly introduced it. This was the result of his more than 20 years of creation, and it was the first time he introduced it to outsiders. At the edge of the swamp, the soil is soft, and dark brown dead leaves have fallen to the ground. Stepping on them will leave a deep footprint, and it is easy to sink in if you are not careful. In a place like this, falling into a swamp is basically a matter of death. In the seemingly peaceful swamp mud, there is a kind of terrifying blood-sucking insect cultivated by Hal. It usually burrows in the mud and eats some rotten things. Once a creature sinks in, it will not take long to be bitten by this insect. Skin, then penetrated into the flesh and blood body. At a glance, you can see the bones of countless animals mixed with the mud at the edge of the swamp, which looks extremely scary. We walked along the Noda swamp for more than 10 minutes. Everyone finally saw Shirsishi and his party. At the same time, people from Shirsishi's team also saw them on the small island in the center of the swamp. Dean! It's the Dean and the others, as well as Teacher Lee. Teacher Liu and the others are still here. Dean, we are here. The group of people smiled happily. Being trapped on the central island during this period was really depressing. Finally, they met someone they knew and had hope of escaping. They shouted and waved to Su Xia and others at the edge of the swamp. At the same time, they did not forget to remind Dean, be careful. There may be a hunter hiding in the dark. Not leaving yet. Always looking for opportunities. Teacher Li, open the psychic shield quickly. Shirsishi's disciples were the most excited. After all, they all grew up in the college, and the old dean and professors treated them like family members. Even though I was beaten often, I still felt emotional after being beaten. Ms. Lu Yi and others also breathed a sigh of relief. With smiles on their faces, they saw Su Xiao walking in the front. With the commander here, it seems that no matter how big the difficulty is, he will always find a way. I knew the commander would definitely come looking for me, someone said with a smile. Look, you guys, the commander and the old dean of Longcheng are walking at the front. If I had known this, when I set out a few days ago, I should have contacted the commander and set off with him. Everyone in the joint camp was thinking this way. Maybe they didn't even notice that they already vaguely regarded Su Xia as a leader. Of course, there were two people who looked unnatural. One of them was Chan Rui, a young disciple of Shirsishi who stood silently among the crowd. The other one is naturally Shirsishi. Just one step away. Shirsishi looked ugly and felt unwilling. He knew that the wreckage of the alien spacecraft must be nearby, and he would be able to find it if he was given a little more time. But at this moment, Su Xia and others came, disrupting his overall plan. Chapter 265 The Same Shameless Streak. Exactly what I had guessed. At first, Shirsishi led his team into the jungle to save people. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. As an old professor of Tianqing Academy, Shirsishi's character aside, his knowledge was indeed profound. But even he couldn't identify what these weird plants were. Hat grass, death pepper, black tango, blue wind chime, etc. He and his more than 10 disciples could not identify the plants that were not deadly on the outskirts of the jungle, and could only find some similar ones from their memories. The old dean, Wang Luo and others speculated that plants came from the stars, and Shirsishi also made the same judgment. But their situations are different, and their choices are different. The Dragon City team is trapped. Even if they guess it is an alien plant, they just want to escape for the time being. After Shirsishi led his team into the jungle, he marked all the way to ensure that he could return along the road. So he had no worries, and no worries about getting lost in the jungle. Therefore, Shirsishi had other ideas. He wants to leave his name in history. After the idea was born, rescuing people became incidental. He began to focus on searching for wreckage, speculating that there was a high probability of the wreckage of an alien spacecraft in this area. Even though there were dangers along the way, team members were exhausted, and some were even seriously injured. He never thought of returning. This is a great cause, and it is normal for a few people to die, as long as he can get out alive. Just a little bit. Shirsishi was really unwilling to give in, but in this situation, he had no other choice. Now, he can only lure Su Xia, the old dean and others away, and lead them away from the forest. And then, he will lead a group of people who are not afraid of death to return to search for the wreckage of the spacecraft. He saw the two halls next to Su Xia, but he didn't think they were alien machines. He thought they were ordinary auxiliary robots that Su Xia brought from the Oasis camp. But soon, Shirsishi's expression changed again. He saw that the shabby little robot entered the jungle next to the swamp, and pulled out a silver-gray boat from an area buried in dead branches and leaves. When was that ship there? Shirsishi's heart sank, and he had a premonition that something was not good. It looked like the silver-gray boat had been buried there long before all of them arrived. And that little worn-out crawler robot knows where it is buried. Doesn't that mean? So the robot has been in this area a long time ago? Or is this area actually created by this robot? No! This robot. Old Shirsishi's eyes widened. And for a moment, it seemed as if a thunderbolt exploded in his mind, splitting all doubts. That little robot comes from the stars. But why did the robot raise its head? As if asking Beifong something? Beifong got there first! Shirsishi felt resentful in his heart, and his old body trembled. This was his opportunity, his page in history. But he was cut off by Beifong. Beifong had already discovered the wreckage of a spaceship in an Oasis camp, and he actually discovered it here. How unfair is God? Shirsishi didn't notice that beside him, his young disciple Chan Rui looked worse than him. Ever since he got into the NPC camp, Chan Rui has always had a smooth life. He could even recognize professors like Shirsishi as his teachers. He has never encountered any trouble, until that day when he came to the Oasis camp. The NPC named Bei Feng could actually recognize his identity as a player. Since then, Chang Rui has been much more cautious. Bei Feng has become the NPC he least wants to see. But now, Bei Feng, together with the old dean of the college, is taking a silver gray boat and is about to come to the small island where he is. Li Yun and the dog were both exposed. Could their exposure have something to do with Bei Feng? Chang Rui felt uneasy, and extremely uneasy. He doesn't want to give up this identity yet. Even if his plan to betray the joint camp fails, he can still make money from other channels through this identity. As a person from Longcheng, he has a much wider range of choices than Li Yun and that dog. Calm down. Don't show any abnormality. Chang Rui thought like this and tried his best to smile, looking as happy as the other people next to him. He received news about Li Yun and the dog, and now it was clear that although the people in the joint camp had locked them up, there was not much actual evidence after all. The biggest problem is the dog. That damn dog hung up for too long, and its flaws were discovered. But he and Li Yun could still cut themselves off from the dog to ensure their own safety. The teacher is here. As long as he is there, I will be fine. Chang Rui rolled his eyes and looked at Shishi beside him. This old professor was his biggest support. Soon, the silver gray boat drifted and swayed to the small island in the middle of the lake. This boat was naturally used by Hal to get in and out of the island in the middle of the lake. It was not big and could only carry 5 or 6 people at a time. Su Xia, the old dean, Wang Luo, and the 2 Halls got off the boat one after another as the first batch of people to land on the island. Leave a Hal behind and sail the boat back. Ha ha, Commander. Long time no see. Among the people in the joint camp, a strong man walked up and greeted with a smile. This man's name is Lu Long, Lu Ba's younger brother, and one of the representatives of the joint camp of this rescue team. Ms. Liuya and the others stepped forward one after another. It's been a long time indeed. Su Xia smiled and nodded, shaking hands or patting shoulders with everyone, acting very naturally, and they soon started chatting together. He brought bad news. Let these guys laugh for a while. It will be hard to laugh later. Commander, the last battle against Enlon was so enjoyable, Lu Long said, his voice full of admiration. Just seeing those photos of the scene makes my blood boil. I wish I was there at that time. If there is such a battle next time, you must call me up. Okay, definitely next time. Commander, call me next time, someone else said with excitement on his face. No problem. And I have long wanted to fight those damn robots head on. Okay, call everyone when the time comes. The battle that defeated Enlon completely made Su Xia the spiritual leader of many members of the resistance. Seeing him at this time, many people were as excited as meeting their idols. Their faces flushed. Even though these guys are all psychic creatures and have high status in their respective organizations, in front of Su Xia, they still look like a fledgling young man with the enthusiasm of just starting out. Shishi looked out of place and a little embarrassed beside his more than 10 disciples. Fortunately, the old dean and Wang Luo were there to communicate with them, while Su Xia was chatting with the rest of the resistance members. The old dean also asked Shishi, Old Shir, why did you leave them to risk landing on this island? He asked very directly, looking directly at Shishi with his old eyes. No matter in terms of status or age, the old dean was half a generation older than Shishi and had once promoted him. Facing the old dean's question, Shishi's face changed slightly. His eyes unexpectedly dodged for a moment, and he answered after a moment, I think there should be the wreckage of an alien spacecraft nearby. As long as the wreckage of the spacecraft can be studied. Maybe if I can get technology that is not weaker than that of the machine race. I am willing to take the risk for the sake of the human race. For the human race? The old dean still looked directly at Shishi and repeated these 4 words with a special meaning in his tone. Soon, he sighed, shook his head, and asked no more questions. From the perspective of righteousness, using the perspective of, for the human race, for all mankind, for the defeat of the machine race, etc. To occupy and obtain some achievements that do not belong to oneself is a habit passed down by the Academy. As long as you stand on the moral high ground, you will not be afraid of criticism from others, and can do anything with a clear conscience. To be honest, this was actually passed down from the old dean. The whole Academy learned from his temper and thick skin. Did not expect? Someone actually used this reason to deal with him. Before taking risks, you should ask your disciples and the others what they think. The old dean sighed. They are still young and should not sacrifice themselves for your adventures. They'll understand. Shirsishi calmed his mind and answered like this without changing his expression. If successful, their names will be left in history. Even if they are just left in a corner, they will be remembered by future generations. This is their honor. Maybe. The old dean's eyes moved around Shirsishi and saw the dozen or so young disciples behind him. The youngest is less than 30 years old. He has just completed his initial accumulation and has just started his life. The next few decades will be his time to shine. If it weren't for Su Xia, these outstanding young people might have died in Hao's siege, paying the price with their lives for Shirsishi's greed and adventure. At this moment, after hearing the conversation between the old dean and their teacher, these young people realized that their teacher's purpose was not that simple. Are there the wreckage of an alien spacecraft nearby? A young disciple was surprised. I knew these plants must not belong to our planet. Another disciple's eyes lit up. So is that little robot. These young people are the elites of the academy. They are so smart. With just a little mention, they can instantly connect what happened during this period. It is naturally gratifying to have direct contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. But while they were happy, they also understood what their teacher Shirsishi did, and they couldn't help but feel a little more complicated. At the same time, everyone in the joint camp surrounding Su Xia on the other side also knew the situation. Ms. Lilia looked at Hal, thinking that this guy came from an alien planet. Her eyes flashed a little strangely, and she said with a smile, It turns out that it was this little guy who fired the gun just now, which made us nervous for a long time. I thought it was the killers from Lingyan Tavern, but I wrongly blamed them. Lu Long also smiled. Let me just say, Lingyan Tavern is an organization with some credibility, and the members who have no credibility have been eliminated by themselves. Indigenous people, I do want to kill you. Hal's tone was cold and inhumane, and he continued, I have arrangements around here. If the captain hadn't appeared, you would be dead bodies on the ground now. What? Captain? Everyone was startled when they heard this title, which was obviously referring to Su Xia. They thought that Su Xia just became friends with this little robot and could communicate with him. They never expected that Su Xia's identity would be so special. Captain? A pair of surprised eyes rested on Su Xia, and the disbelief and doubt in those eyes almost overflowed. A few guys with relatively simple minds were quickly relieved after all. He is Commander Beifeng. He can even defeat Amon. So what's wrong with being the captain of an alien spaceship? In their minds, North Wind is almost synonymous with the word almighty. But most people are still confused. How can one become an alien captain as an indigenous person? Little robot, can you become the captain if you are the first to discover the spaceship? A disciple of Shirsishi asked. After all, he was from Dragon City. He was knowledgeable and had a natural attitude towards the small resistance organization in the wilderness. Of arrogance. If Northwind can do it, so can they. But Hal just gave him a cold look. You are dreaming! The disciple's expression changed. He didn't expect the robot's answer to be so straightforward. Is the program designed this way? Or did Su Xia ask him to answer like this? Another disciple asked. Are there any special conditions? Do you need to pass any tests? Don't think about it. Only he can be the captain on this planet. None of you are worthy. Hal's tone was impatient. He didn't even look at him and directly cut off his thoughts without any tact. These natives. He was really bored by being so ordinary and so confident. Why? Is there any difference? Asked the older disciple. If it is knowledge, we can all learn it. He asked this, and the other disciples looked at Hal, wanting an accurate answer. In any case, the ability of elites like them from Dragon City to learn knowledge and skills is definitely no worse than the leaders of small organizations in the wilderness. However, Hal was too lazy to answer and left the Shirsishi disciples aside to slowly feel embarrassed. Su Xia smiled and reached out to touch Hal's big telescope-like eyes to signal him to calm down. Then, he looked at the group of disciples, and his eyes fell directly on the last one. Changray! Su Xia put away the smile on her face and walked over. Changray's face changed slightly. He was coming after all, and he couldn't avoid it. He swallowed, forced himself to be calm, faced Su Xia directly, and said with a forced smile, Commander Beifeng, what's the matter? You know what it is. Su Xia replied. How would I know? Didn't your two friends inform you? Changray's heart trembled. Su Xia seemed to know everything, but he didn't have the courage to confront Su Xia or even look at each other. Fortunately, at this time, Shirsishi took a step forward and stopped in front of Su Xia. After the meeting at the Oasis camp, the two faced off again. Everyone looked at this place, and the voices of conversation became less and quieter. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Sure Sishi didn't have any good impression of Su Xia. Last time Su Xia disrupted his joint plan. This time his plan to find the wreckage failed again. Beifeng, what do you want to do? His tone was unkind, and he looked directly at Su Xia. You know what I want to do. Su Xia's face remained unchanged, and she gave a similar answer. What? You still think my disciple is an undead? There's something big happening out there. No matter what happened, it has nothing to do with my disciple. Facing Su Xia, Sure Sishi stood in front of Chang Rui and acted very tough. Chapter 266 Appearance. Boom! The island shook. Fallen leaves flew, and the black water of the surrounding swamp rippled. After the loud noise, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Su Xia would take action directly. With cold eyes and no politeness, a punch was thrown out, and the fist was wrapped with a blue shimmer of psychic thorns, and it instantly hit Sure Sishi's shoulder. The light burst out and slammed him away. Puff! Sure Sishi's face was pale, and he was greatly disturbed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His shoulders fell limply, and his entire right shoulder was smashed. He flew out upside down and broke several small trees. His body drew a long trace on the soft black ground and rolled over. His body was covered with dead branches and leaves. He was extremely miserable and collapsed on the ground. A 4th-level psychic master was beaten into a half-crimped state by Su Xia's punch. At this moment, let alone Sure Sishi's disciple, even the expression of the old dean beside him changed. The oldest disciple cried out sadly, Teacher! Teacher! The other disciples were also panicked and ran over one after another, taking out various life-saving medicines from their bodies. Putting aside this incident, Sure Sishi was quite good to them in the past in the academy. He did not lose any knowledge that should be taught, and he was kind to them. The relationship between master and disciple is a strong emotional chain no matter what era. Teacher, please don't move. I'll take care of your wound. The oldest disciple's eyes were red, and he took out the medicine on his body, as if it was free to stabilize Sure Sishi's injuries. Now, Sure Sishi's appearance was really embarrassing and tragic. His breath was weak, his mouth was bleeding, and his front was stained red. Of course, the reality is not that bad. In Su Xia's eyes, the old guy still had close to 90% of his health bar. He was not injured at all, but his right shoulder was temporarily unable to be used. With the vitality of his 4th-level psychic creature, he could recover in about half a day with just a few injections of healing potion. Cough, cough, cough. Sure Sishi coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood foam, looked miserable, and was extremely shocked. He never expected that the last time they met at the Oasis camp, Beifeng was no match for him. He did not dare to make a move at the meeting, and had to leave the meeting hall in the end. How long had it passed before he became so strong? Sure Sishi originally thought that Su Xia still didn't dare to take action this time, so he was careless and didn't have time to get out of the way. It's good to be young. Sure Sishi's voice trembled as he looked at the large blood stain in front of him. Su Xia stood with her hands behind her back and didn't move after one blow. She looked at him quietly with a calm expression and said nothing. The rest of the people, whether it was the people in the joint camp on the small island or the people on the edge of the swamp on the other side, all had their eyes widened and were so shocked that they could not speak. How could it suddenly turn into a direct action situation? Everyone thought that Su Xia would definitely argue with Sure Sishi. Just like last time in the conference hall of the Oasis camp. They would never fight with each other no matter what. However, Su Xia came up with a punch that was as powerful as thunder and unstoppable, directly shattering any possible argument. Oh! Why is it like this? Some people sighed softly, and the people around them nodded slightly, agreeing with this sentence. Especially everyone in the Dragon City team, who had been traveling together all the way, always thought that Su Xia was a knowledgeable, gentle, and good-tempered scholar. It wasn't until Su Xia made a thunderous move just now that they suddenly realized that this was a man who was defeated head-on. Unland's ruthless person. Su Xia also heard the sighs of the people around her, but she remained calm. At the Oasis camp, Sure Sishi had level 4.7 psychic powers and possessed various Dragon City skills. Su Xia had only been promoted to level 4 at that time. She had just finished fighting the insect nest, and her mecha was half useless. So she resisted and fought with the old guy for a few words. Now that he is powerful, why is there any need to talk nonsense? Talking nonsense is just a waste of time. Let's fight again. In this way, Su Xia completed the feat of punching Nanshan Nursing Home. Northwind! The oldest Sure Sishi disciple shouted angrily. His eyes turned red. He stood up, and burst out with a heart-stopping spiritual energy fluctuation. He looked angry, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Beifeng! Are you being unreasonable and bullying my teacher because he is old and frail? Today I will fight on behalf of my teacher. Do you dare to take over?" Not only him, but more than a dozen other disciples, except Chang Rui and another one who was taking care of Shirshishi, all stood up and erupted with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Shirshishi's disciples are all very strong. That's for sure. After all, Zhang Fang, as a low-ranking disciple, already had level 3.8 psychic powers when he first came to the Oasis camp, and later broke through to level 3.9 after defeating the insect nest. The college has very strict requirements for students and does not want to cultivate flowers in the greenhouse. Every student must not only have enough knowledge, but also be strong enough to flourish in both academics and physical skills. This is a cruel era. Weak scholars who only know what is wrong are destined to be unable to find hope for the human race. So they have to do this. Every young person has a passion that has never been wiped out. "Beifeng! Do you dare to fight?" The big disciple roared again, and his spiritual energy fluctuations were frightening. He was a strong man, and could have started training long ago. The other 10 people are not weak either, and several of them are level 4 creatures. Su Xia remained silent, looking calmly through the dozen people, and saw the pale Chang Rui behind them. In other literary and artistic works, the younger one is basically beaten to make the older one. Unexpectedly, it is reversed here, and the older one is beaten to make the younger one. Finally, Su Xia spoke and said to the oldest disciple, "You are no match for me. Get out of the way! A coward! Do you only dare to bully the old and the weak?" The eldest disciple was furious and strode forward, determined to fight Su Xia and seek justice for his master Shirshishi. He was indeed very strong. When Su Xia read the data, he saw the description of level 4.4 psychic power. He had gone out to Dragon City many times to kill enemies and led his men to defeat several brutal mercenary teams. However, when the man came closer, his body suddenly trembled and he groaned. He only saw a flash of blue light in Su Xia's eyes, which was breathtaking. In an instant, his whole body seemed to be hit hard, and his eyes turned black, as if his soul was about to be crushed, and he almost fell down on the spot. At this time, Su Xia stepped forward and punched him casually. Boom! Like his master, this eldest disciple flew out upside down, breaking several small trees, causing fallen leaves to fly all over the ground, and rolled over more than 10 times, making him miserable. Whether it was the small island or the edge of the swamp on the other side, everything fell silent. Everyone knew that Beifeng was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was so strong. He knocked down 2 powerful psychic creatures with 2 punches. He didn't do anything at all, and his face didn't change. It was as if he slapped 2 of them casually. An ant. "Ah!" the eldest disciple roared, his face full of pain. Not because of physical pain, but because he hated that he could not avenge his master. Su Xia looked at him calmly and finally spoke again. "He concealed his purpose and was selfish. He brought you and others into danger and almost caused you all to die here. He deserves that punch. He is my teacher after all." "I understand." Su Xia nodded. "You did your best. Just lie down." He glanced at the other dozen or so disciples. These disciples were originally blocking him, but after the punch just now, they all realized that they couldn't stop him. Their expressions were gloomy. They lowered their heads and got out of the way. So what if they all really rush forward? When everyone falls down, who will take care of the injured? Su Xia was very satisfied with their attitude. She walked forward and said to Shirshishi, who was lying on the ground, "Let's have a good talk now. What else do you want to talk about?" Shirshishi snorted coldly. "Are you using force to force me to admit that my disciples are undead? You are a smart man. I have to admit this," Su Xia said to him. "With your mind, it is impossible that you did not notice any abnormalities during the time you took Chang Rui as your disciple. You should understand in your heart. So what? He is my disciple after all." Shirshishi was reluctant to admit it and looked cold. In fact, he had indeed discovered something was wrong with Chang Rui a long time ago. After all, no matter how much the players pretend to be, they are not from this world. But he believed in his own vision. He couldn't be wrong. Su Xia glanced at the eldest disciple lying not far away, and then at Shirshishi. The 2 of them were worthy of being master and disciple. They were carved from the same template. One knows that his teacher has a problem, and the other knows that his apprentice has a problem. But they refuse to admit it verbally. "So what if he is the undead?" Shirshishi said coldly. Benefit. Su Xia responded with these two words, which was very simple, making Chang Rui's face paler. Sure, Sishi was still very stubborn and responded coldly. Do you only have interest in your eyes? Su Xia replied. Maybe you should say this to yourself. I'm old and don't have a few years left. I just want to use my last few years to fight. Sure, Sishi didn't deny it. If we can get a result from the fight, it doesn't matter if we get a few infamy. The benefits he wants are beyond your imagination. No, he is my disciple. I understand him. As he spoke, Sure Sishi coughed up another mouthful of blood foam. His face was as white as a tissue and his breath was weak. But he still managed to get up with the help of Chang Rui and another disciple. He turned his head, looked at Chang Rui and asked, Chang Rui, tell me, are you an undead? Chang Rui immediately shook his head and denied with a panic expression. No, it's not true. Teacher, you believe me? Yes. How could the junior brother be an undead? Another disciple said. He usually had a good relationship with Chang Rui. But now, he stood up to support Chang Rui. Junior brother's identity and background can be checked. Another older disciple spoke up, also supporting Chang Rui, and continued. We checked everything at the beginning and there was no problem. That's right. Beifeng only has his personal opinion now. More than a dozen apprentices spoke out to support Chang Rui, with a firm attitude and expression of trust. Even if they cannot defeat Su Xia, they are unwilling to back down on this issue and want to compete with Su Xia. Seeing the determined expressions of these senior brothers and sisters, Chang Rui suddenly remembered the daily life of living and studying together during this period. His eyes darkened, and he felt more complicated emotions. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. These NPCs were so real that he often couldn't tell the difference between real ones and fake ones. During this period, whenever he left the game and returned to the real world, he would always feel a sense of loss when facing an empty rental house. The reality is too cruel. Without a trace of warmth, everyone lives in a squeeze, numb and cold, like robots in a false world. But it was so beautiful in the game, giving him a second life that he had never experienced before. Why do so many people like games? Is it really just pure addiction? Chang Rui raised his head subconsciously, and suddenly saw Su Xia's indifferent gaze. He trembled and took half a step back unconsciously. He regretted it a little. He really doesn't want to be exposed. He wants to retain this identity. Chang Rui, Su Xia said calmly. Do you admit it yourself? Or do you want me to admit it for you? No. Chang Rui's lips turned white, and his voice trembled. He only uttered one word, and clutched his clothes so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In front, the dozen or so disciples turned around and looked at him, with affirmative emotions such as expectation, trust, and support in their eyes. Sure Sishi also looked at this disciple, with an inexplicable complex look in his old eyes. Everyone in the joint camp, as well as everyone on the other side of the swamp, all looked at him. At this moment, the air was quiet, and everyone focused on Chang Rui. Crack! Chang Rui took another half step back and accidentally broke a few dead branches. His face was pale, as if a huge mountain was pressing on him, making him breathless. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to answer. Seeing his appearance, Su Xia understood and said calmly, In that case, let me help you. As he spoke, he activated the revelation ability of the skill Eye of Illusion and strode forward. Look into my eyes. He looked directly at Chang Rui and shouted softly. The sound was like thunder in Chang Rui's ears. He was so frightened that he trembled and did not dare to raise his head. He cowered and lowered his head, trying to avoid it. But Su Xia didn't give him a chance at all. She grabbed his collar with one hand and lifted him up. The other hand pressed his forehead firmly, forcing him to look at her. Ah! Chang Rui screamed, panicked, sweat pouring down his face. He saw Su Xia's eyes, which seemed to have turned into two whirlpools, cold and deep, as if they were trying to pull and swallow his soul. The next moment, his vision went dark. His mind was dizzy. He couldn't see anything clearly, and he seemed to be falling into an abyss. In my ears, I heard the exclamations of many people. It's over. This was the only thought in Chang Rui's mind. He understood that he had been exposed. Boom! Su Xia casually threw him to the ground. Under the influence of the Eye of Illusion, Chang Rui revealed his true form, revealing his truest self. He looks like a pure player without any identity or background. His previous appearance was that of the NPC whose identity he had taken over, so the disciples found no problems when investigating his background. His face has changed. Someone shouted in surprise. Are they really the undead? There was an exclamation of exclamation all around, as if a pot had exploded, and it suddenly became noisy. This really surprised many people. Next, something even more surprising happened to them. Under the subsequent power of the Eye of Illusion, Changrui's body actually disappeared in place. Changrui in the real world only felt that his vision went dark, as if he was disconnected. After a few seconds, he logged in again and appeared on the island. This is another characteristic of the undead, and the fact has been put before everyone's eyes. How could he be Changrui? The other disciples looked at Changrui blankly, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Some of them rubbed their eyes, still refusing to believe what they saw. Changrui sat on the ground, his face pale and soulless, as if all his strength had been drained away. Chapter 267. It's all a joke. Game over. Changrui said nothing and chose to log off. His identity is exposed and everything is gone. The game hive was empty. He took off his auxiliary equipment, and his eyes were deserted. His whole body seemed to be hollowed out. He was in a daze for a moment, and then walked out of the room blankly. It was just a game, but it made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he had lost a period of his life. Outside the room, people were coming and going in the long corridor, talking and laughing. They were all players rushing to experience the game world. Ding. Changrui was silent, not knowing what to do. He walked to the elevator and rode the elevator slowly down. The first floor of the Honeycomb building is a spacious and bright hall. The hall was noisy and lively, mostly young people. The tall crystal lamps were bright and surrounded by more than a dozen giant screens of different sizes, on which classic scenes from the game were played. In the center of the hall, there is a pure white relief column. Advanced 3D holographic imaging technology is used around the column. Rays of light interweave, and a young and handsome figure is projected on the column. It is Commander Beifong who drives the mecha. Official. Changrui's eyes were dull, and when he saw the projection, he seemed to be back in the game again. Legend. He unknowingly pronounced these two words, which were the introduction of the commander in the game's promotional video. Just a moment ago, he was still in the game, and the commander was right in front of him. Now he was far away from the two worlds. The virtual and the real were intertwined, which was disappointing. At this time, the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Changrui took out his phone and saw the familiar Li Yun's name on the screen. Come to think of it, those two people are already crazy. But what can he do? He even had some regrets, and all kinds of complicated emotions surged up. In the end, he could only sigh and press the red button. Do-do-do-do. Li Yun was really dumbfounded. He held the phone tightly and called Changrui repeatedly, feeling as anxious as a fire was burning in his heart. The same is true for the player who controls the dog. He contacted Changrui through various online methods, whether it was a private message in the game or a message on the forum account. I tried it all, but Changrui never responded. They saw that Changrui's profile picture had darkened. What the hell is this guy doing? Bring that old guy Shirsishi back quickly. If it doesn't work, let me get rid of the suspicion first. Li Yun was so anxious that he almost crushed his phone. That idiot from Sujideo just came to ask me again. How should I reply to him? Everyone in the joint camp has been evacuated. At this time, CG Dao was sitting proudly on an off-road vehicle, following the army of mechanical tribes galloping through the wilderness. He also participated in the operation to encircle and suppress the joint camp, and received a personal task issued by the system. The mission prizes are quite generous and enviable. If you post a screenshot of the prizes, other players will probably be so jealous that they will go to the official website to report it. After learning the lessons from the previous few times, he did not post anything about this mission in the forum, intending to post again after it was successful. It will definitely be done this time. Sujideo thought this way and asked Li Yun, the undercover agent in the joint camp. Li Yun's reply to him was always everything was normal. At the same time, there is the central area of the forest and the swamp island. After Changrui disappeared, everyone was stunned and completely convinced. A gust of wind blew by, causing the dead leaves to fly. It was impossible to tell that a person had ever existed there. He is so. Many of Shirsishi's disciples looked sad, although they didn't want to believe it. The facts were already in front of them. From the original meeting in the Oasis camp to the center of this jungle full of alien plants, Commander Beifong was right from the beginning to the end. But they were on the opposite side. These disciples were silent when they thought about the little things they had lived and studied with Changrui during this period. After a while, they all faced Su Xia and said, "Okay, as per the Longchun Academy etiquette, to express their apology." This is a disciple's ritual, usually only done to one's teacher. From behind, Ms. Lu Yi sighed with emotion. I didn't expect that. Even I didn't see any flaws in that young man Chang Rui. We were the ones who made the mistake at first. As she said that, her expression suddenly changed and her heart sank. At the Oasis camp, it was not only Chang Rui who was identified by Su Xia, but also two other guys, including her big golden retriever dog. She hurriedly asked, Commander. Yes. Su Xia nodded and looked at her, knowing what she wanted to say. When we met just now, everyone was talking and laughing. Su Xia did not spoil the atmosphere and made them happy for a while. After all, he came with bad news. The machine tribe has sent troops. Su Xia looked around and said the news in a calm tone. What? This news hit everyone like a heavy hammer. There was a dead silence all around. No matter what the focus and issue of discussion were, they were all abandoned at this moment. Su Xia's words were the only thing left in everyone's mind. They seemed to have forgotten to even breathe. Their chests felt tight, and they were overwhelmed by the panic and anxiety deep in their hearts. Everyone was not afraid of fighting, but they didn't expect that the battle would come so quickly. No one was ready for the news. Once the mechanical army is dispatched, it is almost certain to win, no matter the human race or the insect race. It can't stop it. There will only be blood and gunpowder smoke wherever it passes. Commander, is the news true? Is the target the joint camp or Dragon City? It shouldn't be. The timing is wrong, they asked anxiously. Except for Su Xia. No one else present knew the news. Long before the Machine Clan sent out troops, everyone had already entered this jungle and was isolated from the world. Only now they have reunited, and there is no channel to communicate with the outside world. Of course, Chang Rui also knew the news. After all, he was the one who led it. But he was already offline. The news is true. It's a joint camp, Su Xia said calmly. The troops were dispatched around 9 o'clock last night. If nothing else happens, they will arrive at the outskirts of the camp tonight and launch an attack at midnight. How do the mechanical tribe know the location of the joint camp? Could it be that Chang Rui? In an instant, everyone understood. Thinking of the brief conversation between Su Xia and Chang Rui just now, even the most stupid people can connect the two. Sure, Sishi was the first to understand. His lips trembled and his face turned pale instantly. His undead disciples actually betrayed the location of the human camp. No. Once the joint camp is breached, the more than 20 combat and logistics members of the resistance organization, as well as a large number of old, weak, sick and disabled people living in the camp, will all be reduced to ashes under the machine gun fire. Just like the original Beifeng organization. Beifeng is just one organization, while the United Camp has more than 20. Such a heavy loss is deplorable just to think about it. When the time comes, sure, Sishi may really be included in the history books just in the form of a negative teaching material. When future generations read this story and see his name in a book, how will they feel? Just thinking of this, sure, Sishi's face turned pale and his whole heart became half cold. What he wants is to leave a name in history, not to be infamy forever. What should I do? North Wind. At this time, he looked at Su Xia. This opponent that he hated in the past had become his only hope. Sure, Sishi also understood that since Su Xia had received the news and acted so calmly, she must have a way to deal with it. After all, he is Commander Beifeng. Commander, does the camp know about this news? Lu Long asked anxiously. He wished he could grow wings now and fly to the joint camp to inform his relatives and friends there. Commander. The others also looked at Su Xia with expectant eyes. Although countless uneasiness had already emerged in their hearts, it was this legendary commander who brought them the news. He is the one who can defeat Enlon. With him here, everything will be fine. Don't worry. The camp should be almost evacuated. Su Xia spoke calmly, gently suppressing everyone's anxiety. His calm look also gave the others a little more hope. Last night, after the machine tribe sent troops, I had someone notify them. Commander. My dog. Ms. Lu Yi opened her mouth, showing hesitation, but couldn't help but ask. Su Xia nodded and said, already locked up with Li Yun. Is it really not what it is anymore? Well, you can ask Lu Ba about the specific situation when you get back. Where will my brother and the others retreat? Is it too late? Lu Long also continued to ask. With the emergence of a high-level traitor like Li Yun, the previously planned escape route will no longer be used, and a new one must be planned in a very short time. The way. One wrong step after another, and now the entire camp is in danger of destruction. Don't worry. Lingyan Tavern will help. Su Xia replied. Wouldn't Lingyan Tavern not interfere in this kind of thing? Lu Long was stunned. They have always said that they are a permanently neutral organization. Flexible and neutral. In fact, Su Xia did not expect that the branch of Lingyan Tavern would assist in the evacuation so simply. He originally planned to let Yi have more relations with him. With the help of this behemoth, let alone a camp, even the entire Dragon City can be dispersed into pieces throughout the southwest mountainous area in a very short time. Lingyan Tavern has branches all over the world. Even in remote mountains and forests where few people visit, there are contact points. So there is no need to worry. The Machine Tribe is making many dangerous attempts, and they have become more and more domineering in their recent contacts with Zero Point Tavern, which may have caused dissatisfaction among the top brass of the tavern. Su Xia thought thoughtfully. Commander, what should we do next? Everyone in the joint camp looked at Su Xia with fear and confusion, and unknowingly regarded him as their backbone. Everyone in the camp has been evacuated, and they can't go back. When things here are over, follow me back to the Oasis camp. I will tell you all the news as soon as possible. Su Xia looked at them and said, Good. Next, we can only take one step at a time. In comparison, the people from Dragon City were calmer. After all, their base camp was relatively stable, and they themselves were safe. The old dean, Wang Luo and others were secretly frightened. Even they had lost contact with the outside world. But Su Xia could still receive the news. And even the Machine Clan knew about the dispatch of troops. You know, this kind of information has always been very secretive. The Mechanical Clan likes to attack in the middle of the night and march in secret. Even the many mechanical creatures within the Mechanical Clan are unaware of every action. Su Xia actually learned the news last night, just after the Machine Tribe sent out troops, and told the joint camp almost simultaneously. Thinking of this, they began to re-examine this young commander. He was powerful, capable, and well-connected. He might even have his own undercover agents within the Machine Clan. Longcheng has been working hard for so many years, but it has not been able to get its own undercover agents into the core layer of the Mechanical Clan. Commander Beifeng, who was able to make a name for himself in the wilderness, was indeed no ordinary person. Even in Dragon City, there were few who could compare with him. The old dean extended another invitation to Su Xia. When things here are over, you must come to Longcheng to have a look. There is a lot of information in the college that will definitely interest you. Okay, I'll definitely come when I have time. Su Xia agreed temporarily. Don't forget about the Research Institute, Wang Luo said hurriedly. There are some weird things that you will definitely like. No problem. Going to Dragon City is what Su Xia has always wanted to do since entering the game. It's just that there are too many things going on now. Even if he solves the problem of the Machine Clan sending troops, he still has to deal with the problems of the pharmacy and EMO. Next, under the leadership of him and Hal, everyone went to another small island, which was located on the right side. The island was covered with bushes and withered and black tree trunks, giving it a somewhat sinister feel. The trees nearby are called human-face trees, and are described in detail in the Interstellar Encyclopedia. This kind of tree is completely black, as if it has been burned by fire, and has few leaves. The main trunk usually naturally forms a vague human face pattern, and the black branches are twisted and deformed, like skinny arms. This is it! In the center of the island was an area that had covered with fallen leaves and large nets. Below this area is a giant entrance and exit diagonally downward. It is not an ordinary hatch, but a passage for the cargo of the spaceship to enter and exit. Crash! Hal pulled hard and pulled open the camouflage net. The dead branches and leaves on the net were thrown to the ground, revealing a corner of the entrance. It is still a silver-gray passage with a full metallic feel. It is dark when you look inside, and you cannot see the deepest part. There is an oval socket diagonally above the entrance. Hal put his mechanical finger into it and turned it gently. Buzz! The passage suddenly lit up with dark red lights one after another. This is an emergency light. Hal himself cannot use it. He has a complete imaging system and turns on the light just to take care of the ordinary people behind him. Hal was the first to enter, sliding in with a slight leap. Su Xia jumped in immediately. The silver-gray passage was smooth, like riding on a slide, sliding all the way down. It took a while to reach the huge cargo hold at the deepest point. Here, there is still a large amount of cargo from the spaceship back then, mostly daily necessities, but also some special goods and currency. When exploring remote star fields, you will often find civilized planets, and occasionally you need to make trades. The scientists of the Empire discovered that the favorite trading items of these civilized planets were nothing more than special metals, gems, porcelain, etc. that looked shiny. So they would carry these as currency every time they set out. Snapped. Hal walked aside and flipped the switch, and the entire cargo hold lit up. Su Xia was stunned, and her eyes were instantly attracted by a huge biological skeleton. The skeleton of the creature was yellowish in color, and was more than 30 meters long. The bones were arranged one by one, and the body was curved like a giant snake. But it also had limbs growing like a legendary dragon. This was brought back from a living planet. It is more similar to the dragon in some civilization myths. In fact, it is just a big snake with arms and legs, Hal introduced. After the spacecraft crashed, the box of this skeleton was also in tatters. There were bones all over the floor over the years, so I spliced them together when I had nothing to do. At this time, Sun Lang also slid to the bottom. Before he could stand up, his eyes widened. What? This is a dragon? No. You can think so. Anyway, there are similar creatures on many planets. Can you fly? No, Har said directly. It's really spectacular. Wang Luo, who followed closely, exclaimed. This is a real skeleton of an alien creature. I didn't expect that I would be able to see this kind of creature in my lifetime. Take a trip to the stars. There are so many of them. Hal's crawlers rolled forward slowly, controlled the robotic arm in the warehouse, and opened several large cargo boxes at will. The contents of the cargo box were all things that no one had ever heard of. Some strange gems, special crystals, and some weird biological skeletons would probably fetch unimaginably high prices if put up for auction outside. Indigenous people, never limit your sights to your own planet. Hal patted the big box. As long as you go to those prosperous civilizations and take a look, you will understand that you are now fighting for survival and resources. The so-called struggle is just a joke. War is not the eternal theme. Exploration and development are. Chapter 268 Unexpected Reward. It was just a cargo hold, and the contents inside amazed everyone. The spacecraft wreckage in this central area is larger than the other wreckage in the distance, and the wreckage of the Oasis camp, and contains a lot of things. Hal said that in the areas of the starry sky that have been discovered, there are very few interstellar wars, and the resources that have been discovered will not be used up for tens of thousands of years. When resources exceed imagination, war is meaningless. Hal described it this way. He also mentioned power. But with the collapse of the Sixth Empire, the last interstellar emperor with actual power has already killed more than 700 years ago. Now, exploration, discovery, tourism, scientific evolution, etc. are the keywords in the starry sky. At the jump point transfer station in the central area of the star field controlled by the Empire. Because there are too many civilizations coming in and out. Countless interstellar spaceships come and go every day. Many old spaceships remain, and new spacecraft set sail again. Countless old spaceships are docked with each other and serve as skeletons to form prosperous interstellar cities floating in the starry sky. In such cities, you can see all kinds of civilized creatures. Of course, except for the forces of destruction. The Deep Space Polygon sect of the mechanical race mentioned before is a member of the destructive force. They firmly believe that the world is created by virtuality, and want to destroy the entire world. Break away from virtuality, and touch reality. It's unimaginable. Wang Luo sighed sincerely. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to enter the starry sky in this life. Even if it's just once. No one can be moved by the civilization and prosperity described by Hal. It was a brand new world, right above everyone's head. But now everyone is living under the pressure of war between two races, and no one knows when death will come. Yes, there are quite a few things. Su Xia was quite satisfied and glanced at the large wooden boxes. Some boxes contained a large number of gems. With these, Beifong will not have to worry about funds for the development of the organization in the future, and can continue to recruit manpower to grow. For material issues, you can ask Lingyan Tavern to help. They have channels for transferring materials. As long as you have money, everything is easy. Su Xia no longer has to fight life and death by herself. Rob those mercenary organizations, and the like. Of course, those brutally developed mercenary organizations in the wilderness are always a scourge. They have no restraint and cause chaos in all directions. When Su Xia has enough strength in the future, sooner or later Su Xia will clean up the entire wilderness. At the entrance, more and more people are sliding in. Everyone is amazed when they come down. Their eyes are shining, as if they have entered a different world. When it was Shirsishi's turn, one of Hal's clone robots stopped him and said coldly, "Please stop. You can't go in." "Why?" Shirsishi's face turned ugly when he was stopped. He quickly thought, was this Beifeng's intention? This robot recognizes Beifeng as its captain, and his actions must be under Beifeng's command. Behind Shirsishi, his disciples were all stunned. They looked at each other and thought, was Commander Beifeng instructing this robot to do this? They had just bowed to Beifeng as disciples a moment ago, and they felt that he was not that kind of person. According to my system analysis, you may cause damage to the interior of the spacecraft, so you can't go in. Hal reached out to stop him and gave a random reason. He just saw that the old man was uncomfortable. What did you say? Shirsishi was furious. As one of the most senior professors in the college, he was very knowledgeable and already knew how to deal with extraterrestrial civilizations. How could it be destroyed before it was too late to protect the spacecraft? The disciples beside him hurriedly helped him. After all, he had just been punched by Su Xia, and the blood on his body was not dry. They were afraid that he would get sick from anger. A disciple came forward, looked at Hal and asked, "Little robot, can we go in?" "You can, but he can't." After getting the accurate answer, a group of disciples were embarrassed. There is an orderly hierarchy in the academy, and even the teachers can't get in. So how can they get in? I can only accompany Shirsishi outside to watch the scenery. Looking around, there is not much to see in this swamp scenery. All you can see is the dark-faced trees and the eerie citrus. Why? The teacher is a professor in the college, similar to the old man who went in before. The disciple did not give up and continued to ask, "Little robot, what is your system evaluation standard? This is a secret. You have no right to ask." Hal replied coldly, without a trace of emotion in his voice. "Is there any other way?" Another disciple asked. "Have any solution?" The disciples' eyes lit up. It would be great if they could find a way, but they were afraid that this robot would be unreasonable and insist on stopping them. The entrance to the starship was right in front of them. They were blocked outside the door, only one step away, visible and out of reach, and their eyes could almost see through it. Hal replied calmly, "Although my permissions do not allow me to let him in, someone can change my permissions." "Who?" "Lord Captain." This. Shirsishi's disciples looked at each other with mixed emotions. They didn't expect that they would have to ask Su Xia for help in this matter. Their teacher couldn't get in, so they had to go find someone first. Of course, they also understood that even if Su Xia was standing by the door, their teacher Shirsishi would definitely not ask Su Xia for help. After all, something like that happened. Even if Shirsishi knew in his heart that he was wrong, he would not admit it verbally, let alone bow to Su Xia. "Teacher, you rest here for a while. I'll go in and find Commander Beifeng." One of the older disciples whispered something, then hurriedly jumped into the entrance. His eyes darkened for a moment, and he slid down into the cargo hold. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the countless items inside the cargo hold. He looked around, wishing he had a few more eyes. He didn't forget about business, and soon saw Su Xia groping in a box of gems. He hurried over and said, "Commander, please do me a favor." "Oh, what's the matter?" Su Xia raised her head and asked, "Is such that?" The disciple recounted what had just happened, with a very low profile, and expressed some embarrassment that he hoped Su Xia could understand his teacher. "As I get older, my temper becomes more stubborn, and it is difficult to change it. Even if I am wrong, I will not admit it." Su Xia smiled, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." He gently put down the bright sapphire in his hand, stood up and took this disciple to the entrance and exit, and returned to the ground through the ladder. After lifting the camouflage net covering the top of the ladder, he saw Shirsishi's livid old face. "Hal, let them in," Su Xia casually ordered. "Okay." Hal nodded. In this way, Shirsishi gained the power to come down. With a cold face, he jumped straight into the downward slope without looking at Su Xia. Behind him, the disciples all cast grateful glances at Su Xia, saluted Su Xia again, and then entered the spacecraft one by one. When everyone went in, Hal turned his head and blinked at Su Xia. "Captain, when we return to the Oasis camp, let the other me stop them all so that they have to come to you for accommodation. You want to help me establish my authority?" "Yes. There is greed hidden in the eyes of these people," Hal replied. "Captain, the organizational power they represent behind them is stronger than yours. They must know who is the owner of this spaceship." "Don't worry," Su Xia smiled, with confidence in her tone. "It's my thing. They can't take it away." After saying that, Su Xia followed the ladder back to the cargo hold. More than 100 people from the Dragon City team, plus people from the joint camp, were all looking around in the cargo hold. And their exclamations of exclamation never stopped. A young scholar put on his gloves and picked up a gem. His eyes flashed with amazement, and he said, "Such a large and pure gem cannot be found on our planet. Even in the crowns of those countries in the western continent. There is no such big one on the scepter. Pay attention," Hal reminded coldly. "This is the captain's thing. Don't break it." On the other side, a scholar took out his observation glass and squatted in the corner to study a stone mural carefully. He was fascinated by it and slowly stretched out his hand, intending to rub it carefully. Snapped. Hal rudely slapped his hand away and said calmly, "This belongs to the captain. Can you afford to pay for it if it's damaged?" "Excuse me." The scholar smiled, retracted his hand, and continued to observe other things. In the cargo hold of Nuoda, there were 50 or 60 small robots controlled by Hal, staring closely at everyone, especially the academics and research institutes from Longcheng. He felt that these guys were dirty and might take something belonging to Su Xia. Under Hal's strict supervision, everyone had to observe, take photos, take notes, etc. in a peaceful manner, and many things were not allowed to be touched. But everyone was really itchy and wanted to try it out. So they all looked at the old dean and Wan Luo pitifully, and asked them to act as representatives to find Su Xia for help. At this time, Su Xia was no longer in the cargo hold. He was different from others. He was already familiar with the internal structure of the spacecraft. This was not the first time he was exposed to these things. He didn't feel too shocked and went straight to the prize cabin. The prize cabin is not far from here, just around the corner after walking down a long silver-gray corridor. This cabin was once connected to the simulated training cabin in the wreckage of the Oasis camp, but was later disintegrated and separated in the explosion. Therefore, although Su Xia received more than 3S level evaluations in the simulation training, she was unable to get the prize on the spot. After wandering in the forest for so many days, she finally arrived at the wreckage where the prize was. "Captain, please put up the identity card you obtained during the simulation training." Hal was also on the side, and said to Su Xia, "Good." Su Xia took out the dark card and placed it in front of the cabin door sensor. A blue light instantly lit up on the sensor screen, followed by a ding sound. Identity passed. Click! The door lock cylinder popped open, slowly turned, and opened little by little. The interior of the huge prize cabin slowly appeared in Su Xia's sight. The lights came on one after another, lighting up the entire cabin from front to back. This cabin is not large. There are more than a dozen translucent individual prize exhibition rooms on the left and right. Each exhibition room contains a prize, which can only be opened with the corresponding S level evaluation. In the first exhibition room, there is the 6th level mecha that Su Xia has been thinking about. He just glanced at it and couldn't look away. The whole body is black and gray, with a thick metal texture on the surface. The dark gray mechanical SH.L modules are clearly defined. The human shape is well proportioned. It is tall and powerful, nearly 2 stories tall. It has all the functions it should have. It is perfect. Stand quietly. There. It looked like a sleeping steel monster. Good baby. What interests Su Xia most about this mecha is the operating system that separates humans and machines. Within a close enough distance, the pilot does not need to enter the mecha and can control it from outside. He can also give orders to let the mecha's own intelligent system control its actions. Before that, the 4th level mecha customized by Boss Shu for Su Xia also had this function. But it was not perfect and difficult to use, so Su Xia rarely used it. Ding! Su Xia put on the simulation system identity card and verified that she was in Interstellar Dark Guest. After her identity was passed, the first prize exhibition room slowly opened. A cold and heavy breath hit her face. Su Xia raised her head to observe. Standing in front of this mecha, she seemed to be facing a mechanical giant. On the back of the mecha, there are more than 10 black lines hanging down, extending from the ground to an operation screen at the entrance of the exhibition room. Next, there is an identity verification step. After passing, you can take away the mecha and go to the simulation cabin for corresponding mecha simulation training. The process was not complicated. Su Xia read the operation guide, followed the instructions step by step in front of the operation screen, filled in her personal information, swiped her card, and finally passed the authentication. Congratulations, Star Dart. You are already the owner of this mecha. Go and try it. Finally, Su Xia got the prize she deserved. At the same time, Another mission also sent a reminder. Mission, Lost Guest. The mission has ended. You successfully found the members of the Dragon City team and completed the mission perfectly. The reward has been distributed. Please check it. The prizes for this task are random. The higher the completion level, the better the prizes you will get. Su Xia completed it in a timely manner. No one in the Dragon City team died, and it received a perfect evaluation. He clicked on the prize column, and the first prize that caught his eye was a pair of ordinary black boots. Boots of speed. Type, auxiliary items. Level, unleveled item. Description, do you want to be the fastest man in the world? Put on these boots. Consume a lot of psychic energy in a short time, and you will burst into unprecedented speed. Note, only restricted to psionic creatures of level 3 and above. Creatures with too low psionic powers cannot activate or meet the psionic requirements of these boots. Note, it is recommended to proceed step by step and carefully explore the limits of personal physical endurance. Seeing this description, the image of Barry Allen, the Flash, immediately appeared in Su Xia's mind. Of course, it's not as magical as the Flash. In the final analysis, these boots just condense energy on the shoes and explode, almost like a rocket thruster. He looked around and saw that the space in the wreckage of the spacecraft was not big enough. He planned to find an open wilderness area to try the effect of these boots after going out. On the prize column, the second prize is a pair of contact lenses. Life perception. Type, auxiliary items. Level, unleveled item. Description, after wearing these glasses, you will see creatures with enough vitality around you, including mechanical creatures. Note, use it in conjunction with skills such as Eye of Falsehood to achieve the best effect of this prop. Su Xia took out her glasses and put them on without thinking too much. The next moment, the world in front of him changed, as if it was covered with a light gray film, and groups of human-shaped gray-green lights appeared in his field of vision. These gray-green lights walking around are exactly the people observing in the cargo hold on the other side. There are also some shorter lights, which are small robots controlled by HAL. Can you actually pass through walls? Su Xia was surprised. There were many cabins between the prize cabin and the cargo cabin, and they could all be seen. From now on, you don't need to stick your head out to look for sight when sniping others. After all, you can see through more than 10 walls, and there are many ways to kill people. If this thing fell into the hands of a professional killer, it would definitely be of unimaginable value. Su Xia activated the eyes of illusion and paired it with these glasses, and it was indeed different. In his eyes, those humanoid rays of light immediately showed weaknesses one by one, such as the head, heart, injured location, etc., all of which were marked. It's a good thing! Su Xia felt sincerely, took off the contact lenses, put them in a small bottle with preservation solution, and looked at them again and again. This thing is really practical. But he doesn't like the slight foreign body feeling of contact lenses in his eyes. Otherwise, he would have no problem wearing them all the time. Next, the third prize is a shining golden scroll. It's a skill. Su Xia knew that scrolls or papers were mostly skills. But when he saw the name of the skill, his whole body was shocked. Skill, mechanical speech. Su Xia took a deep breath. Isn't this the kind of spiritual talent in the legend that was killed by the mechanical tribe and disappeared? It is rumored, during the war years, a group of soldiers with the talent of mechanical silence appeared. They are called silent warriors by the mechanical tribe. They have a special field. All mechanical creatures they pass by will fall into silence and lose control of themselves. This once caused great panic within the mechanical tribe. Later, the machine tribe won the war, and all creatures with this ability were wanted, until this ability completely disappeared from the world. Chapter 269, The Pharmacy. The silent warrior has an unimaginable impact on the mechanical race. Su Xia stared at the scroll intently, thinking a lot. His clone, the masked stranger, has the ability to control metal and affects mechanical creatures. According to many rumors, the machine tribe has planned to treat him like the silent warrior he once was, and will deal with him at all costs. During this period of time, the clone has not moved. Some outsiders speculate that he may have been secretly captured by the mechanical tribe. Mechanical forbidden words. Type, active skill. Level, unleveled item. Description, the nemesis of mechanical creatures. After learning this skill, you will have the ability to affect all mechanical products around you. The degree of influence depends on your own ability and the opponent's ability. Su Xia clicked on the scroll and immediately learned the skill. There was a golden active ability in the skill column. He thought about it and clicked to use it. The next moment, the world around him changed again. Mechanical life forms appeared in his perception one after another. The surrounding floors, walls, and various circuits above his head were dyed with a layer of dark red, looming like flowing blood vessels. Beside him, Hal was suddenly startled and asked, "Captain, did you use some special ability?" Su Xia nodded and replied, "Yes. How do you feel?" "It's hard to explain. My system is stuck. It takes a second or two for a tiny command to be transmitted. For example, I'm talking to you now." Hal was indeed not as smart and fluent as he had been before. It took him 2 seconds to say the sentence in reply to Su Xia. Moreover, the intermittent lag was very serious, which reminded Su Xia of the old black and white TV at home when she was a child, as if it would crash at any time. "This ability is indeed extraordinary." Su Xia was thoughtful. He hadn't fully used this ability yet, but just tried it briefly. If we go all out, will Hal be eliminated directly? He didn't dare to do this now. After all, he was in the wreckage of the outer spacecraft. The entire wreckage was a mechanical creation. If something went wrong, the consequences would be quite serious. This is easy. At this time, the surrounding lights suddenly began to flicker, flickering on and off, and the atmosphere was strange. On the wall next to it, the display screen also had beating lines. The screen was completely blurred, and the words and pictures on it could not be seen clearly. Seeing this, Hal hurriedly said, "Captain, put away your magical powers quickly. This spacecraft can no longer withstand the destruction of internal forces." "Good." Su Xia looked around and immediately put away her abilities. Next to him, Hal breathed a sigh of relief and felt light all over, as if he had been released from his shackles. This feeling is very strange. After all, he is just a robot. As long as there are no problems with the internal parts, he can easily live for hundreds of years. But just now, he actually felt similar feelings of aging and weakening. At the same time, the surrounding lights and display screens returned to normal. The other side, in the huge cargo hold, everyone stopped observing, stood up, and looked at each other with doubts on their faces. "What just happened? Why are the lights flashing? Is it possible that the spacecraft is aging and the lines are unstable? It makes sense. This spacecraft has crashed for more than 20 years. I heard that the energy warehouse is not here. It relies on backup energy to survive until now. Everyone, please be careful and don't touch those uncertain areas." The sudden abnormal situation sounded the alarm for everyone. Dozens of Hal's clones were also in this cargo hold, so they naturally knew the specific situation. But they didn't tell these guys. They just watched coldly. In the prize cabin, Hal, who was next to Su Xia, told Su Xia about the situation in the cargo hold. After listening, Su Xia nodded slightly. "Yes, the range of influence of this ability is so far away. No wonder the machinery clan was so afraid at the beginning and almost used the entire clan to hunt down the owner of this power. Today, the creature with the mechanical forbidden language has disappeared. Even history has been almost wiped out. Only the old documents stored in the underground secret files of large organizations such as Dragon City and Lingyan Tavern can make people know about the past glory of the owners of this ability. Once Su Xia is exposed, he will also enjoy the treatment of being hunted down by the mechanical tribe. Maybe the members of the mechanical tribe in the entire southwest region will mobilize at all costs to sweep across the entire wilderness and the mountains of the southwest. No matter how much energy they spend, they will find Su Xia and destroy him completely. You have to be careful in the future." Su Xia thought for a while. "You can't expose this skill until your own ability and the ability of the entire human race are strong enough." "Captain, can your ability become stronger?" Hal asked. In this way. If you go to the stars, you may become a guest of some interstellar exploration organizations. How to say? The mechanical civilization in the starry sky was once very glorious, and then a civil war broke out," Hal explained. "It was when the deep space Polygon sect separated from the mechanical race, due to internal differences in ideas and years of conflicts. The accumulation eventually led to a brutal mechanical war that swept through several huge star regions, almost breaking the civilization of the mechanical race. Does it have anything to do with my ability?" "Some." Hal nodded and continued to explain. "After the war, a large number of civilized planets belonging to the mechanical race were completely abandoned and turned into death planets. A huge star field was completely abandoned." "You mean to explore the ruins abandoned by the mechanical tribe?" "Yes." Hal told that after that war, Nuoda's mechanical clan fell apart. Many people are lamenting that in the past, only the human race or other flesh and blood biological races would break out civil wars. After all, where there are interests, There will be struggles. But the machine race rarely has conflicts due to interests. Unexpectedly, they would actually fight because of their ideal differences. In the eyes of most flesh and blood creatures, this is really unimaginable. After all, as long as everyone can make money together, even if the two parties have very different ideas, it is not unacceptable. After that, going to the abandoned star field of the mechanical tribe to explore the ruins became a very popular activity among the stars. I'll describe the scene in detail. Although the resources that have been explored in the interstellar space are enough to last tens of thousands of years, many resources are difficult to extract. Many ordinary people and most organizations will still run around in the ruins of mechanical civilization in order to survive. There may be special treasures. Special metal? Yes. The machine race has mastered some very special alloys. Hal nodded. Not only these, but also the wreckage of the machine race spacecraft floating in deep space. The remaining weapons, energy sources on some planets, etc., are all something that's popular in the trading market. When the market matures, people with Su Xia's abilities will become popular. After all, we are going to explore the ruins of the mechanical civilization. We often encounter various strange mechanical creatures left in the ruins. And we also encounter many strange mechanical restrictions. Although there are special tools to deal with these things, most tools are ultimately no match for humans. After all, people have independent thinking, and actions can only occur in one thought. Captain, if you can leave this planet and explore the interstellar space in the future, you may become a famous explorer and rich man in the stars in just a few years. Let's talk about the rest later. Su Xia sighed. The more she thinks about it now, the more useless it becomes. Actually, you don't know the people on this planet. As long as you find a complete planetary survey ship, you can leave at any time, Hal advised. With your ability, you don't need to work so hard. There are 10 people on this ship. The 2 small planetary survey ships are well protected. I think that even if the spacecraft disintegrates in the air, the 12 small ships will be completely preserved. Su Xia raised her head and looked up at the huge mecha in front of her. Feeling complicated, as Hal said if he just wanted to make money, he could do it right now. However, people must have ideals after all. If there is no ideal, what is the difference between it and salted fish? He stretched out his hand and gently placed it on the gray-black mecha SHL. The feeling in his hand was very cold. A coldness passed through the palm of his hand and spread along the metal surface, as if the steel monster was interacting with him. Click click dash. On the back of the heavy mecha, more than 10 lines connected to the control screen fell off on their own and fell to the ground, marking that this set could be used by Su Xia. The next moment, Su Xia waved the entire mecha into the storage space. In front of him, there was only an empty exhibition platform. With my current strength, I am still unable to fully control this mecha. Su Xia pondered. How to replenish energy and ammunition are all problems. I need to go to Dragon City to find technicians early. At this time, Hal next to him stared, and 2 big question mark appeared in a pair of mechanical eyes. The tracks rolled, and he walked around the round platform of the mecha exhibition, and kept groping around with his hands. Why did that mecha disappear out of thin air? He groped around and confirmed that the mecha was really gone. He couldn't help but look at Su Xia and asked, Captain, how did you do that? The art of disappearing into thin air? Su Xia asked with a smile. Yes. It's simple. I'm born with it. Just tear open a pocket from another space and it'll be fine. Tear open the pocket in another space with your bare hands? Hal was shocked and asked with wide eyes. Captain, are you a 4th-dimensional creature? Su Xia shook her head. No. Just joking. Hal? The little robot was speechless and stopped asking, knowing that this was Su Xia's personal secret. Through his performance, Su Xia can roughly judge that there are no such groups as the undead in the distant stars. Otherwise the player's storage space will definitely be recorded. Perhaps there had been 1 or 2 people with special abilities who could create strange spaces before, but Hal had no access to them. After all, he is just a smart butler of a small spaceship. Then, Su Xia looked at the last prize. On the prize column, the last icon looked like 3 overlapping pieces of paper. It should be a skill book. And Su Xia felt a little familiar, as if she had gotten it before. He immediately clicked it to check. Normal swordsmanship. Type, ordinary skills. Level, unleveled item. Description, hit most of the force of the whole body and strike out with an ordinary sword. It has average power and can be used by beginners to learn swordsmanship. Advanced ordinary swordsmanship. Type, Ordinary skills. Level, unleveled item. Description. Hit most of the force of the whole body. And chop out 2 flashy swords. The power is acceptable. Super ordinary swordsmanship. Type. Normal. Advanced. Super. This level classification is exactly the same as the set of boxing skills obtained in the previous mission. This ordinary skill is suitable for ordinary players without psychic power, and will not be of much help to Su Xia at this stage. It's not bad. I have many skills, but I don't feel overwhelmed. He didn't think much and just started studying. When I have time in the future, I will return to the old station of the Oasis camp and teach the external player legions of the Beifeng organization in turn. Speaking of which, it has been a while since the move, and Su Xia has never gone back to see it. After learning how to do it, Su Xia made a sword with her fingers. Her eyes were deep, and she performed a normal sword attack in front of her. Call out! The movement was extremely fast, pulling out a faint afterimage in the air, looking quite like a dashing swordsman. However, like ordinary boxing, this set of swordsmanship also has the same shortcomings. When performing swordsmanship, Su Xia seemed to be holding back a force in his chest. The power was released with a slash of the sword, almost causing him to shout the words, ordinary swordsmanship, on the spot. He can suppress it, but those players may not. Su Xia can already think of, from now on, the players of the North Wind Legion, all with red faces, yelling embarrassing names of moves, fought around on the battlefield. That scene is really difficult to describe. Lin Shan and the others are very thick-skinned, so there should be no problem. Su Xia touched her chin and thought like this. After all, in those martial arts novels, before 2 masters fight, they have to shout out the names of moves to intimidate each other. Of course, there are some shameless masters who talk about boxing but wield swordsmanship in their hands, making it difficult for people to guard against them. Captain, what should we do next? Hal said, interrupting Su Xia's thinking. Those guys are still prowling around in the cargo hold, treating the cargo hold as their own home. I want to drive them out. We still have to save people. Su Xia looked at the time. It was almost noon, and a message about physical hunger in the real world popped up on her bracelet. But he did not log off immediately, but asked Hal, apart from Shishi's team, have you seen any other teams in the past few days? Captain, is anyone else trapped? Well, there should be a few members from Lincoln Tavern, and Dragon City has also sent 2 search and rescue teams. Just as he was talking, footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. The old Dean and Wan Luo, as representatives of the Dragon City team, came to discuss with Su Xia. Both of them were embarrassed. They stood outside the door and glanced at each other, hoping that the other party could speak first and let Su Xia give them more authority so that they could conduct research on the goods in the cargo hold. At this time, Su Xia smiled and asked proactively, do you 2 find it inconvenient? No. Just, don't worry. These things can be set for research when the time comes. Su Xia opened her mouth and blocked what the 2 of them were going to say next. He looked at the old Dean and asked, I think Dragon City headquarters should also have sent a rescue team here. Has Shishi mentioned it? The old Dean's expression changed slightly. What a shame. I actually forgot about this. They have been trapped for many days and have been out of contact. A rescue team from Dragon City headquarters will definitely come. However, the joy of finding the alien spacecraft made him temporarily forget about his headquarters. Now that he thinks about it, will the headquarters rescue team also be trapped? At this moment, another task prompt popped up in front of Su Xia's eyes. Mission, the vanishing guest, continued. This time, he took the initiative to trigger the mission. The mission requires finding 2 missing Dragon City rescue teams. The reward is simple. 2 lottery opportunities. The task is not difficult. After all, there are hundreds of Hal's clones to help. And there is a complete forest map. It is only a matter of time to find it. There shouldn't be anything important in the past 2 days. I'm just looking for someone, Su Xia thought. Meanwhile, in the remote wilderness outside Coral City, the mechanical army is marching quietly. As the leader of this army, Mercer stood on an armored vehicle at the front, not flying, conserving psychic energy, and silently thinking about the underground experiment. Not long after, a silver-white mechanical metal bird flew from behind, bringing him bad news. Lord Mercer, something happened in the laboratory. Experimental subject number 19 was killed. What? Mercer's expression changed, and he immediately turned around and looked in the direction of Coral City. He ordered in a cold voice, let you 2 take action and lead people to surround the pharmacy and don't let anyone leave. Pharmacy? The silver-white mechanical bird wondered. What does a missing experimental subject have to do with the pharmacy? That Dad's pharmacy. Don't ask. Just do it. Chapter 270 Advancement. Coral City at noon. The clouds were overcast. The wind was blowing coldly. The leaves were flying on the streets. And it was another gloomy day without the sun. The temperature is getting lower and lower. A few autumn rains have fallen. And the whole city has suddenly entered winter. Pedestrians on the street tighten their collars. And homeless people on the street corners huddle together to keep warm. Swish! Brush! 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 At the door of the pharmacy, Su Xia held an old broom and gently swept the fallen leaves at the door into the corner. A few soft raindrops fell. Ice cold. Flying into the dust and disappearing. Su Xia looked up at the sky. Squinted her eyes slightly. And felt that the rain was getting heavier again. She put the broom in her hand by the door and started to collect clothes. Boss Zhao across the street delivered lunch as usual. It was still an exquisite 8 dishes and 1 soup, which was unimaginably luxurious in this era. Before the small bamboo cage containing the food was opened, the aroma wafted out, like a pair of invisible gentle hands, going back and forth between the breaths, making people salivate. Hey, why didn't you see the master today? Boss Zhao asked as soon as he walked to the door. Teacher, something is wrong. Su Xia replied perfunctorily. Hey, master's matter must be a big deal. Boss Zhao still had that familiar business smile on his face. Now that you're tired, let's put the food on the table. Su Xia opened the door of the shop for Boss Zhao without comment. The lights in the shop were dim, and the smell of various potions and materials was mixed together, like rotten old wood, mixed with a bit of blood, which was hard to describe. Dad didn't come back all night, and there was no news this morning. Even the very nervous Hong Bafu realized that something was wrong. He had no intention of refining the potion all morning. He was so distracted that he made more than 10 potions to waste. Lan Bafu was even more impatient. During the morning meal, he kept asking Su Xia endless questions. He knew very well that Su Xia and Dad must be hiding something from the two brothers. And it might be very dangerous. So he didn't want them to know. From breakfast to now, Lan Bafu has been sitting by the window, looking worriedly at the direction his father left last night. Everyone is here to eat. Su Xia opened the lid of the small bamboo cage, and the scent instantly filled the entire shop. He put the lid aside, arranged the dishes and chopsticks, glanced at the two listless guys, and said Lo. In the past, it was the father who always invited them to dinner. Today I became Su Xia. In the past, when Hong Bafu heard this voice, he would tremble all over, jump out of his seat impatiently with a silly smile on his face, and run to the place where he was eating. But today, he had a rare loss of appetite and said feebly, Brother Su, where did the teacher go? It's so dangerous outside now. What if the teacher gets into trouble? I'm not sure. The teacher just said he was going out and gave me the key. Hey, Brother Su, you should have realized something was wrong when you got the key last night. Hong Bafu sighed. You are still too young. The teacher gave you the key, not necessarily to make you remember to close the door at night, but also I might have entrusted the entire pharmacy to you. Yes, what I said is true. Su Xia nodded. Let's eat first. If the teacher comes back and sees you so hungry, he will definitely scold you again. I'd rather hear him scold me a few more times. Hong Bafu sighed, walked to the dining table and sat down, staring blankly at the table full of food, not even wanting to move his chopsticks. Lan Bafu also sat over and remained silent. Both of them were orphans left by a cruel war. Their parents were dead, and their relatives were separated. If their father hadn't taken them in, they would have become lonely ghosts in the wilderness. After so many years in the store, they have regarded their father as a real relative. Otherwise, with their talents and abilities, they should have left the pharmacy long ago and established their own business elsewhere. As for the money they owed their father for materials, it actually didn't matter at all. As long as the two of them are willing, they can pay back the money soon. After all, you are a 4th-level pharmacist. You will become a guest wherever you go. There are many ways to make money. The pharmacy industry has always been one of the top profit-making industries. Oh, why did the teacher leave his cell phone behind? Hong Bafu still sighed. If something happens, even if you want to contact us, you can't. Dad's little arms and legs were as skinny as bamboo poles and could be blown over by a gust of wind. If something bad happens, how should these disciples deal with it? After Su Xia's repeated urging, the two finally started to have lunch. The light in the shop was still pale yellow, But the atmosphere was not as warm as before, and the two of them ate like nothing. During the meal, Su Xia received a task reminder. Mission abnormal out of control completed. Currently entering the third phase. Before the machine army arrived, the resistance members in the joint camp successfully completed their evacuation, preserving their vitality for the future human resistance cause. There is no shame in retreating. You get the reward. Advanced Pharmacist Experience Book. X1. The 4th level pharmaceutical formula, Fatal Scream. X1. The 4th level pharmaceutical formula, Ecstasy Potion, Shield X1. Rewards have been issued and can be withdrawn at any time. The joint camp has been withdrawn, and the trip of the machine tribe is destined to be in vain. The richness of the rewards exceeded Su Xia's imagination. After all, this may be one of the easiest tasks he has completed since entering the game. He didn't go all the way to the southwest mountains to alert the joint camp. He just went to the Lingian Tavern to find someone to help, and the mission was completed. The Advanced Pharmacist's Experience Book is similar to the experience pills in other games. Su Xia had received an ordinary experience book before. After being instilled with the experience of that book, she successfully broke through the barrier and was promoted to a 3rd level pharmacist. She has not yet fully digested the experience. During this period of time, he has repeatedly created his own formulas and was able to change the original formulas, which was also related to the experience book. Now that he has reached the critical moment of being promoted to the 4th level pharmacist, he does not have his father beside him to provide guidance. This book couldn't have come at a better time. Su Xia didn't use it for the time being, and planned to try it after eating. She first moved her eyes to the second reward. Recipe, Fatal Scream. Type, Auxiliary Medicine. Level 4. Description, after use, the personal shooting accuracy will be greatly improved. Note, people with brain diseases should not use it. Pregnant women, children and other people should not use it. There may be a short-term heartbeat acceleration after taking it. An auxiliary agent. Not a poison. But it is also suitable for killers or warriors. And snipers are the most suitable. After using it, it should be able to increase the headshot rate a lot. Su Xia continued to look at the next one. Recipe, Ecstasy Potion. Type, Poison. Level 4. Description, after using it on a target, the target will obey your instructions for a short period of time. The specific time depends on the opponent's resistance. Note, this potion can be used in conjunction with mind control skills for better results. Note, do not use this agent repeatedly on the same target in a short period of time. Otherwise it will cause the target to suffer symptoms such as dizziness, headache, nausea, fatigue, etc. And in severe cases, it can lead to cardiac arrest or even death. Obeyable water? Su Xia touched her chin and thought of the various small advertisements posted on the telephone poles, in the streets and alleys. This stuff is also called fairy water, ecstasy water, etc. on the other side of the earth. In the past, you can see advertisements for this type of medicine in many small advertisements, behind magazines on street stalls, on the backs of small cards, etc. But obviously, the potion that Su Xia can refine from this formula is much more powerful than the obedient water on the other side of the earth. If this potion is obtained by someone with evil intentions, the consequences can be imagined. Su Xia knew it well. Most of the poisons in his hands will only be sold to acquaintances, and not to anyone with a slight relationship. The pharmacy is not short of money for selling poisons. The bulk of his income comes from healing potions and health-preserving potions. He can also refine these potions, but without the bonus of talent. Su Xia moved her eyes and looked at the next reward. Recipe, Instant Elegance. Type, Auxiliary Medicine. Level 4. Description, after use, one's own combat effectiveness will be increased by at least 20% in all aspects. And speed, strength, perception, etc. will be greatly improved. It is usually used in difficult situations. The maintenance time is at least 20 minutes. There is a small probability of extending the duration of one's own psychic talent. Time. Note, after the effect of the potion ends, you will fall into a certain weak state. Note, this potion cannot be reused before the weak state ends. Forcible use will cause irreversible damage to oneself. Seeing this effect, Su Xia's heart moved, and she recalled the scene of her first battle with Yutul. At that time, he was being chased so miserably that he could not escape to heaven or earth. He had no choice but to use a potion that could temporarily burst out his fighting power. He escaped from Yutul's hands after paying a heavy price. That potion was refined by my father. A 4th level potion. At that time, Su Xia felt that the 4th level potion was an unattainable goal. He didn't know that it would take a year of the monkey to refine it. But he didn't expect that he would be so close to it now. Time flies so fast. Su Xia felt a little more emotional for no reason. When he was a child, he always felt that the day was very long. Over the years, I always feel that time is passing faster and faster. And before I know it, one day has passed. The last prize is the universal skill, Psychic Shield. This clone has not learned it, and is actually of little use. Every time he fights, he will first summon 3 layers of metal fragments, inner and outer, to surround himself. As his strength increases, now even ordinary armor-piercing bullets cannot penetrate. Su Xia thought for a while, and decided to learn it. Anyway, she had so many skills that she didn't feel overwhelmed. I'm stuffed. Lan Bafu suddenly spoke, glanced at Su Xia, stood up and left, returned to his seat by the window, and waited quietly for his father to come back. Not long after, the 8 blessings were also finished. Su Xia got up and went to call Boss Zhao across the street to come over and pack up the remaining meals. This was also done by her father in the past. After a while, a little newsboy ran over in a hurry despite the rain, splashing rain and mud all over him. He took out a relatively dry midday newspaper from his arms. As soon as he saw Su Xia, he asked strangely, "Master hasn't come back yet." Su Xia nodded and took the lunch newspaper from the little newsboy. Dad likes to sit behind the counter and read newspapers when he has nothing to do on weekdays. He never misses the newspapers from morning to evening almost every day. Coral City is not big, and most of the newspapers are trivial. The section that publishes news from other cities can occasionally bring little surprises. When will the master come back? The little newsboy looked up and asked with his eyes wide open. Not sure. Oh. The little newspaper boy seemed a little disappointed, lowered his head and pouted, casually kicked away the pebbles at his feet, and planned to continue delivering newspapers to the next store. At this time, Su Xia stopped him. Wait! Take it and buy some snacks. As he spoke, he put a crumpled coin of small value into the little newsboy's hand and told him to put it away. Dad is very generous with his money. He is a person who really has no interest in money. He used to occasionally give some benefits to the little newsboy. So the little newsboy is looking forward to his return. Seeing the crumpled banknotes, the little newsboy's eyes lit up, and the smile on his face returned, like a little bee seeing a flower. His eyes narrowed with joy, and he bowed to Su Xia. Thank you. Thank you, little master. Little master? This title sounds strange. Su Xia shook her head and said to the little newsboy, Go. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Go home early. Okay. The little newsboy ran away happily, like a cheerful rabbit in the rain. Su Xia looked at his leading figure for a while, then withdrew her gaze, turned back to the pharmacy, took out a black umbrella, and carried an old small medicine box on her back. There are some common healing potions in this small medicine box. He walked out of the shop, opened a black umbrella, wore a simple black gown, stepped into the soft and hazy rain, and walked towards an old alley. 6 courses of treatment. Now is the 3rd injection. Su Xia thought of the instructions left by her father. Not long ago, a poor family in the alley came to my father to buy medicine to treat a seriously ill child. The money the whole family raised was not enough for 1/10 of the materials. But the father agreed and specially formulated a treatment plan for the child. And now he is only halfway through the treatment. He has not come back for a long time. So the follow-up tasks naturally fall on Su Xia. Soon, Su Xia finished treating the children of this family and rushed to another nearby location. When leaving, he collected 2 eggs as medicine fee. Thank you, Pharmacist Su. It's raining heavily now. Come in and have a cup of tea and have a rest. Along the way, some shop owners recognized him and greeted him warmly. No matter what era, this profession of saving lives and healing the wounded will always receive extra respect. Su Xia responded with a smile on her face. He has been here for a while and often goes out to deliver medicine. He knows almost everyone in the surrounding streets, including many rich people in the city. It didn't take long for Su Xia to treat the sick and injured in several nearby households one after another. The medicine in the small medicine box was also used up. And then she returned to the shop holding an umbrella. Call. Su Xia collected her umbrellas and hung them on the clothes drying pole outside the door. The rainwater on the umbrella flowed quickly, gathered between the umbrellas and dripped. The raindrops picked up the dust on the ground, and finally merged into the cold water on the street. This walk outside relieved the boredom of sitting all morning. Su Xia returned to her experimental table, closed her eyes, and listened to the sound of rain outside the window. Took a few slow breaths. And felt better than ever. Today is a great day for a breakthrough. He opened his eyes. A faint blue flashed across his eyes. And then took out the potion book from the prize column. Use. As Su Xia thought. The potion book in the storage space immediately glowed with golden light. It was windless and automatic, turning the pages page by page at an extremely fast speed, with countless golden words flying out between the pages. All the words seemed to be burning. The golden light bloomed brightly, and finally burned out and disappeared into nothingness. Coming! Su Xia felt her head sinking and immediately sat down. The familiar feeling of swelling and pain returned, as if something exploded in his mind, expanding rapidly and filling every inch of his brain. At the same time, the valuable experiences of countless senior masters appeared in his mind out of thin air, like an enlightenment, and he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. My brain felt like it was about to burst, and there was so much knowledge that it was about to overflow. He gritted his teeth and persisted, enduring the drowsiness and dizziness in his brain. He immediately took out the experimental equipment and began to refine a 4th-level potion. Wind orchid, seed blue or powder, datura juice, dried blue magic fungus. The potion he planned to refine was called blue on the other side, a powerful hallucinogenic poison. And the difficulty of refining among the 4th-level potions was considered medium. He had tried several times before, but they all failed. He was always stuck on the threshold of the 4th-level pharmacist and found it difficult to cross. It's normal to think about it. With the accumulation of the Hong Bafu and the Blue Bafu, it took a long time to break through to the 4th level. Su Xia grew up by relying on experience books, and her own accumulation was not enough after all. Today, under the impact of countless tremendous experiences, he had a familiar feeling. It will definitely work this time. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared outside the window, silently and with calm eyes, quietly watching the situation in the pharmacy. Seeing this figure, Lan Bafu's expression changed, and he almost shouted, "It's Yutuo! Why is Yutuo here?" Not only Yutuo, but also countless and different and powerful mechanical warriors followed behind Yutuo. The whole street has been blocked off. The shops on both sides of the street all fell silent. People in the shops did not dare to breathe, and their faces turned pale from nervousness. The world was so quiet that only the sound of raindrops hitting the earth was left. Shadash! Yutuo glanced at Lan Bafu, shook his head slightly, pointed behind him, and signaled him to be silent. Then, his eyes returned to Su Xia, observing quietly, as if he wanted to see whether Su Xia could succeed. Lan Bafu's whole heart was in suspense. He turned his head stiffly and looked in the direction of Yutuo's finger, only to realize that something was wrong with Su Xia behind him. He recognized the potion that Su Xia was making. After all, they had exchanged potion formulas before. Level 4 potion? Lan Bafu's eyes widened. This time, Su Xia's performance was much more proficient than before, as if she had been taken over by a master of alchemy. There was no trace of unfamiliarity at all. Is he going to become a 4th-level pharmacist? This terrifying thought appeared in Lan Bafu's mind, and he was startled. It's too fast. How long has it been since Su Xia got started? How could someone be so fast? Could it be that he became a spirit through medicine? Chapter 271 Unexpected Discovery. The whole world became quiet, as if creating a quiet enough atmosphere for Su Xia to break through. On the street, 2 rows of mechanical warriors stood quietly in the rain, with blue light flashing in their eyes. They were fully armed and motionless, looking like metal sculptures in the blurry rain curtain. Small, spider-like, multi-legged mechanical creatures came from all directions and quietly climbed onto the roofs on the left and right sides of this old building along the cracks in the walls, water pipes, exterior wall lines, etc. In the sky, more than a dozen pterosaur-like silver-white metal creatures spread their wings and hovered. Their sharp wings cut through the rain curtains, and their rotating mechanical eyes gave a panoramic view of the main block. In the underground world, countless worm-like mechanical monsters are waiting quietly in various pipes. Outside this block, in the more peripheral areas, 3 to 5 interception points were set up on each street. Thick and huge mechanical monsters blocked intersections, street corners and other locations. The rain and fog were hazy, and from a distance, the blurry figures of these monsters seemed to come from some terrifying other world. With the pharmacy as the center, a dragnet has been formed. Oh my god! What happened? People were so frightened that pedestrians on the street even dropped their umbrellas and hurried home despite the heavy rain, closing their doors and not daring to go out. Even the homeless people taking shelter in the rain on the street corners were terrified. They huddled in the corners and covered their bodies with newspapers and paper boxes, fearing that these sudden mechanical creatures would attack them. On the surrounding rooftops, at regular intervals, there are human soldiers from the city defense department carrying position devices waiting for orders. Machines are also psychic creatures and will be affected by stance devices. These devices will not be turned on unless necessary and are only used as a deterrent. At the headquarters of Onlua Company, countless employees are working overtime to develop the anti-position device. Now it has basically taken shape, but it has not yet been miniaturized, which is very unfriendly to users. The requirement of the mechanical race is that the anti-position device must be specific to each individual mechanical creature during combat. The mechanical creature carries the anti-position device and can move freely in the stance without being affected, exerting the power of psychic energy, while the enemy will be weakened into an ordinary creature. Master Yutuo, why don't you take action yet? Wait, the city lord has his own considerations. I heard that it is an internal matter of the Machine Clan and has nothing to do with us. Just watch it from a distance. The human officials of the city defense department stood on a tall building in the distance, all of them frowning and looking worried. In this cruel era, ignorance is a blessing. These officials know too much and think too much. On weekdays, it's okay if the mechanical tribe doesn't take action. They can dominate ordinary people and dominate. But once the mechanical tribe takes action, the situation will be different. As long as the machine race is willing, they can replace the current top leaders of the human puppet government at any time and support a new group of people to come to power. It's okay if we just follow the adults' instructions and don't ask any questions. They all had this intention and waited in agony for the heavy rain to end. No one knows what Yutuo is waiting for. No one knows who is the prey in this dragnet. Some people speculated that it was a masked stranger who had disappeared for many days, while others thought it was a high-level member of a resistance organization. There were different opinions and opinions. At this time, on the old street, the rainwater gathered into a shallow stream, flowing at the feet of many mechanical soldiers. Yutuo was still standing outside the window, his tall mechanical body like a high wall. Although he didn't say a word, he felt full of oppression. In the store, Hong Bafu had already noticed the current situation. Like Lan Bafu, he did not dare to say a word, but a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Countless reasons for Yutuo to lead troops to surround the pharmacy flashed through his mind, and finally stopped at one that seemed reasonable, but was difficult for him. It's possible to believe it is Dad doing something big outside? The air in the pharmacy was eerily quiet, and even the sound of the reaction of the medicine in Su Xia's test tube seemed so harsh. In the transparent test tube, the turbid blue solution rolled and viscous bubbles emerged. After each bubble bursts, a wisp of light blue smoke will appear, float out of the test tube, and finally dissipate. If an ordinary person is around here, just one puff will cause dizziness and hallucinations, and it will take a long time to wake up. Su Xia looked attentive and waited quietly for the reaction to be complete before continuing to the next step. In his mind, the swelling feeling that was about to explode was slowly fading, and the ocean of knowledge calmed down, gradually settling, leaving him to slowly absorb it in the future, getting closer and closer to success. Almost every step is perfect. He didn't feel anything, and everything went as it should. On the contrary, Lan Bafu and Hong Bafu, who had been watching, both sweated for him. They had a strong sense of immersion, as if they themselves were making the blue of the other side. You know, even if it is the two of them, the success rate of creating the other side of the blue is not high, and the success or failure is basically 50-50. The second hand of the old clock on the wall beats one by one, and the sound is clear and sweet. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, Su Xia completed the last step. Snapped! He put down the pliers and picked up the final product. It was a transparent glass container. The solution in the container was dark blue, with bits of starry silver floating in it. Shaking gently, the silver particles were like grains of sand flowing with the solution. Dreamlike, like a summer night of the galaxy. Done! Su Xia slowly exhaled and exited the state of concentration. From this moment on, he became a true fourth-level pharmacist and was at the forefront of this road. Even if he put down his weapons from now on, he could still live an unimaginably wealthy life by relying only on medicines. Good! Outside the window, Yutuo's voice of appreciation came. Many mechanical creatures around were a little surprised, because they rarely saw Yutuo praise others, which represented a high honor. In the intelligence department, Wu Shengui was praised not long ago, And now, he will brag about it at every gathering. Su Xia had known that Yutua was coming. And now his perception was very sharp. So he just pretended not to see it. He put down the glass container in his hand and faced the window with a respectful expression. Lord City Lord. It's raining heavily outside. Come in and take shelter. Yes. That's exactly what I meant. The outer LS of the warriors of the mechanical tribe are basically made of titanium alloy. Even if they are exposed to rain all day long, they will not rust. This little bit of rain is nothing. A mechanical creature with a distinguished status, like Yutua, is almost entirely made of titanium alloy. Only some special parts have more complex requirements that cannot be met by the characteristics of titanium alloy and need to be replaced by other alloys. Yutua walked into the pharmacy. His tall body was like a giant, and his head almost touched the ceiling of the first floor of the store. He dispatched the main body with the strongest combat effectiveness, which shows that he attaches great importance to this matter. If it's a trivial matter, just use the ordinary 2-meter-tall clone robot to run around. Crunch. Because the body was so heavy, the wooden floor on the ground cracked and sank, unable to bear the weight of the all-metal machine. Seeing this scene, Yutua was thoughtful and whispered, some parts may be replaced with lighter materials to reduce energy loss, but they also need to meet the needs of the original design. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were very nervous and did not dare to say anything. They did not know what Yutua's soliloquy meant. Su Xia understood. Recently, Yutua is obsessed with designing clones and is busy designing various drawings, modeling, material analysis, energy control, etc. all day long. Maybe the masked stranger put too much pressure on him. Or maybe he wanted to pursue something stronger and more perfect. So he wanted to replace his existing body. Show me the potion, Yutua suddenly said. Okay. Su Xia moved quickly, picked up the glass container next to her, and handed it to Yutua respectfully. Yutua held the container bottle with 2 mechanical fingers, shook it slightly, nodded slightly, and said, Is it a hallucinogenic potion? Yes. Very good. When I first met you, you were still a young apprentice. Now you can be called a master. Your Majesty, the city lord, is overly praised. Su Xia acted very modestly. The teacher said that a true master always has the heart of an apprentice. That's true. Yutua put down the medicine. His eyes flickered, and he looked around the entire medicine store. His voice was calm, and he continued. I am here this time just because of your teacher's affairs. Lord City Lord, has something happened to him? Su Xia looked surprised, with a bit of worry in her voice. He went for a walk after dinner last night, and never came back. He said he was going for a walk? Yes. You haven't been back for so long. Haven't you thought about contacting him? I tried this morning, but the teacher left his cell phone in his room. Su Xia said worriedly. I can't contact him at all now. If the teacher doesn't come back tonight, I plan to go find him in the city. Sheriff, help. Have you ever been unable to return for a long time in the past? Yutua asked. Some. Su Xia answered honestly. The teacher has many pharmacist friends, many of whom work in small towns in the surrounding suburbs. During holidays, the teacher will contact them and occasionally visit them. Last time, the pharmacist in Luoxing Town was teacher Yu's friend? Yes. Luoxing Town is where the masked stranger first appeared. At that time, Su Xia had just started, and his father asked him and Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu to go to Luoxing Town to deliver medicine. However, when the 3 of them arrived at Luoxing Town, the entire town had been devoured by fire. Those extremely vicious mercenaries plundered the entire town and turned it into a living HL. That was the first time Su Xia used her ability to control metal. He used countless blood-stained metal fragments to form a mask and wore it on his face to hide his true appearance. From then on, he started a different path of resistance. Come here, all 3 of you, Yutua ordered calmly, and took out a silver-white metal bracelet with a dark screen. Lan Bafu and Hong Bafu did not dare to resist and immediately came to Yutua. Looking at the current situation, today's accident must be related to Dad. The 2 apprentices can't help. They just want to save their lives first. Put on this bracelet, Yutua ordered again, his tone unquestionable. Yes. Su Xia knew what this bracelet was for. He had seen it in the underground laboratory, and it was also in the memory of the former Commander Beifeng. This is a test of psychic strength, and it is very accurate. It is said that no matter how you try to hide it, you cannot fool this machine, and your true strength will be measured. Fortunately, Su Xia's body cannot grow normally at all, and can only share spiritual energy with the main body. She can borrow as much as she wants from the main body. He used to think this was very inconvenient, but now it seems like a good thing. He borrowed some of his psychic energy and kept it fluctuating around 1.5 to 1.6. Then he put on the bracelet and waited for the result quietly. Not long after, a cold voice came from the mechanical bracelet. Level 1.5 psychic power. Not a high threat. At the same time, the small screen on the bracelet also displays corresponding numbers. Immediately afterwards, the two brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu also measured their spiritual strength. They were 2.0 and 1.8 respectively. They were considered strong for ordinary people, but they were not enough in front of Yutuo. In this way, none of the three of them could be masked strangers, but they still could not escape the suspicion of helping their father. Be safe these 2 days. You will be interrogated by different people. Yutuo put away his bracelet and said calmly, the business of the pharmacy will be stopped first. The place will be searched. If everything is okay, monitoring will need to be installed. Do you have any objections? No. No. Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu could only shake their heads. How dare they have any objections? Yutuo was polite to them. They also knew that today they had a little bit of Su Xia's glory. After all, Yutuo always valued Su Xia more. If it were another pharmacy apprentice, what he would have to face today would probably be a top-notch VIP package of breaking in, arresting people, interrogating confessions through torture, subduing others, and beheading the queen. The machine race will not reason with humans at all. In their eyes, ordinary humans are no different from domesticated livestock. They can kill them if they want. Soon, the mechanical creatures responsible for searching entered the store one after another. Some stayed on the first floor. Some went to the second floor, and many went into the basement. They monitored it very carefully. Even the cracks in the bricks in the corners. Each area will be continuously scanned and inspected several times by different mechanical creatures. As the key controller of each area of the pharmacy, Su Xia has been following these mechanical creatures, opening the locks of every room, cabinet, and drawer for them. Several mechanical creatures are very experienced, and this is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. Be careful. Don't break open a closed area by force. There may be a self-destruct program left by the opponent inside, so try to use the key. There were the most closed areas in the basement. Su Xia followed them and opened them one by one. And what she found were basically potions or potion materials. On the second underground floor, there are various ores, wood, regular collectibles, etc. In addition to these, there are many strange things. And one box even contains the corpse of a suspected alien. When Su Xia came down for the first time, she was curious about the alien corpse, but she never had the chance to open it. Now I finally have the key. At the urging of the mechanical creature, he took out the key and slowly opened the box. Click! In an instant, a thick black smoke surged out from the gap, causing Su Xia to frown and immediately took several steps back. Those mechanical creatures didn't need to breathe, so they still stood where they were, observing the contents of the box. When the black smoke dissipated, what appeared in front of them was half a shriveled black corpse, similar to a humanoid, but with wings on its back, a big head and a small body, long arms, and curved and sharp nails. They couldn't tell what it was. Race. But a series of prompts appeared in front of Su Xia's eyes. Zerg corpses from the starry sky, after being eaten by your clone. You may gain unique power. The clone mentioned here is naturally the monster clone who is working hard to manage 2 insect nests. Su Xia's heart moved and she didn't say anything. She just watched the robot's movements quietly. Yutuo ordered that if it has nothing to do with Dad, these mechanical creatures cannot be taken away and must be left in the pharmacy. It looks like a hybrid monster, said a more experienced mechanical creature. It's half human and half insect. It's dead. It's a failure. Well, it's similar to the failed hybrids created by those private research institutes. Another mechanical creature also said the same. Both the human race and the Zerg race are on the wrong path. Our evolutionary path is perfect. I really don't understand why Lord Mercer has to spend so much time studying these 2 races. We already know their weaknesses very well. A group of mechanical creatures casually observed it for a while, but soon lost interest in the corpse, and continued to let Su Xia open other boxes. This process is similar to opening a treasure chest. Never know what surprises will be in the next box. The lights on the second underground floor were dim. Su Xia used the light to look for the corresponding key. When she opened the 17th box, something finally appeared that made the mechanical creature shine. This is this. Inside the box, an irregular piece of arc-shaped metal material lay quietly. with pits on the outside. It looked like it had once belonged to some mechanical entity. It's that metal. The material on the surface of that spacecraft? Yes. That old guy is so lucky. A powerful mechanical creature immediately closed the box. Go and inform Master U2 immediately that this box must be taken back. I suddenly became interested. It seems like there are not all useless things here. Keep opening the boxes. They were not in a hurry. Perhaps because the mechanical race's perception of time was different from that of humans. So they were all waiting patiently for Su Xia to find the key to the box. At this time, news came from the mechanical creature responsible for searching the remaining areas on the second underground floor. There is also a closed entrance in this corner. And there is a third level below us. After receiving this news, the mechanical creatures here who were opening the treasure chest stopped. Something surprising has appeared on the second underground floor. What will be on the third underground floor? The leading mechanical creature asked Su Xia. What is below? Su Xia shook her head. I don't know either. Really do not know. Yes. Do you have a key? Have. Then what are you waiting for? Go and have a look. A group of mechanical creatures pushed Su Xia and took him to the dark corner found at the entrance. In fact, Su Xia is also curious. In the past, in the entire pharmacy, only Dad had the right to go to the third underground floor. Hong Bafu and Blue Bafu, who entered early, did not know what was going on below. Not to mention Su Xia. He has only been around for a short time and has never seen his father open the last level. So what secret is hidden underneath? Chapter 272, A Mountain of Bones. As early as when Zhao Si was in charge of the intelligence department, Dad's pharmacy was one of the objects of suspicion. Even before Zhao Si, the pharmacy was already on the danger list. It is enough to be suspicious that a master like my dad stays in this small city like an ordinary little old man without showing off or seeking fame or fortune every day. In this era of chasing fame and fortune, from a normal person's perspective, being indifferent to fame and fortune is abnormal. In the past, there were so-called masters who claimed to be indifferent to fame and fortune and were unwilling to go out. But in fact, they were just waiting for a better price. In addition, the eldest disciple Guin is also one of the reasons why Dad is suspected. Mercer knew the true relationship between Guin and his father. So as soon as he got the news, he asked Yutua to lead troops to surround the entire pharmacy. Lord Yutua, we found the metal that Lord Mercer mentioned below. A mechanical creature responsible for the search hurried up to the first floor and reported to Yutua. Well, I'll go take a look. Yutua responded calmly. His main body is too huge. So naturally there is no way to enter the basement. There was a click, and the mechanical armor on his shoulders separated, revealing a black launch hole. And then an oval silver-white metal ball was ejected. The small metal ball was about the same size as a bowling ball. Its surface was covered with gaps, and wisps of dark blue light loomed in the gaps. Click, click, dash. The small metal ball cracked. Many mechanical arms appeared on the left and right. The arc-shaped carapace on the back unfolded, and the oval lower part split into 4 parts, becoming 4 mechanical legs. This is also the clone of Yutua. It is mainly used for reconnaissance work. It is flexible in movement, and not weak in combat effectiveness. He started to move, and his 4 sharp metal legs made a clanging sound on the wooden floor, following the ants all the way down, passing through the underground first floor, and arriving at the second underground floor. The suspected alien half-body first caught his eye, but he also made the same judgment as the other mechanical creatures. Hybrid? Yutuo's eyes flickered. During his time in the underground laboratory, he came into contact with many failed products, many of which looked similar to this corpse. He himself was very opposed to this kind of behavior. He always felt that hybrid organisms were uncontrollable and would cause trouble sooner or later. So he only looked at it twice and then withdrew his gaze. Where is the box? He asked his subordinate. It's right in front. Sir, please follow me. The subordinate replied respectfully. This underground world is very big. The old man has opened up all the underground areas in the surrounding streets. The area is no smaller than the underground floors of our base. It's really don't know how he did it. Are there any other discoveries besides that metal? Temporarily unavailable. The subordinate answered like this, but then felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yuto was once a human being. So he added, there are some very commemorative collections, all from before the war. And there are also many precious materials. If you, sir, interested, we can. No need. Yutua spoke indifferently and refused, showing no interest in any of this. With his current status, all treasures in the eyes of ordinary people are within easy reach for him. Things that are too easy to obtain are not precious. And he has always only liked to pursue power. Soon, Yutuo saw the pitted metal in the box. After observing it carefully, he told his subordinates, "It's that kind of metal. Take it back to the underground base, and arrange a few more people to protect it along the way." "Yes. Where's Su Xia?" "In the corner over there. Many people are there." The subordinate pointed to a dark corner. "They found the entrance to the third underground floor, and are still looking for the key. Take me to see it." "Okay. Please follow me." The subordinate respectfully led the way, introducing the remaining items found on the second underground floor along the way. In this dark underground area with endless horizons, the most stored items are naturally medicines. These medicines are enough to support several large-scale wars. There are also some special potion formulas that have been improved by Dad. And even the mechanical tribe needs to refer to them. The mechanical tribe also obtained part of the spacecraft wreckage, and naturally knew that a very glorious pharmaceutical civilization was once born in the starry sky. The path of medicine is also a possible evolutionary path. The mechanical race itself does not need medicine, but it can learn from some development experience, learn from each other's strengths, and combine the strengths of hundreds of schools to find its own path. In the years since the end of the war, not only the human race has been developing, but the machine race has also been developing. And the machine race, which accounts for the vast majority of resources, has developed faster. This is one of the reasons why many people cannot see hope. At this time, in that dark corner, a group of mechanical creatures were watching Su Xia, looking for the key. "This one is neither this one nor this one." Su Xia was holding several large sets of keys in her hand. They were heavy and jingled when they shook. Some of the keys had paper instructions on them, while others had nothing on them. Dad left in a hurry and didn't give too many instructions. He probably felt that there was no need to explain these trivial matters, and just let Su Xia find it by herself. "I don't know how many keys I tried, but even the mechanical creature, which is famous for its patience, felt tired." Finally, click! The lock cylinder popped out with a crisp sound, and the passage to the third underground floor was finally opened. Su Xia collected the keys, looked attentively, took off the heavy lock, and slowly opened the heavy cover, revealing a dark entrance going downwards. As soon as it was opened, a rotten atmosphere instantly surged up from the ground, as if it had been sealed in dust for thousands of years, mixed with waves of cold air. Hoo-hoo! The cold wind roared below, and the space was unknown. The sound of the wind in the darkness was shrill, like the wail of a ghost, which made people's skin crawl. More rotten smells rushed up with the wind and kept pouring out. Su Xia was the first to bear the brunt. He covered his mouth and nose, frowning slightly, feeling even more uncomfortable. This cold and strange aura made him seem to have teleported to the world of tomb-robbing notes and ghost-blowing lanterns. Behind him, a mechanical creature said doubtfully, "It looks gloomy, like the entrance to a cemetery. I heard that this area used to be a mass grave. Is there anything bad down there? How many times have I said that we are products of technology and materialists?" Another mechanical creature refuted him. "Even if there is a real ghost here, we have to beat him to admit that he is not a ghost. That makes sense. You go first." "No. Let Su Xia go first." Su Xia was speechless, took out a mask and put it on. The smell of decay down there is too strong, so the mask only serves as a psychological comfort. Anyway, his body is a player template and cannot die. He turned on the flashlight, and the dazzling light penetrated the entrance of the passage, and he could only see the cold stone steps going down one step at a time. The steps continued deep underground, until finally even the light could no longer reach it, and it was slowly swallowed up by the cold darkness. "It's quite deep," Su Xia thought thoughtfully. "Can Dad really dig out such a large underground world by himself?" He held the flashlight tightly, slowly took a few breaths of fresh air, and then prepared to go down. At this time, Yutua happened to come over. The mechanical creatures surrounding the entrance pushed aside one after another to make way for them. "Lord Yutua." Yutua responded lightly, walked to the underground entrance and took a brief look. Then, using all the strength of his 4 mechanical legs, he jumped directly in. Without any hesitation, he landed firmly on a certain step below. "Come down if you want. There's no danger." Yutua did not wait for anyone. After speaking, he continued to go down the stone steps at a leisurely pace. Su Xia followed closely, and walked in holding a flashlight. The eerie and cold breath hit his face, blowing against his skin like cold knives, biting to the bone. He observed carefully that the stone steps and the stone walls on the left and right were all blue-gray. It was a very hard rock with artificial carvings. After walking down for about 100 meters, the space in front of me suddenly became larger. The stone wall on the right is still there, but the left is empty, leaving only a huge and dark underground world that cannot be seen to the side. And the entire steps hang on the cold cliff. And there is not even a railing on the left. If you are not careful, you may miss the mark. It should be an underground grotto left in the past, but it just happened to be discovered and used by your teacher. Yutua, who was walking in front, suddenly said, "This area used to be rich in stone, and we also encountered similar problems when we opened up the underground base. The organization at 0 Point Tavern also has the same underground space." Lord Yutua, so there are giant hollows under the Coral City? Well, the city sits on a bubble. Yutua said nothing more, and Su Xia stared around, thinking as she walked, if a few small nuclear weapons like the Voice of Destruction were detonated underground, would it cause the entire Coral City to collapse and sink directly into the ground? Of course, this is a trick that will kill 1,000 enemies and damage 1 million. And the entire city of humans will have to be buried with him. Hey! This is... On the wall, a trace caught Su Xia's eyes and made him quit thinking. It was a claw mark. 3 in total, with different depths on the stone wall, like it was left by some violent animal. Keep going down and you'll find more claw marks. In addition to claw marks, there are other similar marks on the stone walls and steps. With Su Xia's current strength, she could leave traces on the wall with just a few pieces of metal. The claws of a certain creature are very hard, comparable to metal. Could they be insects? Su Xia thought silently. There were living insects imprisoned down here? Did Dad want to use fresh insect materials to make potions? Or is it? Said he was also conducting experiments? With suspicion, Su Xia continued going down and saw more and more traces. Now his ugly clone is the leader of 2 insect nests and has a better understanding of the structure of various bugs. He was almost certain what kind of bug had left some of the traces. These small holes look like they were caused by the sharp-backed worm. And this mark should have been left by the black-winged claws. After about 300 meters into MO, the 2 finally reached the bottom. The other mechanical creatures also came down. All behind? Not very fast. Collecting information as they walked. The road at the end of the stone steps was cut off, leaving only a forward corridor. And it was still dark ahead. Yutua found a lever and pulled hard. Click! The entire underground world lit up instantly, with bright lights lighting up one after another at the top. And light also appeared on the surrounding walls. The darkness nearby was expelled, but the coldness in the distance remained. There was no light in the deepest part of the underground as far as the eye could see, and it was still pitch black. The cold wind was howling, as if black mist was billowing. After seeing the true appearance of part of this underground space, the mechanical creatures still on the stone wall were shocked, and even they felt creepy. Why are there so many bones? Is this really a cemetery? I tried scanning just now, but something disturbed me. I thought there was a mess of rocks below. The area illuminated by lights was covered with corpses of various sizes. Skeletons are piled on top of each other, and various creatures are mixed together. It is no longer possible to identify the specific race. Some bones look normal, and some look very deformed, like they come from some kind of mutated monster. A timid person might faint on the spot after seeing this horrifying scene. Above countless skeletons, there is a suspended corridor made of steel. Along the corridor, you can walk to the center of the bone area, where there is a huge circular stone platform. It seems that your teacher is also conducting secret experiments. The central platform is his experimental area. Yutua stepped onto the suspended steel corridor. The countless skeletons below are the creatures that died during his experiments. The teacher never told us. Well, I probably don't want to damage his image in your hearts. It's normal to think about it. With the personalities of Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, if they knew that their father was secretly conducting experiments down there, and so many people died, they would definitely not be able to bear it. In their hearts, their father is just an ordinary family member who has never had blood on his hands. Su Xia also walked onto the suspended steel corridor. He could tell that some of the bones below were human. If all these humans died because of Dad's experiments, then Dad's previous image would be really overturned. But he had a vague feeling that things might not be that simple. One after another, the 2 walked along the suspended corridor onto the circular platform. Above this is a huge laboratory, similar to the underground laboratory of the mechanical tribe. It has all kinds of experimental equipment, but it has a more crude atmosphere. The door to the laboratory is open. No key is required. A large number of paper materials, electronic materials, video files, photo records, etc. are completely stored in this laboratory, and even have special label classifications. So there is no need to waste time looking for them. Let me take a look. Yutua jumped onto a long table where information was stored, took out a document at the top, and read through it carefully. Su Xia also took a piece of information to check. He flipped through it and found an experimental subject file, which recorded the experimental subject's personal information, attached photos, and the number of the attached video file. Experimental subject 00218. Survival time 64 hours. Chapter 273. Climb out. Name Su Jing. Sex male. Age 42 years old. Alienation to the third stage. Confusion. Sometimes awake, sometimes manic. Video record number. Before he died, he hoped that his blood and bones could be buried in the ruins of Baikwan Park in the south of the city. He said that was the place where he and his lover first met. When mentioning his lover, he has a brief moment of sanity. Similar symptoms are also seen in other alienated creatures. I think that even if they have turned into monsters, there is still an area in their hearts that cannot be contaminated by abnormal energy. And that is the key to awakening them. In the laboratory, Su Xia sat on a chair and flipped through the information, looking attentively and with solemn eyes. Looking very carefully, he read more than 10 files of experimental subjects in a row and found that the creatures recorded in these files all had the same characteristics before they became his father's experimental subjects. They had been injected with alienated energy, and their lives were short-lived. So that's it, Yutua suddenly said. It's the result of that special industrial chain. Master Yutua, what kind of industry is this? Su Xia asked. You are also the second in command of the intelligence department. Don't you even know this? The information Wu Zhongdue gave me is all trivial life matters. Su Xia answered truthfully. The entire intelligence department is his, and the former Zhao Si. The people below are directly responsible to him. And the important information passed on is not will pass by me. Well, you have a relatively shallow foundation, which is an oversight on my part. Yutua nodded, indicating that he understood the situation, but did not say what he would do. He gently put down the information in his hand and said calmly, It doesn't hurt to tell you. You will come into contact with these sooner or later. Su Xia also put down the information in her hand, with a serious look on her face, listening to Yutua describe the information. Under the base of the mechanical tribe, there is a secret laboratory about a hybrid creature. I think you can guess it. Yutua glanced at Su Xia's expression. Apart from the underground, in this city there are also laboratories funded by us in other areas, and the research projects are similar. Yutua personally opposed this kind of experiment, but he went ahead with the request from above. As the mechanical city lord of Coral City, he has controlled the information of these laboratories very early. He never paid attention to it before because all he produced were failures. Until not long ago, Mercer and the hidden underground laboratories suddenly appeared, giving him a hint of danger. If he could suppress Mercer, he would definitely stop it. Of course, it can only be stopped for a while. After all, it is the superior master who really gives the order. In addition to the laboratories funded by the mechanical tribe, there are also many privately funded ones. There are so many involved that a special underground industry chain has been formed in the city. Some people provide experimental subjects, some conduct experiments, and naturally some people recycle experimental subjects. Among them, the most famous recycler has no name, only a code name, called the Man in Gray Robe. This man in gray robe has a huge appetite and abundant funds. No matter what kind of experimental subject he is, whether dead or alive, he will spend a lot of money to recover it. No one knows what his purpose is. After all, in this type of experiment, even the machine tribe themselves have been groping for failure. And so far they have only produced more than 20 things that can barely be considered semi-finished products. What the machine race wants is to explore a new evolutionary path. Although the combat effectiveness of these semi-finished hybrids is powerful, it is obviously far from meeting the requirements. The results of those private laboratories are even more disastrous. So far, they cannot even produce a living hybrid, just as Su Xia had seen before ordinary people, once injected with the alienated energy of insects. The final result would definitely be death. This alienated energy, like cancer cells, will continue to destroy normal human tissues. Su Xia once rescued some in the underground manner. After those people were released, their survival time was very short, and some did not even survive a night. The mechanical clan can produce more than 20 semi-finished products mainly because these semi-finished products are strong enough. For example, Senior Brother Gu-en is a spiritual creature close to the 4th level. He has extremely tenacious vitality and managed to survive on the edge of life and death. I didn't expect that your teacher is the legendary Grey Robe Man. Yutua said. The logo of the Grey Robe Man is printed at the beginning of these documents. Su Xia also discovered just now that there was a mark similar to the letter A printed on the cover of each document. He didn't pay attention at first. He just thought of the assassin strip for some reason. Now looking at it again, this mark does look like a gray hood. Most of the failed experiments that came out of the entire industry were accepted by him. This is the origin of the mountains of bones at our feet. I see. The teacher is doing a reversal experiment here. Well, maybe he has achieved some results. Otherwise, he wouldn't have picked up your senior brother. Although Dad didn't show his face during the whole process. Considering the laboratory here, and the fact that Dad never came back, Yutua was basically done by his dad. This huge laboratory is the legacy left by my father. He never turned normal people into monsters, but always tried to turn monsters into humans again. The monsters in his hands were all failed products bought from other laboratories, and could not survive for more than a few days. Those private laboratories did not know the specific purpose of the man in gray robe. At first, some people speculated that he wanted to extract alienated energy through these experimental bodies, and then obtain spiritual energy by purifying the alienated energy. But later someone pointed out that it was too troublesome, and it was better to just buy the corpses of the insects and purify them. Others speculate that he has a way to stabilize the lives of experimental subjects, allowing those failed products to survive, thereby forming an army of experimental subjects. There are various speculations and opinions, but no one has ever known his true identity. The man in gray robe has been hiding under my nose all this time, Yutua said in a calm voice. This city is very big, with people coming and going. Many people live wearing masks, and they will only lift the masks when darkness falls, revealing his true identity. Maybe the masked man is also somewhere, wearing another ordinary mask on top of that metal mask. I think your lord will find him one day. Maybe. Yutua was non-committal, looking down at the information on the table and pondering for a moment. At this time, the other mechanical creatures also came along the suspended corridor, and stood respectfully outside the laboratory, waiting for Yutua's instructions. After a while, Yutua asked Su Xia, all the information in the entire laboratory needs to be sent to the mechanical tribe base. Do you have any objection? No. Su Xia shook her head. Okay. From now on you will be the owner of this pharmacy. Take good care of your 2 senior brothers. Yutua glanced at the key in Su Xia's hand. The 2 of them are not peaceful and may fight against the human resistance. Contact. If something goes wrong, I hope you can clear the door. Please don't worry. Sir. Well, you still need to sign an agreement. Yutua had already prepared the agreement, but he just wanted to see Su Xia's attitude, so he never took it out. The agreement is on the first floor, waiting for Su Xia to sign it. Yutua didn't rush him, and he had plenty of time, letting Su Xia browse through the many materials in the entire laboratory. After today, these information will be sent to the Machine Clan base. Su Xia will not be able to see it if he wants to see it. With his identity, he will not be able to enter the Machine Clan base. Su Xia handed the large bunch of keys to the mechanical creatures outside and asked them to open the box slowly while she returned to the laboratory and browsed quickly. This was the first time he had come into contact with a large amount of information on this type of experiment. He checked them one by one according to the order of the file numbers, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. Teacher, I'm really close to succeeding. There are several very special examples in the data. Normal experimental subjects would die in a few days, and most of them would not survive more than a week. But Dad successfully kept several experimental subjects alive for 3 or 4 months. And those experimental subjects were all ordinary people before. After 3 or 4 months of treatment, those people gradually became sober, spending less time in confusion and more time in sobriety. Dad invited the family members of those people, brought them familiar things, and combined with various drug treatments. He almost succeeded, but unfortunately he failed in the end. Those people were still dead, unable to withstand the erosion of the alienated energy. Even if Dad uses the best healing potion, it can only delay their death, but cannot change the final result. There was also a most special experimental subject who lived for a full 8 months. The experimental subject itself was a psychic creature that was forcibly transformed by the alienated energy. He was already on the verge of death when he was bought by his father, But his father forcibly kept him alive and helped him fight against the alienated energy. In the end, he became something like a half-finished hybrid bred by the machine tribe. And he never forgot his past. But he is still dead. He committed suicide. He couldn't stand what he looked like now, and refused to see his family. Finally, he pierced his throat with the sharp tentacles grown from the mutation. This man didn't want to live long ago, just to repay his father's kindness for treatment. He endured the pain in his heart and lived for several months so that his father could observe him and collect enough information. Su Xia continued to look down, and from time to time would look for video records with corresponding numbers in each file to experience this type of experiment more intuitively. There are also some special experimental subjects. They actually use pregnant women for experiments, using genetic technology to edit embryos and finally transfer them into the mother's body. Some pregnant women only provide a hotbed for the body. They were not pregnant before entering the laboratory. What is really important is the child in their belly. These bloody and cruel experiments are only imaginable, and there is nothing that those people cannot do. In this war-torn world, with broken rules and disordered order, only a few people can live as humans, and most people are just animals in the eyes of others. If there are no recyclers to buy them, these failed experimental subjects will be taken to the suburbs for landfill. Many of them are even alive when they are buried. Buried alive. The pain is suffocating just thinking about it. Su Xia read page after page. Almost every page was filled with failure and death, and the blood in the words almost overflowed. When reading these materials, he couldn't help but think, in the huge coral city, there are countless laboratories. Apart from the one underground in the machine clan, is there really no other laboratory that has created finished products? Soon, he saw a secret story recorded in the information. 2 years ago, on a night of lightning and thunder, a private underground laboratory located in the west of Coral City was massacred. All the experimenters were torn into pieces of flesh and blood. The scene was extremely bloody. The murderer was missing. There were many similar marks on the body fragments. Claw marks of wild beasts' paws. 2 days later, the sponsor behind the private laboratory also died. The whole family was killed. The entire family, men, women, old and young, died tragically. The death conditions were similar to those of the experimenters. The surveillance camera only captured a blurry figure. 3 days later, news came from the suburbs that there was a problem with a corpse landfill. One of the landfill areas was damaged, and it was suspected that a creature crawled out from underneath. This news was absolutely horrifying to the researchers in those laboratories. There is a corpse alive. Or is he not dead at all, but just struggling on the edge of life and death? In any case, the monster crawling out from under the landfill filled with corpses must be out for revenge. What's ridiculous is that the rich man funded the laboratory to study a way to longevity and eternal youth. As a result, he and his family all died tragically. There seems to be cause and effect in this world. If you plant a cause in the past, you will eventually get the result in some way. After that accident, the entire Coral City laboratory became much more cautious. Every time, they had to ensure that the test subjects were completely dead before taking them to the suburban landfill. Perhaps it is really a hybrid that has survived and has memories of the past. Su Xia thought silently. In this case, will there be more hybrids alive? Where will they be hiding? Su Xia thought of Dr. Agar's notes, which recorded many successful examples. Of course, from the doctor's perspective, it was a failure. After all, he wanted to create a god. But from the perspective of this planet, it was an absolute success. This road can go halfway. Even the doctor can only create monsters, not gods. Su Xia thought in her heart. My ugly clone is a monster. But there is no record in the doctor's notes. It is probably him. I don't know if the final work is good or bad. In this way, Su Xia stayed in the laboratory all night. While reading, he recalled the notes of Dr. Agar and the experimental contents of the underground base of the mechanical tribe. He benefited a lot from comparing them with each other. The most powerful one is Dr. Agar. Neither his father nor the robots can compare to him. The doctor is knowledgeable and has a wide range of knowledge. He has also done a lot of research on how to reverse the situation. He has gone further on this road than Dad. It's a pity that the doctor wanted to pursue the illusory creator, and finally took such a fork in the road. Su Xia never believed that the creator existed. Most of the doctor's headaches and hallucinations were caused by long-term travel in deep space. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Xia returned to the first floor. Both Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were waiting for him, and they didn't eat dinner. They watched in silence as countless mechanical creatures came and went in and out of the pharmacy, moving away things that belonged to the pharmacy. In front of the two of them, there were two documents, which were the agreements that Yutuo had told Su Xia. The two of them never signed. Staring at the contents of the agreement in silence, Su Xia walked over, picked up the agreement and looked at it, and immediately frowned. The first requirement in the agreement is publicly sever ties with Dad and criticize his behavior. Chapter 274, The End of the Pharmacy. Something happened at the pharmacy. This news, like a hurricane, swept through various discussion groups in an instant. In the game, one of the largest player organizations now, the Bikini Castle team, got its start based on this pharmacy. Without a large number of cheap potions, Bikini Castle would have no advantage over other player teams, let alone suppress the established online game unions in the recent friendly exchanges. Is Bikini Bird going to be sent? This is a good thing. That group of people has been hindering our actions all day long. They have had several fights in the wilderness recently. They are so arrogant that the game system can't bear to see them using bugs to get potions. Right? Good thing. What a great thing. There were more and more discussions, and some people clapped and applauded. There were also people who were worried and ended up speaking out for Beachbug. Not long ago, the large-scale Coral Expedition event organized by Sajida caused players to split into two factions. A group of players sided with Shijiti, joined the event, and became members of the Coral City Mechanical Tribe's External Legion. They have been exploring the wilderness, trying to obtain enough rewards in the mission. The other group of players felt that the human counterattack was the main line of the game, and were unwilling to join this expedition. Especially those players whose birth map was in the Wilderness Resistance Organization's camp. They united into a major resistance alliance. Su Xia has been very busy during this period, and has never had time to pay attention to the players in the game. What he didn't know was that under the leadership of several of his roommates, a major alliance of players' resistance organizations had actually formed, and several online meetings had been organized. The number of player teams that have joined the alliance exceeds 3 digits, and the total number of players exceeds 100,000. It is extremely large and has amazing combat effectiveness. They chanted slogans such as, "For the Alliance," and were ambitious and magnificent. Recently, the Resistance Alliance and Coral City's external player army have fought several battles in the suburbs and wilderness. In name, it was a friendly exchange, but in reality, it almost made my brain explode. The game's first melee with tens of thousands of people. The bloody battle will not retreat. Live broadcast of battlefield trends for you 24 hours a day. The second battlefield opens. There are more than 50,000 people participating in the battle on both sides, and the server is still tenacious. During this period, all the major game forums were flooded with a shocking melee in. Looking at the stars, many game anchors wandered around the battlefield 24 hours a day as if they were on fire. Long knives, cold arrows, stone axes, halberds, etc. All kinds of cold weapons were flying on the battlefield. Blood was splashed everywhere, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. There were corpses everywhere. The earth was dyed red, and some people were hacked to death just after they were resurrected. He couldn't even run away from the battlefield. There are also people who use hot weapons obtained from special channels, such as semi-automatic pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns, etc., to kill randomly among the players with their unparalleled weapons. But facing players who can resurrect indefinitely, even ordinary thermal weapons don't have much effect. The bullets will eventually run out. War is about fighting for money, and every bullet shines with the luster of money. Even large trade unions are reluctant to keep using hot weapons, and they switch to cold weapons not long after the fight. Some people even cut off their weapons, which were permanently damaged and could not be repaired, so they had to buy new ones. Several large-scale battles were fought, and both sides fought with real firepower. At this moment, the players of the Coral City Outer Legion were extremely happy to hear that something happened to the Bikini Castle team. As the deputy leader of the External Legion, a player named Lu Jiaozhu said, "The players of the Resistance Alliance have ulterior motives and have been hindering the normal development of our players in Coral City. As one of the leading teams of the Alliance, the Bikini Castle team has always been there using bugs to get cheap potions, and now they finally get the sanctions they deserve. Bah! The Bikini Castle team got the potion from regular channels. If you have the ability, let your team's pharmacists get cheap medicines." When the two sides disagreed, they began to curse, and the situation soared hundreds of floors in an instant. At this time, The happiest thing is naturally the Four Seasons rise far away in the wilderness. This guy hung up online and let his body in the game follow the armored off-road vehicle to the joint camp. He went offline and made a bowl of noodles, staring at the quarrels in the forum with great joy.
Su Xia, you fell down before I could deal with you.
CG Dao lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and felt comfortable, sighing.
Oh, will Coral City be invincible so soon? It's so lonely.
He raised his brows, shook out the ashes from his cigarette, and began browsing the pictures sent back from the pharmacy. Of course, the area around the pharmacy has been blocked by mechanical soldiers, making it difficult for ordinary players to get through. The person who sent the picture was a player with a special opportunity. This player triggered a hidden mission when the server was launched. After completing the mission, he got a little ant clone, which is usually useless. But today he happened to take a screenshot from the perspective of a little ant. Live broadcast. The robot is searching Dad's pharmacy. Countless mechanical creatures came in and out of the store, loading a large number of treasure boxes belonging to the pharmacy into the car and transporting them to the mechanical tribe's base in the north of the city. Player Su Xia has not been found yet. Is the pharmacy going to end like this? Discovered player Su Xia, who seemed to be underground in the pharmacy before. In the photos and live broadcasts, Su Xia's face was not very good looking. Her brows were frowning, and she was obviously in an extremely bad mood. Seeing this scene, CG Dao was so happy that he smoked a third of the cigarette in his hand with a look of enjoyment on his face.
Su Xia, you have today too.
Life has been full of ups and downs, and it's finally his turn to enjoy the harvest. He endured it for a long time, made plans for a long time, and finally got the location of the joint camp. He planned to use his skills to deal with the pharmacy after getting rid of the joint camp. Unexpectedly, something happened to the pharmacy itself.
Double happiness. The best is even better. All we need to do next is to remove the joint camp.
Sijideo thought in his mind.
Li Yun and the others have been undercover for so long and have made great contributions. What should we get for them?
What about positions? These three guys have big appetites.
Until now, Li Yun and the big golden retriever were still taking chances and did not send any news to CG Dao. But Chang Rui turned off his phone directly. He didn't know if he was autistic, and he didn't even log into the game. Sijideo flicked the cigarette butt away and started eating instant noodles. Suddenly, he looked stunned, frowned and stared at the screen, and found that Mercer's face on the screen also looked ugly.
What's wrong with Mercer?
Sijideo wondered.
His face looked so ugly that he looked as if he had eaten a dead fly.
For this special expedition mission, he specifically chose an armored off-road vehicle close to Mercer, just to look familiar in front of Mercer. Sijideo knew that Mercer was the biggest boss in Coral City because he was related to the powerful master of the machine tribe. Compared with him, Yuto is nothing, let alone the puppet human city lord Qi Lang. CG Dao tried his best to look familiar, so naturally he wanted to embrace Mercer's thigh. As the provider of the address of the joint camp, Mercer allowed him to follow, which was sending a signal.
Mercer is also aware of the differences between players and wants to take advantage of them. And I happen to be the representative of Coral City players.
Sijideo knows very well that as long as he manages his business well, sooner or later he will become Mercer's henchman. Everything is going according to his plan. And now even the biggest obstacle in the entire plan, the pharmacy, has been automatically removed. However, after seeing Mercer's ugly expression, Sijideo's heart sank, and he felt that something had happened. He quickly took 2 bites of instant noodles, then rushed back to the small VR room next to him to go online. During this period, as the boss of Coral City's player management department and external army, Sijideo obtained many benefits, made a lot of money, and rented himself a set of top-notch VR equipment, linking to the game through VR equipment. After going online, the world in the game instantly surrounded him. The starry sky is bright, the night wind is blowing, and there is a hint of coolness in the wind.
How do you achieve the realism of this game?
Sijideo sometimes thinks about this issue. As a hardcore gamer, he has never seen a game world that is almost 100% immersive like looking up at the stars. The moment he went online, his mentality changed slightly, as if he was really a member of the expeditionary army and was about to attack the joint camp of the resistance forces. At this moment, a roar interrupted CG Dao's thoughts. Boom! Mercer suddenly soared into the sky. The tail smoke of the propeller behind him was bright and dazzling, and it was as fast as a missile, heading straight into the distance into the night. His figure gradually became smaller and soon disappeared into the horizon. CG Dao looked confused and looked in that direction, wondering why Mercer left suddenly.
We are already very close to the joint camp. Aren't we afraid of being discovered by the rebels by flying over with such a big fanfare?
Sigideo thought to himself. Now we should set up an ambush around the camp, block any possible escape routes, and wait until midnight before launching another attack.
Attack and defeat them with minimal losses.
Last time, CG Dao's Scimitar organization was defeated in this way. CG Dao has always been cautious when dealing with rebel organizations, because he himself rebelled from the rebels, and was well aware of the rebels' methods. Not long ago, Enlan's convoy was wiped out by a resistance group called Bei Feng, and even Enlan himself died. This made CG Dao more cautious. The human resistance is not without its ability to fight, and a head-on collision may cause heavy losses to one's own side. More seriously, it may lead to the failure of his personal mission this time. There are more than 20 resistance organizations stationed in this joint camp. They have a large number of people and decent weapons and equipment. There are also people from Dragon City participating. If they fight head-on, they will really not be able to win it for a while. Not long after, Mercer came back and his face became even more ugly. The previous elegance was gone. He was wearing a black tuxedo, holding his cane tightly, like an angry gentleman, and shouted,
"Stop moving forward. Cancel this action. Lord Imose, what happened?"
The subordinate asked cautiously.
Those humans escaped. How could it be?
His subordinates were stunned.
It's only been a day. Did they get the news last night? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't that undead man named Wang Yongqiang an insider? Wang Yongqiang?
This is the real name of Four Seasons Rice. His face suddenly turned pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned his eyes left and right, and found that the mechanical creatures around him were staring at him. How could something go wrong? Li Yun and the big golden hair said that there was no problem, and there was no news from the reconnaissance force in front of the mechanical tribe. So it stands to reason that everything was normal.
I'll ask them again.
Sigideo swallowed hard, opened the private chat channel of the game system, and found that the portraits of Li Yun and the big golden retriever were still on. So he immediately sent them a message. What happened? Where are you people? Why are they all gone? Squeak. Let's all make money together. Don't want to make money anymore? Did something happen? There was no response for a long time. Sigideo felt that the gazes around him were like needles. He became more and more anxious. He gritted his teeth and stared at the chat channel waiting for a reply. His teeth were almost broken. Mercer gave him a cold look and said to the rest of his subordinates,
"Our reconnaissance force was completely wiped out, and someone is secretly helping the joint camp."
What? The subordinates were astonished. Who was so bold as to attack their forward reconnaissance troops? No wonder I haven't received the previous news. It turns out that those guys have died.
0 Point Tavern. They are the only ones who have the courage.
A mechanical creature immediately thought of it, and its tone was very sure. On this continent, except for Lingyan Tavern, other organizations and forces cannot do this even if they want to. It is impossible to kill their entire reconnaissance force silently. You know, that force is very special, and many of the mechanical creatures have super high detection and camouflage capabilities.
Those damn killers. Who gave them the courage?
A mechanical creature said angrily.
Immediately unplug the 0 Point Tavern in Coral City when you get back and drive out those shady killers.
The speaking mechanical creature waved its fist, eager to kill back immediately.
No. It's too easy to expel. We must let the rest know our anger. Kill them all.
Many members of the machine tribe have always been unhappy with the 0 Point Tavern. And this is not the first time that the two sides have had conflicts. The 0 Point Tavern sheltered many killers wanted by the Machine Clan, and the Machine Clan also secretly eliminated many members of the tavern. But neither party took this matter to the open. At least on the surface. Each took a step back to save some face for the other party. If we really want to publicly uproot the tavern branches in the city, it will be a complete rift, which is what the top leaders of both parties do not want to see. Mercer is one of the top leaders of the Machine Clan,
and he has a gloomy face at this moment. He listened to the angry words of his subordinates and said nothing. But the hand holding the cane became harder and harder. The mechanical structure of the cane couldn't bear it anymore. It creaked and almost fell apart. As long as he allows it, the Lingyan Tavern in Coral City will probably be pulled out. And the Lingyan Tavern in the abandoned armor city next door will also suffer. After all, this time the two cities are jointly sending troops.
Shut up! Everyone! Let's talk about it when we get back.
Mercer finally spoke. His voice like thunder and filled with anger.
and the entire wilderness fell silent instantly. The angry subordinates did not dare to speak again, and one by one, they directed the army to return the same way. The atmosphere was a bit more depressing than when they came. At this time, Sigideo still hadn't waited for a reply from Li Yun and Golden Retriever. Mercer looked at him again. His eyes were cold, and he didn't say anything. But Sigideo felt cold. He knew that Mercer was disappointed in him. For such a boss-level boss, there is usually only one chance. It will not be so easy to get a hold of him next time. No. Sigideo's face turned pale. Failure in the mission was secondary. He did not want to be marginalized in Mercer's heart. But what else can be done now? He tried all the in-game contacts. Out-of-game mobile phone calls. Private contacts on the forum. Etc. But none of the three guys answered. Sigideo was so anxious that he almost went crazy. At this critical moment, would everyone be dead? At this time, in the underground of the joint camp, in the strongest prison, the lights were dim, the surroundings were dark, and there was only dead silence. After a while, someone suddenly spoke in the darkness. Did Sigideo send you a message? It's done. What about you? I sent it too. How should I reply? He seems to have noticed something is wrong. Let's just say our game is stuck. How can I explain why I didn't answer the phone? Just say the signal is bad. Sigideo is not stupid asterisk. You might as well say that your phone is out of gas. Chapter 275 Contract and Name Change. This is an era that pays attention to the spirit of contract. The three undercover agents all signed offline contracts with Sigideo. If they fail to complete them, they will face high liquidated damages afterwards. It is rare to play a game and get to the point where they are. The reason why Li Yun and Ji Mao didn't answer Sigideo's call was because they were thinking about how to pay the liquidated damages. At this time, the hearts of the four-season rice in the wilderness were cold, and their faces were as white as paper. Tick-tock-tick. On the way back, the weather changed suddenly. Dark clouds gathered and rain fell. The road became muddy, but the mechanical army remained silent and in good military discipline. They walked silently in the dark night and returned to their respective city bases. The cold icy rain hit Sigideo randomly on his face, drenching him thoroughly and making him look very embarrassed. Like a drowned dog, he turned his head and looked at the mission location that was getting further and further away. The hope in his heart gradually shattered, and along with the suppressed unwillingness, he clenched and unclenched his fists several times, like weeds falling in the rain. Mission failed. A cold reminder rang in his ears. There were no previous rewards or descriptions, only 4 cold words. These 4 words completely shattered Sigideo's last illusion. He gave up contacting Li Yun and Golden Retriever, and stopped calling Chan Rui. He sat on the armored off-road vehicle in despair, with a look in his eyes much less than before. What to do next? Hesitation, confusion, anxiety, pain, etc., like twisted parasites, wormed their way into Shigedo's mind, gnawing at his nerves crazily and giving him endless headaches. Forget it if the mission fails. There will be a next time. Sigideo grabbed his hair. His knuckles turned white, comforting himself in this way, even though he didn't believe it himself. Next, how to build a relationship with Mercer. He looked ahead. It was raining heavily and darkness was endless. The road was becoming more and more difficult. Fortunately, his enemy Su Xia himself fell, which gave him more options in the future. Although he failed, his opponent Su Xia was worse than him. Thinking about it this way, he seemed not so miserable. I still have a chance. Sigideo clenched his fists. Su Xia fell, and the Bickerbird team has no cheap medicine. What can they use to fight me in the future? I can gradually disintegrate the Resistance Alliance, gradually grow bigger, and become a real the #1 player in Coral City. Let Mercer see my value. This is my chance. This guy is like a little strongman who has been knocked down several times, but still has no intention of giving up and is looking for any possible opportunity. His base is on the side of the Machine Clan, and he is stronger. As long as he is given a chance, he can turn defeat into victory. Right. That is it. Sigideo took a deep breath, wiped the rain off his face, and suppressed the negative emotions in his heart that were about to explode. He is not one of those minor characters in movies who is defeated by the protagonist in just a few moves. He is the one who wants to be the protagonist. Su Xia, it's time to settle the score between us. After experiencing the blow of the failure of this mission, the biggest pillar supporting Sigideo's spirit now is to go back to the city to laugh at and attack Su Xia. He wanted to repay the humiliation Su Xia brought him twice as much. On the forum, There are already rumors about the cause of this personal leave at the pharmacy. Shock! Pharmacist Sue's teacher is actually one of the undercover agents of the human resistance. Latest news. Sue Yasher's mentor and city lord Yutuo have been rivals in love for many years. Back then, Yutuo withheld his love for 3 years and finally returned as the lord of the city. I don't know where these gossips came from. Each one more unreliable than the last. Some people said that they had someone within the Machine Clan who provided information. And some said that they asked Su Xia personally. In short, the credibility was extremely low. And some even wrote a fanfic about Yutuo and Dad on the spot. Others say that at first Yutuo thought that Su Xia might be his lost illegitimate son. So he gave him preferential treatment. Only recently did he discover that Su Xia was just an undead. The chat and gossip section of the forum is almost full. There has never been such a heated discussion. That being said, I think Su Yasher and Yutuo look quite similar. Someone said in the gossip section. How do they look alike? Someone retorted. Yutuo's robotic face has no facial features, and his appearance is 100 times different from that of Su Yasher. Yasher Su is indeed good-looking and has a good figure. Is he a model in real life? I'm just a student. Everyone lines up and has a chance. Don't think about it upstairs. I heard that Medicine Master Su likes men. Ah, sneeze. In the pharmacy, Su Xia sneezed suddenly and rubbed her nose. He raised his head and looked out the window. It was still raining heavily outside. The street lights were dim, and it was surrounded by mechanical creatures. Of course, Su Xia knew that the news had spread, and even the real-time screenshots of herself in the pharmacy were posted to the forum. Based on the angle of the screenshot, Su Xia discovered that the opponent should be upstairs diagonally opposite the pharmacy. But there were no players at that location. Only a few ants hiding from the rain. Little ant? Su Xia pondered. It seems that many players have their own opportunities. I am not the only one who got the hidden mission. I have to be careful in the future. It was obvious that there was a clone of a certain player among those few ants. In the past, Su Xia was able to fly with the help of her masked monster clone. Last time, she almost fell into trouble in Fish Scale City. Recently, she was wanted by various major forces and went into hiding for a while. Some players have special avatars like him, but they develop them in secret. And they never go out to cause trouble until they are absolutely powerful. Go seems to be very popular recently. Their choice is not wrong. After all, not everyone can survive the hunting of major organizations. Now, in order to hunt the masked monsters, more than 50 level 4 psychic creatures have come to the southwestern region of the mainland alone. These guys are all top masters from various small cities. And some are even legendary seniors who have retired long ago. Many people are talking that the next time the masked stranger appears, it will be when he dies. It is said that several boss level 5th level creatures are here, hiding in the darkness, like poisonous snakes waiting for opportunities, just waiting for the masked stranger to appear. With so many people here, they really think highly of me. Su Xia shook her head. Not everyone came here to kill him. For example, Sun Lang came just to join in the fun. Compared with the hunt for masked monsters, an accident in a small pharmacy seems not to be a big deal, and it does not attract too much attention in the game world. The people in this world are very different from what the players care about. For the players, the masked monsters are still too far away, although they cause big scenes every time. There is an insurmountable distance between them. The pharmacy is right in front of you. Many players will pass by it every day, and many players are the beneficiaries of cheap pharmaceuticals. Brother Su, how are you? We are in the VR hive outside. Do you want us to rush back? It doesn't matter if the pharmacy can't be saved, as long as you're fine. Anyway, you have the skills. You can start a new one and open another one. Just keep this account, but don't get caught. Several roommates were sending him messages through the private messaging system, all of them anxious. And you could imagine their worried faces through the texts. For the Bikini Castle team, Su Xia is really important. At the same time, some other members of the Alliance team were also sending him messages to inquire about his situation. Physician Su, if that doesn't work, we can rush into the main urban area of Coral City and snatch you back from the mechanical tribe. We have now formed an alliance. There are over 100 teams in the alliance. Even in the middle of the night, we can mobilize over 10,000 players to come online. A sudden attack is enough. I don't believe that all the members of their mechanical clan are supermen. In order to get Su Xia out, these guys even came up with the idea of storming Coral City. It seems that the recent victories in several melee battles in the wilderness have given them a lot of confidence. And they all thought that they could have a head-on collision with the machine army. Don't worry. I'm safe. Now is not the time for a head-on war. Su Xia responded one by one, saying everything was fine and reassuring them. He responded patiently, fearing that these guys would be impulsive. Nowadays, mainstream players are only in their 30s, and each one of them is carrying a cold weapon such as a broadsword or long sword, and wants to challenge the machine clan with his head? From the perspective of ordinary people, all the mechanical warriors are really superhuman, invulnerable, and bullets can only leave dents on the surface. If a fight breaks out, it will still be a one-sided massacre. Tolerate. Su Xia conveyed her opinions, and asked everyone to continue leveling with peace of mind. Seeing the string of messages and greetings in the private chat system, Su Xia couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, such a huge player group had formed with the pharmacy and himself as the center. Now, it's not difficult to keep the pharmacy. All you need to do is convince the two Beatitudes. The two of them were still unwilling to sign the contract, and some of the terms above were indeed excessive. In the contract, they were required to completely cut off from their father, and no longer recognize him as a teacher. They were also required to cooperate with the propaganda of the mechanical clan, and publicly make relevant remarks on various occasions. Just like Xiaoxi.
How can this be done?
Hong Bafu couldn't help it anymore.
Teacher has been kind to us in nurturing and teaching us. What's the difference between us doing this and that Xiaoxi? Isn't this contract just for us to turn into that kind of wolf-hearted thing?
Lan Bafu was also extremely uncomfortable, and didn't want to sign this thing at all. The contract was placed on the counter in front of the two of them, and the pen was put away, waiting for them to sign it. But they were slow to sign, causing the atmosphere in the entire pharmacy to feel uncomfortable. Yu Tuo's main body stood under the eaves outside the shop, watching all this indifferently, saying nothing, just looking at Su Xia to express what he meant. If the two of them still refused to sign, let Su Xia clean up the house by herself. His patience is limited. If the two contracts had not been handed to him before dawn, then there would be no need for the two of them to exist. Seeing this, Su Xia had to start persuading. In front of Yu Tuo, he patiently said to the two of them,
"What does the teacher usually tell us? Brother Su, please stop trying to persuade us."
Hong Bafu refused.
"You can sign it if you want. I will never sign it. If you don't sign, you will die. Do you think the teacher wants to see you die?"
But
last night, before the teacher left, he asked me to protect you too. Brother Su, didn't you say that the teacher didn't explain anything?
Hong Bafu was startled and hurriedly winked at Su Xia. Yu Tuo was still outside. How could he say this in front of Yu Tuo? Previously, the three of them all said that Dad went for a walk last night. Now that Su Xia is almost separated from her father, he is the safest among the three. But by saying this, doesn't he put himself in danger of being suspected again? Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu were open-minded about their own lives and deaths, but neither wanted to implicate Su Xia. Su Xia didn't seem to see Hong Bafu's eyes and continued.
"If something happens to you too, what should the teacher do outside? In order to save one disciple, he loses the other two disciples. This is what he wants to see. But it's not confirmed yet that it was the teacher who did it."
Lan Bafu muttered on the side.
"Even if we don't sign, nothing will necessarily happen. You don't understand the teacher, nor do you understand the machinery clan."
Su Xia could only say this. Even if there was no evidence, wouldn't the machinery clan kill them? The robots kill people, which is similar to humans trampling ants to death. As she said that, Su Xia suddenly thought, before leaving, why didn't Dad arrange for the three apprentices to leave together? Perhaps he believed that Su Xia could protect the two of them. Or perhaps it was because Mercer left so suddenly, and the opportunity was so short and fleeting that Dad couldn't take it into consideration too much. Coral City has the remains of an alien spacecraft underground. It is the city that the Machine Clan pays the most attention to in the southwest region. In the past, the entire city's defense was normal. But recently, Su Xia's identity as a masked stranger caused a lot of trouble, resulting in the entire city being under martial law. The difficulty of covert operations in the city skyrockets. Speaking of which, Su Xia may have unintentionally ruined her father's previous plans. Su Xia looked at the two people and continued.
"Last night, before leaving, the teacher called me up to the second floor and said to me, 'Brother Su, stop talking. We'll just sign it.'"
Hong Bafu hurriedly interrupted him, with a flash of anxiety in his eyes, fearing that he would be implicated and have to pick up the pen on the counter. Furthermore, Su Xia may also be captured by the machine tribe, which is something neither brother wants to see. Lan Bafu also gritted his teeth, picked up the pen and started to sign his name. just contentedly for the time being, in order to save the pharmacy and Su Xia. Both of them endured. Outside the pharmacy, under the eaves, Yu Tua turned his head to admire the downpour in the dark night, without saying anything about Su Xia's words just now. Soon, the 3 contracts were completed and delivered to Yu Tua by Su Xia personally. Yu Tua just looked at it briefly and handed it to his subordinate. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "It is not a good thing to value friendship. In order to pursue absolute power, you are destined to abandon some things." Su Xia knew that this was meant for herself, nodded, and replied, "The 2 of them helped me a lot when I first entered the industry, and now I can return the favor. Okay, pay off your worldly debt as soon as possible. If you owe too much, it will affect your own path." The sound of the 2 communicating was not loud, just enough to pass through the rain curtain. Many of the mechanical creatures next to him were a little envious. As Yu Tuo's direct subordinates, they rarely had such communication with Yu Tuo. They know that in the next period of time, this human race named Su Xia will become the key publicity target of Coral City. Countless honors will come to him, pushing him to the pinnacle of his new life. Money and beauty, power and status, everything is there. What was difficult to reach before will be within easy reach in the future. Those who were above him in the past may have to bend down to greet him with a smile in the future. This is the benefit of surrendering to the mechanical tribe. As for the price, for most people, that slight cost is negligible. It was just being scolded. Whether it was Zhao Si before or Wu Zhonggui now, they all knew that countless people were scolding them secretly. But they didn't care. They don't want to be a hero praised by everyone. That kind of life is too painful. And there will still be many people who don't want to resist and scold them. I'm still getting scolded. Wouldn't it be better to change to a more comfortable position and get scolded? Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and the rain became heavier and heavier. Occasionally, a few flashes of lightning illuminated this old street and the old pharmacy sign. Yu Tua raised his head slightly, thoughtfully, and said after a moment, "This pharmacy can also be renamed.